Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to another video. As you can see, we are gonna talk about Haqiqatjou's quote-unquote Wahhabi meltdown video, where he discussed his so-called documentary about Wahhabis. And I noticed, like, when I opened this link, the first recommended video was part 3 of my reaction to his documentary. Which is I don't know, maybe it's my IP, I have the same IP, right? So that's why it like popped up, but I don't know, maybe it is getting recommended. I have been getting a lot of views around, like on the first part it's 500 views and I only have 20 subscribers now. So alhamdulillah, it is getting some traction at least. But now Farid Response and other people have like started doing, they have made their videos and it was much better than mine, obviously. But still, I think my videos got the point across. As you can see, we have 638 views, which is not bad. In any case, we are gonna watch his Wahhabi meltdown. And what I noticed, like right off the bat, he has a green screen behind him. That's a huge mistake, and he's gonna find out why soon enough. But what I also noticed, there's this I have this add-on or extension called the arrow, so it gives you like the original titles. I mean, it gives you like better representation of what the video is about. Okay, so his video is Wahhabi Meltdown, Hangout, and discussed this documentary. So, but if you activate the extension, it gives you the real content of the video. So I sit around burping for 2 hours. Man, I hope that's not the real content of the video. Now, going back to the green screen, like I said, like this is a bad idea. You never film yourself behind a green screen. You're gonna regret it. And why will you regret it? Well, I think I'm gonna add some ambience. I'm gonna add some ambience to the Haqiqatjou video.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome to our post-documentary reaction. This is going to be a chill stream, inshallah. We're going to just be discussing the Wahhabi documentary that was just released last week. Hopefully you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, make sure to go watch it.
MashaAllah,
We're
brother.
going to be
MashaAllah.
giving thoughts,
MashaAllah, brother Daniel. You really leveled up your game. You're not even ashamed of being a Rafid anymore. So like, this is fitting. Yeah, let's continue watching his. I'm gonna just speed him up because he really like draws out his words. Nice, mashallah, Haqiqatjou.
Looking at the live chat, looking at your comments, talking about the making of the documentary and what led to it. So this should be a fun stream, inshallah, and I'm looking forward to interacting with all of you and enjoying this Monday. So alhamdulillah. I think now we can say, alhamdulillah, R.I.P. Wahhabism. R.I.P. Wahhabism, except rest in not peace, but another P word.
Oh, you're so disgusting.
What a lot of people have been saying, that this is a devastating blow. This is just game over for Wahhabism. And it's funny because it didn't really take much. It doesn't really take much to absolutely destroy Wahhabism. It's just a matter of someone actually doing it. Someone actually putting the material together, lining up all the quotes, lining up all of the historical events with documentation, historical documentation, putting it all there in one place. That is enough to KO Wahhabism. And the reason that it doesn't happen very often is there is this massive amount of political pressure. Massive amount of pressure on anyone who dares criticize Wahhabism. They are pressured not to do it in the first place, and if they do it, then they're going to be attacked online, especially, but even offline. With
pressure from Iran or what?
You are a murtad, you are an apostate, you're a deviant at best, you're upon kufr. Just non-stop attacks, non-stop smears to discredit you as a Muslim. They are actually, the Wahhabis will actually question your iman and negate your iman, and then they'll even take the step further and say, well, because you're an apostate, your blood is now halal. We are justified in killing you. That's the kind of response that you can expect if you go the full Monty, if you go full, show the entire picture of what Wahhabism is. That's what you can expect. And that's just
I mean, again, Haqiqatjou, you have been like advocating for like apostate punishment, you know, like capital punishment for apostates for years. So I don't see what your point is.
from comments. Forget about comments and social pressure. Forget about political pressure. Forget about if you'll be able to go to certain countries. If you do go, will you be safe in certain countries? Can you even go and do Hajj or Umrah? These things are all in the air if you start criticizing Wahhabism. And this is a big deal. If you have a large platform and you're a Muslim da'i, you're a Muslim speaker, do you want to actually do Hajj? Do you actually want to be able to go and do Umrah? Do you actually want to be visiting certain countries and not feel like at any moment you're going to get literally stabbed in the back? This is what's in the back of your mind when you are attacking a very powerful political force known as Wahhabism. So that's why we don't see many of these types of critiques. And there are critiques. You know, there are critiques of Wahhabism in the English language. Certainly, many in the Arabic language. If you know Arabic, you can watch those as well. When in the English language, what I felt was missing, myself and my team, is that there's not one source that brings together all of these, all of the documentation, all of the quotations, and kind of puts it in one place to really show what Wahhabism actually is about from its source, from Ibn Abdul Wahhab, from his sons, and from his allies and his followers. What is actually Wahhabism? What are their doctrines? Let's go directly to the primary source instead of relying on secondary sources. And that's necessary because there's a massive propaganda campaign. There has been in the 20th century to whitewash Wahhabism because Wahhabism immediately gained a very bad reputation, as you can imagine. You can watch the documentary to see the kinds of raiding they did, the kind of offensive jihad they did against not only the Ottoman Empire but even the cities within Najd itself. So they're engaged in war against Muslims. So they
this is BS. You should just watch like no, I'm gonna remove the Shiite Husseiniat in the background. I'm gonna add something more appropriate, like something more static. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ah, yes, that fits Haqiqatjou very well. Yeah, but for the Farid video he made about the documentary, he like showed like the real aggressors were the Ottomans, right? They were like literally enslaving Muslim women because they made takfir on the Wahhabis. Look, I didn't even know this. I knew that the Ottomans were the bad guys in the drama. I just didn't know that they were also like the ones killing and enslaving and making takfir. But there's this Bosnian brother. I think he's Bosnian. He made a like a document. Let me show it. There is a lot of Tadlis misrepresentation. I don't remember what his name was. See if I can get up his Twitter profile. There it is. So it's Ersan Grahovac. I think it's his name. Maybe it's Grahovac. Possible. He speaks Arabic apparently, but he wrote this document, and it has like lots of proofs and like answers to Haqiqatjou's lies. I read through it. It was very good. I recommend everybody to go check out his brother Ersan Grahovac and yeah, read up on it. Yeah, like this was the one that stood up to me the most. Like the description of the Egyptian army fighting the first Wahhabi state on behalf of the Ottoman Empire. This had the part that said how like in the military camps. Where was it? Yeah, here. Then came the year 1227 after Hijrah. One of their high-ranking officers, who is considered among the righteous and pious, told me, "How can we expect to win when most of our soldiers are not even Muslims? Among them are people who have no religion and follow no school of thought, so no madhab. With us are chests full of intoxicants, so alcohol and maybe, I don't know, opium." Cut, maybe, yeah, definitely cut. You won't hear the call to prayer among us, nor is congregational prayer established, nor do religious symbols even cross our minds. Whereas they, the so-called Wahhabis, as soon as the call to prayer is made, line up in rows behind one imam with humility and submission, even during combat. When the time for prayer comes, their muezzin calls the adhan, and they perform the prayer of fear. One group fights while the other prays. Our soldiers are baffled by this, as they have never even heard of such a prayer, let alone seen it. In their military camps, they call out, "Come to battle against the shaved-headed polytheists who have legalized adultery and homosexuality, who drink alcohol, who abandon prayer, consume usury, kill people, and desecrate sanctities." When they uncovered the bodies of many of our fallen soldiers, they found that they were uncircumcised. When they reached Badr and took control of it and its surrounding villages, home to some of the best people, scholars and pious individuals, our troops looted them, took their women, daughters, sons, and books, did all sorts of things to them. So this is the part of like enslaving and raping and stuff, and sold them to one another, saying, "These are Kharijite unbelievers." One of the righteous people from Badr asked a soldier to return his wife, and the soldier replied, "Let me spend the night with her first, then I'll give her back to you tomorrow." So this is not a Wahhabi source. This is the source of the like the Egyptian army, and I said that like the Ottomans, but they were like under control of the Ottomans, right? They were under control of the Ottomans, so they took orders from them. But yeah, I recommend this. Very very good. Like booklet. It's not even a book. It's very short to read. I recommend it. So go to this brother's page, Ersan Grahavat. He has shared it. I'm gonna retweet it again. It's very good. Just read it and see all the lies. Because while I was watching Haqiqatjou's like documentary, I was reacting like from memory, right? I'm not gonna go spend hours and hours for the sake of Haqiqatjou to like find all these like small claims he makes. Like somebody else is gonna do that, I know. And this brother Ersan, he has done it. So go and read it, inshallah. Now let's go back to Haqiqatjou.
They developed pretty early on this reputation as being Khawarij, being Khariji, being this violent barbarians, basically. So that reputation had to be scrubbed, and the Saudi state engaged in that scrubbing, that whitewashing. They even stopped using the term Wahhabi to identify themselves. Prior to this whitewashing campaign, this propaganda campaign, they had no problem identifying as Wahhabis. They're proud of it. We're proud of our Sheikh Ibn Abdul Wahhab. But then there was a conscious decision in the early 20th century that no, we need to rebrand, and that's where the term Salafism became popularized. And the person who popularized it to a great extent was Rashid Rida. Rashid Rida, who is the famous student of Muhammad Abdu, the Grand Mufti of Egypt, who was one of the biggest reformers, who introduced a lot of the modern reform that we see today, that we've seen for the past 200 years. It came from Muhammad Abdu, and his student was Rashid Rida, and they adopted Wahhabism for a very specific purpose. I'm not going to go and elaborate all of that. You can just go watch the documentary. You can go to the chapter, or literally it says, "How did Wahhabism become Salafism?" So you can go watch that. But the point being that there's this massive whitewashing campaign funded by literally hundreds of millions of dollars over the decade.
Bro, this is just he's like not even talking about new point. He's just like crypto. I mean, like conspiracy brained, like babbling right now.
Decades of petrodollars to present.
Yeah, it's a petrodollars. They spread Wahhabism in the like 18th century, right? It's a petrodollars.
Wahhabism as Orthodox Islam. Wahhabism is Orthodox Islam. What Ibn Abdul Wahhab came with is traditional Hanbali, traditional Athari, Aqidah, and Creed. And Ibn Abdul Wahhab was just a follower of Imam Ahmad, Ibn Hanbal, and Ibn Taymiyyah. This is the hoax. This is the hoax. And that's why you have to go to the primary source. That's why you have to go and read what did Ibn Abdul Wahhab go to the primary source. That's why you have to go and read what did Ibn Abdul Wahhab actually say. And not just in Kitab al-Tawheed. Kitab al-Tawheed is the famous work. You have to go and read Kashf Shubahat, for example, and his other letters, his other writings. And then that will give you a true understanding of what Ibn Abdul Wahhab was teaching. And if you're not satisfied with his words, go to his immediate students. Go to his grandson, one of his closest students. Go to his family.
He made takfir on those that worship graves. You only had to like stop worshipping graves, stop worshipping stones, stop worshipping trees. I mean, it's not a question of his or her or Tawheed, right? Because that's what you said. It's his definition of Tawheed. Like, come on, man. The stone has power that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given it. Okay, where does it say that the stone has power? Can you find it in the Quran, in the Sunnah? No, it's all made up. But why can't you also say that, like, then it's not kufr to say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has has created other gods, right? Now you can excuse a person with ignorance for that as well. That a person believes that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created other gods. After all, He's all powerful. So why can't He create other gods like Lat, Uzza, etc.? You're just trying to per Islamic terminology, trying to legalize polytheism.
His family of scholars, other Wahhabi shuyukh over time, and see what they say. See what is being said prior to the whitewashing campaign in the 1920s and 1930s, as Wahhabism so slowly starts to shift, as Abdulaziz ibn Saud starts to realize that Wahhabism is politically incorrect. We can't be card-carrying Wahhabis anymore because our reputation is so bad. And so we have to rebrand. And that's what they did. And yeah, they modified their views. They kind of watered down their views. And the true Wahhabis weren't in favor of that. The true Wahhabis saying you're watering down. You're telling us that we can't go and raid and kill the mushrikeen, meaning non-Wahhabi Muslims. You're telling us we can't go kill and slaughter these non-Wahhabis and take their wealth and take their women and children. What is this? This is liberal Islam.
Can we skip this?
There's a similar dynamic with ISIS, the true Wahhabis. We're the true. Right. And you have a similar dynamic with ISIS today. There's a similar dynamic with ISIS saying that no. These other Salaf.
It's still funny. Like he portrayed Farid and some others, especially Farid, of being like ISIS, right? Being like this banned terrorist organization. And I'm gonna make a video showing that the real ISIS all along was him, because he has worked together with an ISIS operative in USA. Knowingly, he knew that he was an ISIS operative, and he only like cut connection after the guy tried to make like contact with Taliban, etc. So I'm gonna make a video on that later on, inshallah. Let's continue on this.
They're not the true Salafis. We're the true Salafis. We're the true Wahhabis. We're the true followers of Ibn Abdul Wahhab and the Salaf and the Hanbali school and Ibn Taymiyyah. We're the true followers as ISIS, Daesh or whatever, Dawla. So that's.
He calls them Al-Dawla as well, so he's giving them legitimacy.
And they have a point. As I say in the documentary, they have a point. They do have a claim, because when it comes to mass takfiring the Ummah and saying that the entire Ummah is Dar al-Kufr, that's what ISIS says. That's what Ibn Abdul Wahhab.
You did say, like in one of your articles, you did say that ISIS was legitimate because they did control territory. I think it was in an article you wrote, as well as in the like jihad, your unapologetic like definition of jihad or whatever video it was, like the first video I reacted to. So you have given legitimacy to ISIS like several times, and you're continuing to do it. Like you yourself, you said you're a Wahhabi, you have great respect for Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, and now you're trying to legitimize ISIS and the Wahhabis, even though like you're like kind of attacking them, the Wahhabis. You still believe they're Muslims, etc., right?
Said and wrote and taught. So they do have a claim there.
Yeah, let's skip this soying
of the documentary. And I also want to talk about the larger context, how the documentary came about, how we created it. Because a lot of people are saying that, this documentary, these Wahhabis are saying this documentary is too good. It's too well put together. It's too.
I don't know if anybody else has said it. I think this is like my first claim. I said, yeah, like I like the editing. Obviously, the editing has taken a lot of time. This entire documentary has taken a lot of time, like many months. Lots of money has been spent into it. Obviously, he's gonna make a loss. No way he's gonna make like any profit from the documentary, because he had no sponsor. I don't think he ever has a sponsor, honestly. But still, like from his videos, like he's gonna lose a lot of money from just making the documentary, the time and the editing, etc. Like, even though like most of it was lies, right? It still took a lot of time to like conjure up the lies.
Too professional. This must be from the CIA. The CIA has made this documentary.
No, I don't think it's the CIA, but it's possible. It's like the IRGC. You have been receiving like Iranian money for a long time, like huge sums of donations. Another thing that maybe I should like talk about, why Haqiqatjou doesn't run like his Muslim Skeptic and Alasna Institute as a non-profit. Like one of the reasons is because he will have to disclose his donors. Now he's running it for profit, so he doesn't have to disclose his donors, and it's like many of them are like from Iran, right? Iranian government sending him money to like normalize relations between so like Sunnis and Shiites, right?
Just to discredit our beloved Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Yeah, I'm sure the CIA is putting a lot of funding towards discrediting the movement that is helping them the most, the ideology that is helping them the most.
look, we all know it's the Iranians, okay? It's the ERGC, Iranian like Revolutionary Guard Corps or whatever they're called. They're giving you the money. What's the money of Iran called? Is it lira, dinar? Oh, it's the rial. Okay, sorry. So Haqiqatjou, he he got the Iranian rials, right? His pockets are lined with Iranian rials.
Why would they do that? They love Wahhabism. Wahhabism is the perfect sect, the perfect ideology in order to discredit Muslims and cause nonstop infighting of Muslims. That's
I mean, the only reason you say that is because you believe that the Wahhabis are Khawarij, right? Khawarij, and they view like Kafir Asli as better than the Murtadeen, which is like, okay, yeah, I get it. It is from Islam, as we discussed earlier. Kafir Asli will always be better than Murtadeen. But like the Khawarij, they have like this wrong interpretation of who's a Kafir, who's a Murtad, right? I mean, who's a Murtad specifically. But why don't you then attack Ibadis? They are literally like Khawarij. I mean, like their entire sect is from Khuruj, from one of the early Khalifs. I don't remember during which time they did like the Khuruj and left for Oman, right? The Ibadis, and they were like spread all over. Like most of them used to be like in North Africa, I believe. So why doesn't he like say that the Ibadis are, the perfect like sect for the CIA to like target and use and abuse the Muslim world with? Because we all know Oman is basically like still today they are just a huge base for the UK and USA, etc. Like people like keep talking about Saudi Arabia like being used by Americans, but which is, yeah, it's true. Saudi Arabia was used for like first and second Gulf War, probably like also for the invasion of Afghanistan. I don't know, but it doesn't matter, right? Because Oman has been used for much more. Like it's like the same thing, right? It's exactly the same thing. And Oman has been like this protectorate of UK for like 100 years or something. And even today, like they like simp for the UK and are like directly controlled by the UK. So why doesn't Haqiqatjou mention this?
what Wahhabism is. So of course they don't want. Wahhabism is the Madkhalism that is defending on a religious basis the ideology of the Gulf states that want to normalize with Israel. Why would we get rid of Wahhabism?
You want a normalization with Iran, right? You want a normalization with Iran. And if you like look at the population of Israel, I think there's like more like Sunni Arabs in Israel than there are in Iran, right? Like maybe it's similar, but it's the same thing. Like the Rafid and the Yahud, they're the same like different faces of the same coin.
Okay, let me just put that on. Give me 1 second.
So let's see him answering like questions and stuff, because that's the interesting part.
Spamming the
We don't want to hear him like reiterate, like burp up the entire documentary.
Okay, so I put on slow mode and it's subscribers only now. So no, hopefully less spam, inshallah. Okay, the larger context.
I don't know what the spam is. Should I open up the chat? Is there a chat? There is. I should maybe have opened it, right?
Why did we make this documentary? Like, why focus on Wahhabism? Honestly, in the past 8 months, I've learned so much about Wahhabism that I had no clue about. So a lot of you watching the documentary were saying that.
Salawat. So I have the perfect thing, right?
Wow, I've learned so much about Wahhabism that I had no.
MashaAllah. Oh, la hawla quwwata illa billah.
No clue about. So a lot of you watching the documentary were saying that, wow, I had no clue. This is much worse than I thought. Yeah, I thought that Wahhabis were, let's say a little bit more hardcore. They're a little bit more conservative, and that's not really my vibe. But whatever, just who cares? Just ignore them. But then you watch the statements from Ibn Abdul Wahhab. You see their actions, the jihad that they waged on the Sunni Muslims, the Ottoman Empire, the massacres that they committed against Shia and Sunnis, and you're like, wow, okay, this is a much, much worse issue than I thought. And that was my reaction as well. That was my response to reading these things, researching these statements. So that's the reaction that many of us have, because again, there's been this whitewashing campaign to hide the truth. And that's why I ultimately decided to go with the title Uncovering the Hidden Truth on Wahhabism. There were other titles that I was considering, like Wahhabism, Knife in the Back of the Ummah. I thought that was...
Yeah, no, the Wahhabism is the back in the Ummah, not the Rafidites that have been killing Muslims in Syria, which you like always ignore. Oh, it's bad. You say, oh, it's bad. They shouldn't have done it. But why did they do it? It's the same thing with like with the Jews, right? With the Israelis. Oh yeah, the genocide in Gaza is bad. But why is it happening? Who started it first? I mean, come on, bro. So
was pretty accurate in describing what Wahhabism is, but then ultimately decided against it because maybe it's just it's going to turn off people and they won't even give it a chance. So I decided against that title. Another title was going to be Wahhabism, Purifying Salafism from the Wahhabi Cancer. Purifying Salafism from the Wahhabi Cancer. I ultimately didn't go with that title either because it makes it seem like that Wahhabism is just an issue for Salafism. And I explained in the documentary that criticizing Wahhabism is not to discredit or to attack what I call, conservative Muslims who are Salafi. They self-identify as Salafi, but they are adopting a kind of Salafism that has already been whitewashed, has already been defanged.
Did you see that? Was that the first burp? 16 minutes in. Let's see.
Conservative Muslims who are Salafi. They self-identify as Salafi, but they are adopting a kind of Salafism that has already been whitewashed, has already been
that's disgusting. That is disgusting. But good thing I came prepared, right? Okay, it's a bit hard to see. Maybe I should change the color. You know what? Let it be. Should maybe move it. Okay, we'll put it up there. So burp counter is 1. So that's the first burp. Disgusting piece of shit.
Defanged from the Kharijism of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. They just don't know it. So these Salafis need to be red-pilled, not so that they leave Salafism, but so that they stop perpetuating, if they are perpetuating, the takfiri ideology of Wahhabism. The takfirism, the sectarianism that is so destructive. That's ultimately the goal. What I define as a Salafi Muslim is something that has existed for the entirety of Islam. Meaning a Salafi Muslim is a conservative Muslim who is following generally the aqidah of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, following Hanbali aqidah or fiqh. That's generally what a Salafi today would be considered. And he doesn't really feel comfortable, or he doesn't do certain practices.
Yeah, like there's nothing I can add to this. His definition of what a Hanbali is basically like a crypto Rafidi. So
people are aware of that.
Spare us, Haqiqatjou, spare us.
Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, was part of a Sufi tariqah. I don't know if people are aware of that.
Yeah, do you know what the Sufis used to be? Do you know what the Sufis used to be? They used to be like these, I don't know what the right word in English is, but they were like very poor, and they like did a lot of zikr, and they prayed and fasted constantly. Like the Sufis of his time were like nothing compared to the Sufis after his time. Again, just read The Devil's Deceptions by Ibn Jawzi.
And they aren't aware that Ibn Taymiyyah had many views that would be considered Sufi. Imam Ahmad had many views that are considered Sufi. People don't know this necessarily, but when you start finding out these things about Imam Ahmad, about Ibn Taymiyyah, about the Hanbali school, even in Aqidah or Fiqh, then you realize that, okay, it's a more complicated picture. This slogan that some Salafis use that, well, we are just following Islam as it was practiced by the Salaf. This slogan, the best way to debunk it is just to show, like, well, what did Imam Ahmad say about tabarruk, about seeking blessings from objects, about the use of amulets, using Quran as an amulet for barakah? What did Ibn Taymiyyah say?
He's like misguiding so many people with his
make a request of the
beliefs.
dead, and they can actually respond to make requests from the dead. But then you see these different positions from these scholars that are all under the Salafi umbrella, then you realize, and you can't escape the conclusion, that there's a lot of diversity. There's a lot of diverse beliefs. Ibn Taymiyyah, another view of his, that fana nar, that the hellfire will be extinguished. The hellfire is not eternal. There is no eternal hellfire. That's one of the positions that is attributed to Ibn Taymiyyah. So that's not what Imam Ahmad held. And it's question, and which of the Salaf held this view? Ibn Taymiyyah claims that some of the Salaf held this view, but clearly others did not. So there is no like single creed of the Salaf. When you start compiling all of these different views, all of these different positions in Aqidah, in Fiqh, in Usul al-Din, there is a diversity. And when you realize that, then you have the kind of tolerance to say that, well, if the scholars within are related, so it's about consistency. It's about having a consistent standard that you are we.
Consistent standard. You're the one to speak about consistent standards. Come on, man.
We're going to expand this circle of Ahlul Sunnah to include Atharis and Ash'aris.
He's going to expand the circle of Ahlul Sunnah. Yeah, that's quite obvious
and
now.
Maturidis. Why can't we expand it further?
Yes, let's include the Rafidites. Let's include the Ahmadis. Let's include the Baha'i. Let's include the Buddhists as well.
And this is not something that is just like us thinking about it. And
bro, did you see the smirk? He thinks he's so smart. Look at his lips. Look.
And this is not something that.
Did you see that? Oh my god, did you see that smirk? He's getting high on his own farts. He's like huffing his own farts, thinking he's so smart.
Just like us thinking about it and speculating. Like there are scholars who have written about this, who have theorized this, who have discussed this at length and written books about it for 1,000 years. You have Imam Ghazali, you have Ibn Taymiyyah himself, who have written about this, who have theorized. Well, what is a principled way? What does Islam say about who can be considered Ahlul Sunnah and who is not? Who's following the Sunnah of the Prophet and who is not?
I don't know how to say this. I've been on the streets, okay? I know what it looks like when somebody's trying to play you, when someone's trying to use you for their own good, right? When they're trying to trick you. And this is like you see it on the person, on his like mannerisms, the way he speaks, the way he looks, where he looks when he speaks, what kind of words he uses. And I see it all of that in Haqiqatjou, like right now. He's obviously like trying to trick you. He's trying to trick you to like say, okay, you know what, that makes sense. It's very obvious for anybody who has been like on the street, so to speak, like being around shifty people. You learn to recognize these traits.
So inshallah, to give you a sense, we're going to have another video, and we'll see how long it's going to be, whether it can be considered like a documentary length video, that discusses this question about the bounds of tolerance within Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah.
Oh, nasty. Well, looks like we have another burp coming up, so let's add it to the counter. So
that's something that we're working on. So but the whole reason that we got into this documentary is and researching Wahhabism is in the first place is look at the kind of attitude they've had against Muslims who are just trying to support Palestine, Muslims who are activists advocating for the Palestinian cause. Look at the type of attacks they have received for not having the correct aqidah. I've been one of the biggest victims of this in terms of their non-stop attacks. And you'll recall, what was I mainly focused on since October 7th? What was the main focus? Judaism. How many?
No, what? Your main focus has been like attacking everybody who is asking about your Aqidah, right? I mean, you did have some debates with Jews and like you agreed with them. I saw like one debate where you were very like kind with the Jew.
How many debates was I having on Judaism? 3. There were 3 debates, required a lot of
3 debates in the span of like 2 years, right? Yeah, almost 2 years, and you did 3 debates. Wow, amazing, Haqiqatjou, amazing. But at the same time, like, did you achieve anything? Like, the debate shouldn't be on Judaism, right? Because even like there's so many like anti-Zionist Jews, so it's pointless, right? I don't know what, like, you should have debated like Christian Zionism, right? Like, that should be the main point of the debate, because how many Jews are out there? Like 12 million, like in total in the entire world or something like that. And who is like giving the support to Israel? It's not like the Jews, right? The Jews in America, they're just like part of it. No, it's Zionist Christians. So why didn't you debate Zionist Christians then? Why didn't you like show proofs on the Bible, etc., that that Zionist Christianity is wrong.
Research, writing, going into the Jewish text, Jewish theology, and that.
Oh, that's nice. So you read Ibn Sabbah's works?
That's the best way that I thought Muslim skeptic can contribute. We have this genocide taking place. We have this threat of Zionism against the Ummah, against the world. What can Muslim skeptic do? Well, Muslim skeptic can do research. Muslim skeptic can do research and can do media. We can put out material. We can do debates. That's the best way that we can contribute, and we can make, inshallah, an impact. And then very shortly after that, a campaign against Muslim skeptic, a campaign against me. What is Daniel's aqidah? What does Daniel?
I mean, yeah, the campaign was like, just people asking questions. Like, okay, Daniel, you said that you're a Salafi Atari, and now you're like defending Rafidism. Like, what? How that doesn't compute? Like, how can you be a Salafi Atari and believe that a Rafidite can be a Muslim? So yeah, that was a campaign, right? People just wanted to understand what are your beliefs? How can you believe this? This is like contradictory. You're being contradictory, and obviously turn it into a big thing. You should have just said your Aqidah, right? But I mean, you did it implicitly. You did it like implicitly in the Wahhabism documentary. So you should have just like come out 2 years ago, but obviously like you had to like fuel it up, like make a big deal out of it, to milk it, because you knew it was like over for you. Yeah, as soon as you like give out your true Akida, like not the one that you're hiding, right? But the true Akida, what you truly believe, people are gonna like drop you, which they did. I mean, let's look at your stats. So let's see. Yeah, your stats right here. You have been going downhill, right? You have been going downhill quite fast. You also deleted a video here. Wonder what that was. But as you can see, like he's gained subscribers, and this was like even after the controversy with him defending Rafidites. He still got like weekly like 2,000, 1,000, up to 4,000 subscribers, and then it's been stagnating. And this is like, it's not really stagnating. He's still gaining subscribers, but he's also losing subscribers, right? So it like evens out. Here he managed to get 1,000, and then like a couple of like weeks later he lost 1,000. So as you can see, like it's he's stagnating. He's not growing. For every like subscriber he gains, he loses one basically. And then he dropped the Wahhabism documentary, and you can see like he has gained 1,000 subscribers twice, so 2,000 in total. And you can see here plus 1,000 plus 1,000, and then that's it. I mean, like the documentary, it's gonna like hit a peak, and then it's gonna like even out. So this is the peak of the subscribers. So after this, like we should be expecting to either like continue stagnating, or maybe like again start losing subscribers, as people like get tired of this. And the amount of views, like you can see here, like even this is very low compared to what he used to have. He used to have like millions of views per week. But here at July 8, 2024, it was like 700,000 views weekly, right? So on that week, he had 700,000 views. And after that, like it went down to like as low as 66,000. I mean, look here. I mean, between May 5th and May 12th, see the difference there? Then May 19th. So in this week, but between May 5th and 12th, he only gained like 66,000 views, which is nothing. It's like peanuts for a channel with 440,000 subscribers. That means that like only like 15% or something of his viewers, like 15-20% of his viewers, I mean, right, like around 20% of his subscribers like turned in that week to watch his content, which is abysmal. Yeah, any case, let's continue.
Daniel believe about istighatha, about the sifat of Allah? Is Daniel really a Hanbali? Is Daniel really an Athari? I don't know. We need to check that. We need to test him. Don't you find it like a very interesting coincidence that I'm in the middle of this, research, debate, campaign against Judaism and Zionism, and then suddenly get broadsided by a bunch of these so-called Salafi du'at speakers that suddenly want to question me on what do you believe on this and that aqidah issue? And we can't take what Daniel says about anything unless he clarifies, unless he comes out and he clarifies his aqidah. What's your aqidah, bro? We can't trust you. We don't know what you have to say about istighatha and tawassul. And if you've read and accept kitab at-tawheed, we can't trust you. And my initial reaction was to say that, oh, these losers, they are going completely against
Bro, that feminine laugh, right?
the sunnah, by the way, to interrogate people on these issues. This is contrary to the sunnah. And you have many of the great imams and the salafs who spoke against this kind of aqidah testing because they realized that it's just a form of fitna. It's just a form of attacking other.
Bro, what, like Akita testing? It's in the Sahih Bukhari, right? The Prophet asked the slave girl, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was. I mean, this is Akida testing. It's asking her beliefs on, where Allah is. And she pointed up, or she said up, like either or. So, and like this Akida testing, I mean, yeah, honestly, it is like from, you could say it's from the trait of the Khawarij, to give like the Muslim test to people. But at the same time, if there is doubt about somebody being Muslim, like from his apparent, he appears to be Muslim, but then he's like uttering kufr. Yeah, that's what you do. You have to ask them like, what are your beliefs? Or does Haqiqatjou believe that like the Qadi, when he wants to find out if a person has like abandoned Islam, he asks him, "Oh, do you believe that there are more than one God?" Like, is that Aqidah testing? Is that from the Khawarij? Like this is part of Islam, bro.
Other Muslims on issues that aren't actually necessary for your salvation. That's not what my dawah is about. I'm not teaching aqidah.
What? You're saying you can worship a tree and a stone, etc. Like, how is that not part of Aqidah?
But the attacks kept coming. They kept coming, and I saw some people who I thought should know better.
Oh wait, he wants to say like before. So this was before he made the documentary. Okay, fine. The only thing you did was like legitimize 12 gods besides Allah. Audubillah. So obviously people are gonna question you like, okay, how can you believe this? Well, like, what are your actual beliefs? How can you believe that 12 people, like, you're not a kafir if you believe that 12 people control every atom in the universe, so etc. with the permission of Allah. Even like if you had the permission of Allah, like that's still so far from like the Islamic school of thought, right?
Start to question, well, aqidah is the most important thing, so why isn't Daniel clarifying? Why isn't Daniel speaking?
Daniel, what's your tawhid? I think it was like, what's your tawhid? Because Daniel said like Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab's tawhid, his definition of tawhid.
So then I realized that, okay, this is no longer a side issue. And I'm not the only person who's getting attacked like this. This is like a coordinated psyop. This is like a coordinated psyop that has been deployed by certain governments in order to discredit anti-Zionism in the Muslim dawah. Don't talk about Zionism, don't talk about Judaism, don't talk about liberalism, don't talk about these issues. The most important thing is aqidah. And if you disagree, then you're a deviant. And you're hiding your aqidah because you're a deviant. And I realized that this is not just me. This is a pattern. This is a pattern that has been used by the Gulf states, by Saudi Arabia, to discredit any type of Islamism in general. Like, look at who are the scholars in jail in Saudi Arabia as we speak.
You can mention like some Rafidi scholar.
If you look at the individuals who are in jail, they would be considered Salafi. They would be considered Salafi. They would be considered Hanbali, Athari. But they are smeared as being deviant. They are Ikhwani. They believe. And what is the problem with Ikhwan? Ikhwan, which I can criticize plenty about Ikhwanism. But Ikhwan.
His only criticism against the Ikhwanis is that they fought Hafiz al-Assad in Hama in 1982.
And the main problem that these Wahhabis have with Ikhwan is that they believe in Islamic government. And Islamic government is not monarchical government, is not having a Gulf monarchy with kings and princes. So that's the problem. That's why those scholars are in jail.
I mean, like, let's be honest, even like the Ikhwanis, they don't care like how the government like is set up. So they don't mind like if it's a monarchy or a democracy or a plutocracy or a meritocracy or oligarchy, autocracy, everything. Like it doesn't matter as long as you like infiltrate it from within and you like turn it into an Islamic government, which honestly, like a monarchy, right? A Muslim monarchy is millions of times better than a so-called democracy, right? Why? Because if it's a monarchy and you set the laws are Islam, but it's a monarchy, Yeah, like it's not like proper Islamic government, right? We need to have the shura, the meritocratic shura council that sets the ruler, and not like the ruler's son, his inbred son, is to be the ruler, right? Because he shares the bloodline. I mean, this is a jahiliyyah, obviously, but what is worse, like having that or having democracy, like legislative democracy where you vote on the laws. I mean, come on, it's obvious. It's obvious that one is better than the other, right? Even like if the king says, "Okay, we're gonna change the laws," okay, the hadith says "kufr bawaha," right? That's kufr bawaha. So he's gone, okay. But if it's like legislative democracy, then okay, you maybe won't change the law, but you will have discussions about changing the law, and even having the discussion about changing the law. Let's say like in this legislative democracy that there is like Sharia law there, and people say, the people in the parliament, they say, okay, let's change the law for cutting the hand of the thief. Okay, let's instead make it into lashings. And like he's the only person that says it, and people like vote, and I think like, okay, should we say yes, should we say no, start to think about it. Obviously this is kufr. Like this is kufr, only like to put it forward as something that you can choose. This is kufr in itself. Why? Because you cannot question the laws of Allah. That's like in the parliament, if somebody came and said, I think one God is too few. Like, let's add 99 more gods, okay? Or let's make every name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala become a God. Okay, so we have like this pantheistic or whatever representation of God. And this person like puts it forward, okay? So and you have to vote how many gods should there be. Like this is kufr. I mean, it's obvious. So it doesn't matter if it's like a small aspect of Islam or something large, such as Tawheed, right? Doesn't matter because you cannot attack the religion of Islam this way to even like imply that you can, like the religion is something that you can vote on and change. So yeah, a monarchy better than a legislative democracy, 100%. And the Ikhwanis, they don't care. They like literally like their entire aqidah, the way they do things. It's like Judaism. It's like honestly Judaism. It's infiltrate from within and change it from within, right? That's like work within the like aspects of the society you live in. Okay.
Not because they're card-carrying Ikhwani, but because they are labeled as such by the Wahhabis. So they put those scholars in jail. So this, and that's just one example, many examples and within the history of Wahhabism where you attack your political opponents on the basis of aqidah. And if you go to the documentary, you see this is exactly what Ibn Abdul Wahhab did. Ibn Abdul Wahhab was declaring entire cities as kafir, mushrik, murtad.
Bro, like if you read the Sirah, you wouldn't like even be surprised by this. So what Abu Bakr radiallahu anhum did was much worse. Let me just put it lightly. Like it was much worse than what Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab did.
On what basis? Simply because they were not going to come under the wing of Ibn Saud and join his proto-Saudi state. That was the main reason. Ibn Abdul Wahhab just gave a theological.
Oh, disgusting. So have another burp there.
For jihad against those groups, jihad in quotes, to neutralize them, to bring them to their knees so they would have no choice. And that's the same thing that Saudi does and the Gulf states do to this day. And now they're doing it, using the internet as far as the Western Muslims are concerned. If they could, they would send, they would send soldiers to come and take care.
I mean, this is just like conspiracy theories. Can you show us these Saudi Wahhabis going around doing this?
Of us if they could. Why? And you can see their comments. Our blood is halal. As non-Wahhabis, our blood is halal because we are mushrik. We are mushriks. We would be either killed or...
I mean, what is a Wahhabi, right? What is a Wahhabi? It's the same thing with, like, a Wahhabi is somebody that doesn't worship other things besides Allah. Obviously, you're a mushrik if you worship anything besides Allah. Like, stipulations that the Imam had was literally like stop worshipping graves, stop worshipping other things but Allah. And if you stop doing that, you became a Wahhabi. Why is that something negative, man?
Or we'd be put in prison. Do you have any doubt about that? So when you see that's what's happening, you recognize that Wahhabism is a cancer. Wahhabism is this threat to the Ummah. It is a threat to the ability for Muslims to have political sovereignty. Because our strength lies in being together as one Ummah. That's our strength. That's why we can have so many numbers, almost 2 billion Muslims in the world, the second largest religion, but we are the biggest victims of genocide, famine, the biggest victims of all kinds of crimes.
Okay, who did the genocide in Iraq? Who did the genocide in Iraq? It was the Shia. Who did the genocide in Syria? It was the Shia. Who is killing Muslims in Iran right now? It is the Shia. Even like, I think it was a couple of months ago, there was this huge riots in Pakistan. And who was rioting and killing Muslims, beheading Muslims, raping Muslim women? It was the Shia. So if you want to talk about genocide, let's talk about the genocide of the Shia against the Muslims. Okay? Why don't we speak about this genocide? By the Shia against the Muslims. Wherever the Shia get a leadership position, a position of strength, they kill Muslims. Literally in every country. And who created the Shiites? Who created the Shiites? It was Abdullah ibn Saba, a Jew. So the genocide in Gaza and the genocide in Iraq and Syria, all three done by Jews and the offspring of Jews. Okay?
By the enemies of Islam, despite our numbers. How does that happen? How does such a disastrous state happen? And the big part of the equation, other than love for the dunya and hatred for death, as mentioned in the hadith, al-wahan, as mentioned in the hadith, the other big reason is that we're just so divided. We're just so divided, and we can't come together and ally together, despite differences, despite ikhtilaf, for the purpose of realizing Muslim interests or Islamic interests. That is a huge problem. And we can debate liberalism, we can debate Christianity, we can debate Judaism, we can debate secular.
Let's move on. He's just babbling.
What's going on in
just stupidity.
Any person can be used without knowing it.
He wants us to unite with the people killing us. How is that even logical? He wanted the people in Syria to unite with the Rafida. Okay? He wanted the people in Syria to unite with the Rafida that were killing them. He wanted them to unite with the Rafida killing. How is that sensible? How is that sensible? You have a person outside your home. He's holding a rifle. He's screaming, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your children. I'm gonna rape your women. And Haqiqatjou's advice is to let him in and talk it over. You're so stupid, man, and disgusting. Why are we talking about uniting with the Rafidites that have been killing us? Why don't we unite with the Israelis as well? Why don't we unite with the Israelis? Like, come over our differences. I mean, they also worship one God, etc. Blah blah blah. Right? Just like the Rafida. Let's get over our differences. Let's unite with the Israelis, because that's what you're saying. Let's unite with the Rafida. You have been takfiring all Muslim groups in Syria. All Muslim groups in Syria. You call them agents of CIA and Mossad. You made takfir on the leader of HTS, Julani, Mohammed al-Shara. Is his real name. You called him a murtad, an agent of CIA and Mossad. And now that he managed to take over Syria, suddenly, inshallah, he will be good. Alhamdulillah, the slaughter is over. Bro, shut the hell up. You disgust me. You disgust me. You are a piece of shit, okay? You disgust me. You disgust every Muslim.
And the proof that you're being used is you are furthering an agenda for the enemies of Islam in such an obvious and clear way. Look at ISIS. ISIS, when I say that ISIS is
ISIS. Oh, let's look at ISIS. Let's look at ISIS. He calls every group fighting Assad ISIS. He calls every one of his enemies ISIS. Everybody who he dislikes is ISIS, okay? The only person who is not ISIS is him. Although he had an ISIS operative working for him, together with him, but he's not ISIS. The leader of Syria today, according to Haqiqatjou, he was ISIS. He still is ISIS. But now, as soon as he got power, he's good. Haqiqatjou is just a madkhali. You guys gotta realize this. He's just a madkhali. He's a disgusting piece of shit of a human being, okay?
a psyop. ISIS are agents. It doesn't mean that every idiot Daeshi moron is aware or is on a payroll with the IDF or with Mossad. That's not the claim. Even though their leaders are, even though their leaders actually are. But then
look at this moron repeating the same old conspiracy theories, even though he is losing. Okay, he was able to make these conspiracy theories before that all the rebels in the Syria are ISIS, and now that the rebels have won, he still continues. He hasn't changed it up. He still makes this claim that all the leaders in ISIS are like CIA, Mossad operatives, right? But you got to realize he's not talking about ISIS, like the real ISIS. He's talking about everybody that is against the axis of resistance, okay? Because that was his original claim. All of these like groups in Syria, they are all CIA. Don't forget, Haqiqatjou made fun of Assad gassing his own people. He retweeted Kate Woods, who said Assad is gassing his own people, as if this is like some kind of conspiracy theory. But who was Assad gassing? He was gassing the rebels. All the gas attacks made by Assad have been against rebel-held areas in East Damascus, East Ghouta, in Idlib, in Hama, maybe Latakia as well. All these attacks, like either with rockets or artillery shells, or even like dropping just cylinders, like gas cylinders from helicopters, like chlorine gas, industrial chlorine gas, have been in rebel-held areas. Haqiqatjou reposted this. Assad is gassing his own people. Who was he gassing? He was gassing HTS-held areas. So when he says ISIS, he's not thinking about, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and all of this, the caliphate, all of this, right? No, he's thinking about every person as against axis of resistance. That's ISIS for him. So you guys gotta get it straight. Don't think that he's thinking about all these evil terrorists, right? No, he's thinking about everybody who is a Sunni rebel in Syria, okay, and Iraq. He considers them all to be ISIS. He has changed up his tune now that HTS won and they defeated Assad, although it looked very unlikely for 10 years almost, right? Since almost 10 years since the formation of HTS. So yeah, when he says ISIS, when he's speaking about ISIS, he's speaking about all Sunni rebels, like all armed resistance groups against Shiite oppression, okay? Against the Shia genocide against the Muslims. The genocide of Muslims by the Shiites. Any group opposing this is ISIS, according to him. So don't think that he is making any distinction between the groups.
And themselves, a lot of these idiots that you can still find to this day in the comment section, they can't put two and two together. That why given everything that's happening in the world and the kinds of enemies that Muslims have and the kinds of enemies that Islam has in the world today, why are we so focused on attacking other Muslims? Why are we so focused about attacking, killing, discrediting other Muslims? Why? Is that really
you don't think that there is a reason why somebody is attacking Assad, why somebody is attacking Hezbollah, why somebody is attacking Iran? You don't think that there is a reason behind people attacking the people that are killing them? You're just a Jew, man. You're acting just like the Jews did on October 7th. We never did anything to the Gazans. They just came out and attacked us out of nowhere. They are human animals. That's what Israel said about Gazans. And you're acting the same way when talking about Sunnis that have been killed by the Shiites. For 10 years, they've been killed by the Shiites. More than 10 years, actually. 13 years in Syria, they've been killed by the Shiites. Hezbollah came in 2013, so that's 12 years. Yeah, almost 12 years that Hezbollah have been killing the Syrian people openly. And you're asking why are people attacking the Shiites, your dear precious Shiites, you disgusting piece of shit.
the priority? Is that really going to help Islam or the Ummah? And they say, yes, of course it's going to help. And you saw the quotes that we gave from the...
Yeah, of course it's going to help. Attacking these Shiites that are killing Muslims, of course it's going to help. Defending yourself against this Shiite genocide against Muslims, of course it's going to help.
Contemporary ISIS leaders like Zarqawi. that if our first goal or our first mission is to take care of the Murtadin, the kafir, who has left Islam, then we'll go. And the only way we can defeat the kafir asli, the Christians and Jews, is first we have to get rid of all these Murtadin, and that's literally ISIS's.
Man, you're so disgusting. If you search up Baghdad ethnic cleansing map, now this is from 2007, you'll see there are two maps here. This was from a BBC article. So this was in 2006. As you can see, it's kind of mixed, right? Some Shia areas, only Shia areas, some only Sunni areas, right? Let me zoom in. So it's mixed. 2006, straight after the invasion of Iraq, the Shiites, they rushed to help the Americans. They rushed. They literally like ran to kiss their feet. They set up their Shia militias aligned with the Americans, and they used this power they gained to kill off the Sunnis. So, and by 2006, like these Shia militias, they were working in the open light, right? There's no denying this. Everybody knows this. The Shiites, they abducted Sunnis, like they would set up checkpoints and kill everybody with the name of like that had the name Bakr or Omar or Otman, etc. in their names. Women named Aisha, like straight to be killed. Okay, so by the time Zarqawi, he made this speech against Shiites and like why we have to fight them, etc. It was already like going like overboard in their amount of killing of Sunnis, like the Shiites. They were openly ethnically cleansing, working for the Americans, killing the Sunnis. And the Americans, they weren't doing this. Okay, the Americans, they were like killing and bombing indiscriminately. Like they didn't care. They didn't care if they killed Shiites or Sunnis. It doesn't matter to them. And they weren't doing it like openly the same way that the Shiites were doing. Haqiqatjou wants you to focus on the enemy, you know, the Americans, the American invasion. What were the Shias doing? They were killing the Sunnis. Okay, so this is the map after. So this is just 1 year later. So 2006, 2007. In 1 year, this is what the Shiites did. All of this cleansed. All the Sunnis killed, murdered, driven away. And today is much worse. This is from 20 years ago. This map is almost from 20 years ago. 18 years, almost 20 years ago. Do you see how much they cleansed out the population, the Sunnis? And Haqiqatjou wants you to unite with these people. There's like lots of articles on this during this period. It was all in the open. The Americans let it happen. Just search Shia Death Squad. And they continued after like do you know why ISIS even like came into existence? I mean, why they gained prominence after the US invasion, after the US like withdrawal in 2011. At that point, like ISIS was like non-existent. It was only maybe like a couple hundred fighters, maybe even less than 100 fighters in the desert. But the Shiites, they realized the Americans are gone. They can do now whatever they want. They tried to, continue with this process of like ethnic cleansing and killing of the Sunnis. So in 2013, there were like massive protests. So there were these like massive protests, and they resulted in the insurgency that followed. And why were these protests? Like, why did they happen? Because the Shias, they kept killing Sunnis, like ethnically cleansing Sunnis. And how did the Shias deal with the protests? They shot them, just as Assad did. So it led to the Iraqi like war, the Iraqi insurgency again, and it wasn't like ISIS fighting. Okay, ISIS like gained prominence later on. Why? Because they were experienced. They were more experienced in fighting, more experienced in governing. They were more like zealous, etc. But if you watch like the Sunni opposition groups, as you can see, there's no ISIS here. There's no ISIS here. Still Haqiqatjou will say that all of these were ISIS. ISIS came on later on at the end of 2013. They took over like Fallujah and Ramadi, like part of Ramadi, entirety of Fallujah. And yeah, that's what happened. Like these groups that Haqiqatjou want to say are like CIA assets, etc. No, they're like a organic response to the Shia oppression. So, following the December 2013 clashes, ISIL launched a campaign in Anbar, taking control of Fallujah and temporarily occupying parts of Ramadi. Tribal militias fought alongside ISIL. Why did they do that? Like, aren't they Wahhabis that make takfir on everybody? But the tribal militias, they joined ISIS? Why? Why can't Haqiqatjou answer this? ISIS constituted only 5 to 7% of the anti-government forces. So why can't Haqiqatjou answer this? Why can't he answer this? Why was ISIS a minority in this uprising against the Shia government in Iraq? Why were the Sunnis so mad at the Shiites? Were they just all Wahhabis? You disgusting piece of shit. You filthy Majus. Lanet Allah alaykum, ya Majusi.
Agenda. But that kind of mentality is exactly from Ibn Abdul Wahhab, and it's exactly from the Madkhalis, the Haddadis, these online idiot YouTubers. They have exactly the same mentality. The first priority is we have to get rid of these deviants, murtads, kuffar. We have to.
Yeah, let's jump over this filthy animal.
No, our pride agree with our creed, the creed of the Salaf. Just as much as we did.
This man, he's not only like attacking like all of Islam entirely, but he's also like attacking common sense. This filthy dog, he's a true Dajjal. Wallahi, he's a Dajjal. He's the definition of a Dajjal. Wallahi.
Address secularism, LGBT, whatever, atheism. We have to address this Wahhabi cancer. And that's why, I've dedicated a lot of resources towards it. And some people just didn't understand.
So Sunnis are being killed in like all over the world by the Shiites. And Haqiqatjou wants to address the Wahhabi cancer. Can we address the Rafidi cancer?
Because Syria has a new leader now, a new leader that apparently is really strongly considering normalizing.
Wait. He's going to talk about Syria. Let's see.
If Gaza is completely ethnically cleansed, Israel takes over Gaza, Israel takes over the West Bank, they expel all the Palestinians, all of the regional enemies of Israel have been neutralized or greatly weakened. You no longer have...
Okay, I think that was a burp. That was like a half a burp, but I'll count it.
A axis of resistance to counter Israel, because Syria has a new leader now, a new leader that apparently is really strongly considering normalizing with Israel.
So he's attacking Jolani. He's attacking Jolani for maybe like normalizing with Israel. You filthy dog. Didn't you praise him? Like a couple of months ago, you praised him. You're so disgusting, like flip-flopping. Look, if Syria, that has been like in a civil war, a constant civil war, bloody civil war that you supported since 2011, don't want to like openly say, okay, Israel, bomb us, because that's what Israel is doing. They're bombing Syria. Syria doesn't have any like anti-air defenses, right? They don't have any airplanes, no anti-air defenses. They don't have a navy. They don't have anything. They don't even have tanks, and tanks are even useless in today's like day and age. And they don't even have them. So what would Syria be able to do if Israel like did a full-scale invasion? Like we won't talk about the displacement of all the Gazans, which obviously is horrible, but we won't talk about displacement of all the Gazans. We'll be talk about like the displacement of half of Syria. So which is worse? You cannot leave a civil war that has been going on for like 14 years, that has devastated the economy, devastated like the entirety of the country, and just go and like fight the strongest, like the superpower in the Middle East. What do you expect from him? Obviously he's gonna play the long game, right? Play the diplomacy, try to like normalize, lift the sanctions, get the economy back on its feet, and then in like 5 to 10 years can he maybe do something against Israel? Like what exactly do you expect him to? Iran, why didn't Iran like invade Israel? Iran hasn't been in a war. They haven't been in a civil war. They haven't fought Israel. Why didn't Iran send its army? They were allied with Assad. They could have sent their army at any time to go to the Golan Heights and start fighting Israel. Why didn't they do it? They didn't even give like anti-air defense to Assad. Why are you expecting like a Jolani that took over like a broken country? Like he doesn't even control entirety of Syria. Like he doesn't control Suwaida province. He doesn't control like east of the Euphrates. He controls half a country, and that half he controls, there's like Alawite terrorists, Rafida terrorists everywhere, smuggling like Captagon and whatnot. And Hezbollah is like skirmishing and fighting with the new Syrian forces, like trying to keep their like smuggling routes open. And Haqiqatjou expects like Syria to do what? What does he expect Jolani to do? I mean, come on, use your brain.
Hezbollah, who has been neutralized.
Yeah, why were they neutralized? They were neutralized because they were stupid. They didn't think, oh, maybe we shouldn't buy pages from Israel. That's your Rafida brain. That's what happens when you self-flagellate. You beat yourself over the head. You beat yourself over the head constantly. And in the end, what happens? What happens in the end? If you beat yourself over the head constantly, you get brain damage. Okay? Doing this, beating yourself on the head like this, you get brain damage, Haqiqatjou. So who's at fault for the Shiites beating themselves over the head? It's not the Sunnis.
Iran doesn't want to, seems like it doesn't want to really continue pursuing escalatory actions against Israel.
Why are you expecting Syria to do escalatory actions against Israel, but Iran doesn't do it? Can you answer that? Why doesn't Iran wanna fight Israel, even though they have had all the abilities to do it in the past like 20 years or something, since they like got close to Assad?
Real. You have the Houthis, you have Yemen, and they have limited effect. They have an impact, but is it going to really stop the juggernaut? That's the question. So you have a situation where Israel is going to become, if you thought that Zionism was bad before, just wait. Just wait until they finish eliminating Gaza, they finish eliminating Hamas. Just wait to see what Israel is capable of when they can fully dedicate their attention to the rest of the Muslim world, towards the rest of the Middle East. They've already been doing plenty.
Like the amount of damage Israel has done in Gaza is like not I don't know, like the same as every major city in Syria. Okay, that Assad has fought to take over. They use the same kind of like tactics, dropping like bombs that weigh like thousands of kilograms on buildings, which like Assad has been doing. Have you heard of barrel bombs, Haqiqatjou? You haven't mentioned them once in your article.
Over the past 75 years, and that's when they were under this security threat. They were under some security threat. Once they have defeated that security threat and gained that kind of security stability, then see what's going to happen. Then see what Zionism is going to do. Then see what is going to happen with Wahhabism, what's going to happen with secularization, what's going to happen with feminism.
Yeah, let's skip
think that they're going to stop in Gaza? No, we're going to river to the sea. That's get here. How did we arrive at such a low position? So much destruction and death, so much humiliation. Like, how
are you not even ashamed to ask that question? The only reason there is destruction and death in Syria was because of the Rafida.
100 years of that. What has it brought? What has it caused? What has it contributed? Our current reality. So we have to identify. Do you agree with the mass takfir of Sham by Ibn Abdul Wahhab and his followers? Do you agree with that? They just need to be shamed until Ibn Abdul Wahhab to getting on. So, yeah, that's the mindset.
Yeah, the Rafida, they are doing like mass takfir of the Sham right now. They said that all of the people in Sham are like Murtadeen. The only ones that aren't are the like the Alawites, because they stopped doing takfir on them.
Of the importance of having this documentary, and I think a lot of people have recognized that. You can tell from the comments. So let's look at your super chats real quick, and then I'm going to react to some other comments. The meltdown of Wahhabis, because they're in full-blown panic mode right now. They're in full-blown panic mode because it's like the veil has been lifted. Once you see all of these quotes from primary sources, well cited.
The veil has been lifted. That's funny. That's funny that you say, because you show your wife on your YouTube channel. What was her name? Khalid. Khalid, right? Yeah. So you show your wife in like niqab, but like in everyday life, she's in hijab. Like even the fact that you're like showing off your wife at all is so cringe. But the fact that like she pretends to be a niqabi. Let's continue.
And they're all put together. It's a scandal. It's a huge scandal for Wahhabis. The average lay Wahhabi, they don't even know how to cope with this right now. They're having trouble coping with it because it's like, okay, well, what is this? Is this the guy I've been defending? Like, is this? So there's a cognitive dissonance there. Some of them will double down and say, yeah, I agree with Ibn Abdul Wahhab. The entire ummah is Dar al-Kufr. All of these people, this is all the ummah are kafir, mushrik, murtads. Ibn Abdul Wahhab was spot on. He kept it at 100. There are reactions like that. They typically are from the Daeshi side. But then you have the other side going through denial, cognitive dissonance that, no.
Yeah, I don't think even like ISIS, they don't make takfir on everyone. That all the ummah is like kafir, murtad, whatever he said. Like because Haqiqatjou, he like drew like this caricature of what like the Wahhabi doctrine is, and only like the ignorant ones will like claim it because they don't know that Haqiqatjou is lying, so they're just claiming whatever he's like making up to make him mad. And like the ones that are making takfir on the like all of the world, they are like extreme Hazmis who also make takfir on ISIS, right? So I don't know what your point is here, because ISIS doesn't make takfir on like all of the ummah as you claim. Yeah, they make takfir on like the Shia Rafida ummah. Sure, why not? You can say that. But obviously they don't make takfir on everyone. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to like rule. Which they did like in Syria and Iraq. You yourself admitted it. So how can you like rule a country and consider them the people they are kuffar? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, Daniel's a liar. Daniel, this is a CIA production. Daniel's just lying. These are lies. It's like, bro, you can just Google. I put the Arabic for every single quote. The Arabic is there, so you can Google the Arabic and you can find the books. You can find the books being published by Wahhabi publishers. The fans of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, the followers of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, are publishing these works. Go read them. Not all of them are translated.
This video is so much worse than the documentary. Like the way he's acting, like this feminine. He's acting so feminine and disgusting. Like he's literally a walking like slab, right? Burping on camera like always, with no shame, right? Lying also with no shame, and like he wants the Muslims. Okay, he wants the Muslims of like Syria and Iraq to stop attacking the Rafida. Like give up, let the Rafida kill you. Give up to the Rafida. Don't fight the Rafida. And you are ISIS. You're fighting the Rafida. You're ISIS. I mean, come on, bro. The problem is like there are so many people falling for this.
Of course, a lot of material that is in the documentary has been translated for the first time. Some of the material hasn't even been published before in any book or article. We're basically the first ones to publish and translate.
Congratulations.
Like fatwa. You can't find the Ibn Sahman fatwa in any published book or published article. So that's something that we found, we published, and people are shocked that wow, the Wahhabis in World War I said that the Muslims should side with the British against the Ottomans. Yeah, that's Wahhabism. That's what Wahhabism is.
Like again, by that point, like Ibn Saud, we know what he did later on. He changed like Islam. So it doesn't matter, okay, what the later Wahhabis did or didn't do. It doesn't have anything to do with the Imam who lived like 200 years before the First World War. So it's a mute point. And like even then, the original Wahhabis from the time of the Imam, they would have like made takfir on Ibn Saud and his actions. The problem is though that like many of the Ottomans, they were like obviously they were mushrikeen by this time. The state, they were mushrikeen. So how can you like defend the actions of the state, like legalizing homosexuality? I mean, aren't you like against homosexuality, Haqiqatjou? I thought you were against homosexuality. Can you like remain a Muslim? Like you make takfir. You make takfir on feminists and on homosexuals, but can you like remain a Muslim by just by legalizing homosexuality? So you're not practicing it, but you're legalizing it. Can you remain a Muslim? I would say like opposite. You can remain a feminist and a Muslima at the same time, as long as you like don't invent something that is like you deny the Quran or something like that, deny the Hadith. So you can remain a Muslim and have these like innovations like feminism. You can remain a Muslim and be homosexual. There is obviously like punishment. I mean, there's punishment for both, depending on like what kind of crimes they committed. But I'm not a Khariji like you. I don't make takfir on the feminists and the homosexuals, but you make takfir on them. But at the same time, you believe that the people that made homosexuality legal are Muslims. So, like, how does that compute? I mean, I will make takfir on a person that makes homosexuality legal because we know from Quran, we know from Sunnah, it's not legal. Okay, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala has made it very clear. So yeah, that's just weird. Like you have this Khariji mentality, where like you can remove the Sharia, you can change the Sharia, but you can't be gay. Okay, like if you're gay, you're a kafir. You're murtad kafir. I mean, come on.
So the quotes, I'm going to publish a PDF that has all of the quotes, the script, basically, the transcript of the documentary. I'm going to publish it. It's coming out in the next couple of days. I tried to have it ready for today, but it's just so long. It's over 70 pages. So I have to just clean that up, make everything presentable, and I'm going to publish a PDF. People are asking about translation. You can translate, you can distribute, you can download this documentary and publish it on your own channel. No problem. Just feel free. You can monetize it. No problem. You can translate the script, publish it as a book, and sell it. No problem. Go ahead. Just I ask you not to change anything and just give us attribution. Say the original source where you got it from. Go.
So yeah, that's obviously like he like I said earlier, he lost a lot of money like making the documentary, but he doesn't mind not making money on it. Isn't that weird? Obviously, he has like some kind of sponsor that paid him to do this.
Go ahead and distribute it. No problem. You're free to do that. So be on the lookout for that, and be on the lookout for the next parts, like in this series, because we're not done. Like
you have to be like very ignorant or like malicious to believe the lies that Haqiqatjou is spreading.
Like the problem with Wahhabis is that they have deluded a lot of Muslims into thinking that they represent Orthodox Sunni Islam. We are the true Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah. This is what they're constantly claiming. But this is a psyop. They're not actually Orthodox Sunni Muslims. They're not following Imam Ahmad. They're not following Ibn Taymiyyah. They're following Ibn Abdul Wahhab, who is an ignorant Khariji narcissist who believed.
Okay, he was a Khariji. Who did he do khuruj from? Who did he do khuruj from? He didn't do khuruj from the Ottomans because the Ottomans, they didn't claim the Najd. Okay, they didn't rule the Najd. So who did he make khuruj from? He didn't have baya, like baya, the what do you call it? Allegiance. He didn't have allegiance to the Ottoman Caliph, right? The Ottoman authority. So who did he do khuruj from? Haqiqatjou, can you answer that? What makes him Khawarij? Like you can say that he was a Ghali, like he was Gulat, right? He was extreme. But how can you say that he left? He made Khuruj. Who did he leave? He left the desert and came and took over Mecca and Medina. Stupid Rafidi.
Believe that he was the only one who truly understood the meaning of La ilaha illallah. That's who they're following. So we have to just say no. Sorry, just shut up. You know.
Just shut up. I'm gonna worship my stones. Okay, just shut up. The tree is giving me barakah. Bidnillah. Okay, shut up.
This is what you're propagating. This is not Sunnism. This is not Hanbalism. This is not from Ibn Taymiyyah. This is from Ibn Abdul Wahhab, an 18th century deviant. That's all it is. So stop trying to bully other Muslims and tell them, oh, you don't understand Aqidah. You don't have the Aqidah of the Salaf. Just shut up. Just shut up. The grift is over. The grift is it's done. It's done.
I don't know. It looks like you have just begun, man.
Your doctrines on all of these issues, your doctrine on Tawheed and Shirk, that which is supposed to be your number one issue, Tawheed and Shirk, you claim to have the correct Aqidah on Tawheed and Shirk coming from the Salaf. It's over. The grift is over. It's been revealed that no, actually, you're.
Wait, can we get one of those?
Coming from the Salaf, it's over. The grift is over. It's been revealed that no, actually, you're.
Can you see the difference? Can I listen to Haqiqatjou again?
Scholars from the Salaf, it's over. The grift is over. It's been revealed that no, actually, you.
Yeah, that's 100% Haqiqatjou.
Your scholars that you claim to follow don't even agree on the very fundamentals of Islam, like is hellfire eternal or not, for example. Your scholars don't agree.
Can we get one more? Can we get one more?
Agree on whether calling to jinn is shirk or not. Like calling to jinn, calling to angels, is that shirk? Your scholars don't agree. Ibn Abdul Wahhab and Ibn Baz and some of the other Salafi scholars, they said it's shirk akbar, and you leave Islam if you raise your hands and you call to the jinn instead of Allah. This is clear-cut shirk. But then Ibn Taymiyyah said no. Imam Ahmad said no. They either said it's permissible or it's makruh. So where is the consistency? Where is the one aqidah of the Salaf? So this is all.
So even if this was true, does it mean that Abdul Wahhab, Ibn Abdul Wahhab was wrong? Does it mean that? No, right? Like, do you mean that if you don't follow Ibn Taymiyyah and Ahmad ibn Hanbal, that you're not a I don't know, a Muslim? Like that's your claim. You're not a real Muslim. But the Shia, they don't follow Ibn Taymiyyah and but the Shia, they don't follow Ahmed ibn Hanbal and Ibn Taymiyyah either. So does that mean that they are mushrikun as well? I don't know, Haqiqatjou. That sounds very Khawarij-like.
A hoax. It's all a hoax, but we've debunked it. You know, that's why you're melting down. That's why you're having like a crisis session. And why you're trying. So,
bro, again, am I gonna play this sound every time he makes this like feminine?
you're flooding the comments.
I don't know what the word is for that.
You know, that's why you're melting down. That's why you're having like a crisis session. Why you're trying. Some of you are flooding the comments, flooding the chat, crying. It's because the hoax is over. It's been debunked. Sorry. And who you can thank for this? You can thank the Palestinians. It's the Palestinians, the Shuhada, who have done this, who have created this situation that exposed you.
La hawla wa quwwata illa billah. Like he's using like the suffering of the Gazans, of the Palestinians, to like justify this shirk. A'udhu billah. The Gazans that Haqiqatjou is pretending like he cares for, all of them. They hate the Rafida, they hate Hezbollah, they hate Iran, they hate like this that he's ascribing to them, worshipping graves, worshipping stones and trees. Alhamdulillah, they don't do this. Okay, this is a mischaracterization by Haqiqatjou. Most of the people in Gaza, they have none of this Sufi crap. Okay, they have none of this Sufi crap that Haqiqatjou wants to like affirm on them. They don't believe in any of this, so they have nothing to do with your shirk ideology, Haqiqatjou.
Help yourself. You can't help opening your disgusting, filthy mouth because of whatever, whether it's ego, whether it's narcissism, where it's your superiority complex, where you're looking down at other Muslims, and you started attacking the Palestinians. You called them grave worshippers. You said they are deviant because they are taking aid from non-Sunnis.
Yeah, so he's gonna use the Madkhalis that everybody hates. Like even the Madkhalis themselves hate between each other. Like if you follow the wrong, like Madkhali Manhaj, the wrong scholar, right?
You began this campaign to discredit the Palestinians and to prop up who nothing to say about your Gulf kings and princes. You never have issued one Aqidah check on them. And look at Daesh as well. It was just revealed that Daesh, ISIS, is helping Israel in blocking aid to Gaza. Did you see that story? ISIS is working literally with Israel. Israel is enabling.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's like some local like criminals, like families that like criminal. I know what to describe, like gangs, like criminal gangs, but they're like based on a family. This is like something you find in Italy, you know, the mafia. So they're like these kinds of gangs that are like working together with Israel, like filling the power vacuum left after like Hamas, because Hamas cannot be out in the open; they're gonna get bombed, right? So you have these criminal gangs that just like do smuggling and stuff like that, maybe even like work together with Israel before the war. And I have no idea like why they're calling them ISIS. I mean, it's like being spread by people on Twitter, but even like the ISIS people are like denying this, right? So I have no idea why Haqiqatjou is saying this. I mean, one of the like the leaders of the gang, he was like driving around out in the open with the oversight from Israel, like smoking cigarettes, like, you know, smoking. And like, if you know about ISIS, you know, they like frown upon smoking very much. It's it's a like ludicrous conspiracy theory. I don't believe in it. There's like no proof for it, but this is like a Rafidi, you know, imagination, right?
Enabling ISIS to terrorize and to hijack aid that's headed into Gaza. Wow. So it doesn't matter, Madkhali, ISIS, Haddadi, they're all on the same page. They're all on the same page when it comes to attacking the Palestinians and in either directly or indirectly helping the Zionists. Palestinians exposed you. They're the ones who get all the credit. We just
Yeah, and what did Iran do? They like sent what? How much was it? Like 50 tons of aid? No, it was even less, I think. They sent like 4 or 5 trucks of aid, maybe even like one truck, like one big truck. So that's all they did for the Palestinian people in Gaza over the last 2 years. So I don't know. You're not one to speak.
put the material in front of the people so people can decide. So the Muslims can decide what to do with your rotten, filthy, disgusting trash of a movement. We're throwing it in the dustbin of history, and it's fun. Actually, we're laughing at you because that's the other thing that's been revealed is that these people are such losers. These people are such cowards, losers.
Bro, stop with the feminine. I need to lower the sound. Okay, can we get one more? Oh man, so disgusting.
Can just produce like the most cringe memes, like the most cringe responses. They run away from debate. Like, I can't get one of these idiots to agree to debate me. I'm saying, let's debate shirk. Let's debate istighatha. These are the number one issues you claim to be.
Like the sounds Haqiqatjou makes reminds me of like a 15-year-old virgin on her on her honeymoon. if you get my point.
Experts on this is what you have dedicated 90 to 95 to 99% of your dawah to this issue of shirk, tawheed, istighatha. Let's debate your number one issue. You're supposed to be a PhD grandmaster in shirk and istighatha. I'm just a casual. I'm just learning some of these things, some of these texts, delving into them. I'm just now getting into this. That's not my specialty. That's not my focus. My focus is liberalism, atheism, feminism. I'm just a casual. But you won't face me in a debate. You're a coward. You're disgusting. You're a laughing stock. We're all laughing at you. Like, look at someone like Farid. Look at someone like Farid. He will not agree to debate. He will not agree to debate me on shirk and istighatha. And
yeah, it's like hard to debate you when he's like asked you 10 times, like, okay, what do you believe? So we can, so I know what your beliefs is. It's like asking for a debate with a person. Okay, you're gonna defend Islam, and you don't know like what you're gonna talk about. You don't have a topic. Okay, you don't know what his beliefs are. Is he an atheist? Is he a Buddhist, a Jew, Christian, whatever? How can you defend like your religion when you don't even know what you're gonna speak about? Like, let's debate. Like this is the way like a child speaks, right? Let's debate. Okay, if you want to debate, what's the topic? This is the topic. Fine. What do you believe specifically? Okay, so I know what your beliefs is. If I said like, let's debate prayer. Like, okay, fine, let's debate prayer. But like, what kind of prayer? Are you like a Christian? Do you pray like a Christian? And then okay, if you pray like a Christian, like what specific denomination of Christian? Because some they pray like similar to the Muslims. I saw like a video from Ethiopia where they like they do like sujood and etc. And some Christians they like pray on the benches. Some just like bow their heads. So like, okay, what kind of prayer? Oh, you don't want to debate me? You don't want to debate me? Bro, that's not what I said. Yes, I asked you what kind of prayer you want to debate about, right? So if you're a Christian, you pray this way. Okay, I'll find some evidence or to contradict you or to like show that this is similar to Islam, etc. Whatever. You need to know like what you're gonna debate about. There is no reason not to answer the question. But if he answers the question, he's gonna get destroyed. Okay, so his only way to like win the debate is to try to like lie and make sure that the opponent like doesn't know what your position is, so that you can like misconstrue. So he can Farid is gonna say, "Oh, you believe this," and Haqiqat you can whenever in the like debate say, "I never said I believe this. I believe actually in this," which is like very feminine way of like acting. Honestly, very disgusting. Yeah. So that's the reason that there's been no debate, because how can you debate somebody when you don't know what you're gonna talk about, bro?
I called him out, and it was so humiliating. He got ratioed. He said, "Oh, okay, I'll debate you."
He got ratioed. I mean, come on. Like if you check under like any of these people like Jake or Farid, you check the replies, you're always gonna find like Haqiqatjou there. See, he has blocked me, that coward. So like Farid, he has like 44 retweets, 433 likes, and Haqiqatjou has 36 and 284. So obviously like oh, I didn't disable the green screen. Okay, there we go. Like Haqiqatjou is like a roach. You can't get rid of him. Like in every person, every of these people's replies, he's constantly there. Is he here as well? No, he's maybe not here. He's there when like he's being mentioned. He comes like a roach. See? Is this the like tweet he talked about? He was speaking about, right? Uh, he he had like 100 more likes. Is that really something to be proud of? Because like even in Quran, we know that the Muslims, like the true believing Muslims, they will always be a minority. So being like in the majority, it's not something to like brag about, right? Brother Daniel, how do we say that certain people like Anjum Chowdhury are infiltrators without being accused of conspiracy or being told that we are denying that there are some crazy and naive Muslims? Because I know some ex-followers of Anjum and they were just naive and ignorant. It doesn't matter if they are naive or not. The blanket position should be that they are agents, regardless. That is enough to discredit them and also deter anyone from doing it. So he's talking. If you don't know who Anyam Chowdhury is, he's like, I'm gonna save this picture. This is Anyam Chowdhury. He's like from USA. Sorry, he's from like the UK. I mean, he like defended ISIS. Like they say that he's ISIS, okay, which is not true. He has nothing to do with ISIS. He's just like defending every like popular Muslim resistance group against the Kuffar, against the Rafida, etc. So he has like defended Al Qaeda. He's defended ISIS, and like Al Qaeda, ISIS, they'll like fight each other. Okay, they like kill each other. He has defended like the Syrian rebels, which also ISIS and Syrian rebels and Al Qaeda, like all of these three have like fought and killed each other. So this has like nothing to do with ISIS. Anyam Chowdhury, he used to be like, I mean, his story is very interesting. He used to be like a attorney, right? And he got like, had a good job, right? Good future, good job. But then he like became Muslim, and he realized like, oh, this human legislation, etc. Like this doesn't like compute with Islam. So he left it. He left this job, like all the time he spent like studying, etc. He left it and became an advocate for Islam instead. May Allah reward him and make it easy for him. The Taghut in UK, they're really heartless with the Muslims there. But as you saw there, Haqiqatjou, his position is that yeah, we should make blanket takfir of everybody that is outside of what Haqiqatjou considers okay. Like when do you like draw the line for violence? When do you draw the line for resistance, etc.? If Haqiqatjou doesn't give you the green light, then you're a murtad, you're a kafir, you're a kafir takfiri, whatever he said. They're sorry, like that. You're an agent, and if you're an agent, you're a spy, you're a murtad. So he's saying as if you are against Haqiqatjou's position, you're a murtad. A'udhu billah. This is like the true like Khariji position, okay, the Ghulat position, making takfir on Muslims just because you disagree on them, like politically. Come on, you're so disgusting and stupid.
I'll debate you, but it has to be on Wilaya Takwiniya. It has to be on Wilaya Takwiniya. Wilaya Takwiniya? Okay. Sure, I'll debate you on.
Yeah, do you think like Farid wants you to call him like an ISIS agent for like 2 hours in a debate? Because that's what you will do probably. You will like bring up ISIS and say, "Oh, Farid, do you disagree with this act of ISIS? Do you disagree with that act of ISIS?" I know you. You're so slimy and disgusting. That's 100% that's what you will do. And what will happen if if Farid answers wrong on any of these questions? You know what will happen? He will probably go to jail for a long time. So why would he risk it in a like live stream debate? I mean, come on, bro. You yourself are constantly attacking like these Gulf regimes, and then you're wondering why somebody doesn't want to risk going to jail because he said the wrong, like he phrased a sentence wrong. Okay, he doesn't want to talk to you about these like issues that can get him in trouble. So he's gonna talk to you in this specific issue where he knows probably he won't get in trouble. Okay, even though like Bahrain, they're like majority Shia, but like the king is Sunni, in name and belief, whatever. Yeah, so the king is like supposedly Sunni, and they're like trying to keep the Shia, nice and quiet. And if you like are too much attacking like the Shia beliefs, they can be like problematic.
On that, but Wilayah Taqwiniya, the whole idea of Wilayah Taqwiniya is tied, intertwined with shirk, because you're claiming it is shirk. You're claiming Wilayah Taqwiniya is shirk akbar, and it's also man, why can't I say this word? Inextricably intertwined with istighatha. So we have to, if we're going to debate Wilayah Taqwiniya, we have to debate these Abi definitions for bigger concepts, not
whatever, man.
Not your explanation, not your elaboration, not your longer treatment of the issue, and not like the broader concept of tawheed and shirk and istighatha, worship, ibadah, none of that. Just this one issue, and not even the whole issue, just your 60-second clip statement on this issue. They have to limit any possible debate. It's just a way to get out of debate, basically. It's just a way to get out of the debate. They want to come on a stream and say, Daniel, you're a mushrik because you said this. You're a kafir because you said this. You're promoting shirk. You're a shirk apologist. They want to make that statement on a stream and then bounce. Without me even responding. Because if I start responding, then the whole edifice falls flat and they won't be able to say anything in response. They'll just have to play some cheap trick. They'll have to play some kind of use some kind of tactic, because they can't focus on the substance of the issue, the substance of shirk and tawheed. The
substance of if you cannot worship graves and stones and trees, whatever.
As number two, he knows he'll get attacked. You'll get attacked either from the Daeshi Wahhabis or the Madkhali Wahhabis or the Haddadi Wahhabis. So he keeps things vague on purpose. He deliberately does not answer questions on purpose. And that would be fine. That would be fine for him to keep his dumb beliefs to himself. But he's leading a campaign against me on the basis of these Aqidah questions, on the basis of these Aqidah issues. So how can you, on the one hand, attack me on the basis of this or that point of Aqidah, and you yourself refuse to clarify? You refuse to clarify when you're asked explicitly, and you refuse to debate it. Like, isn't it clear? Like, I don't get how anyone can follow Fareed. Even if I were a fan of Fareed, I would say, I'm kind of dissatisfied. Like, I'm starting to question Fareed. You're not actually answering any questions. It seems like you're dodging everything. It seems like...
Well, you're going to accuse Fareed of dodging? Bro, why can't you just answer us what your Aqidah is? Why can't you, like, say, okay, I believe this, I believe that. You want to accuse Fareed of dodging? You have been dodging for 2 years. What is your Aqidah, man? Why is it so hard to answer? Everybody can answer what their Aqidah is. Why is it so hard for you to answer what your Aqidah is? Why is it so hard for you to answer which definition of Wilayah Taqwiniya is the one that you believe in, right? Your personal beliefs. Which imam do you personally worship, right? Why can't you answer these questions?
Like all you can do is attack, but when you're asked the same questions about what you believe, you refuse to make a clear-cut statement. You just retweet people. He retweets his other Wahhabi friends, people like Jake, people like Adnan, people like whatever loser. He retweets them. But if you...
Wait. He's gonna call Adnan Rashid a loser? He attacks Adnan Rashid. Adnan Rashid platformed you, man. You gave him like all kinds of praises during the video, and then afterwards you turned on him. Bro, you're so disgusting.
You ask him, oh, okay, you retweeted this. So presumably you agree? He won't answer. He won't clarify. So if I were a...
Why should he have to clarify if you won't clarify? You should be the one that to start clarifying. Look, he has that rat face again. We have found the 12th Imam. He was hiding in a rat burrow. Yeah, but why should Fareed have to like say what his beliefs are if you're the one that has been judging what your beliefs are for the like longest time, right?
A follower of Fareed, I would give him an ultimatum. I would say, look, I trust you. I think you're great. You know, it's really awesome when you wear your baseball cap backwards. Like, that's really cool, and I love that. That's amazing when you're sitting in your car. But I really need to know an answer to this question. Like, I'm actually...
So you're praising Fareed that he's cool. Doesn't this like prove his point as well? The fact that you're like running around Fareed, like, Fareed, answer this. Fareed, acknowledge me. Acknowledge me. I'm asking you questions and you don't want to acknowledge me. Bro, you're acting like a woman. You're acting like a woman. Like all of your mannerisms, etc. Like you act like a woman. The way you argue, it's emotional. It's not like logic. It's not the way a man argues. So everything about you is so feminine. It's weird, honestly. It's so weird that you can be so feminine.
I'm really confused. Can you publicly clarify on this issue without making a joke, without posting a cat gif, without posting like some dumb throwaway joke or pun? Can you actually engage in the sub?
can you actually put yourself in danger? Can you actually make sure that you upload something that I can report to the Bahrain government so that you can go to jail? Can you do that for me?
Substance. It's like actually, it's like Jordan Peterson. Like this clip of Jordan Peterson has gone viral where he was on.
You're just a Fed, Haqiqatjou. You're just a Fed. You want to make sure that he says something which can get him in trouble, so that you can report it and yeah, get him in trouble. Okay.
On this Jubilee podcast, and it's like one Christian versus 20 atheists. So Jordan Peterson is the Christian, supposedly, and he's sitting and he's surrounded by 20 atheists.
Can we make one where it's like 20 Sunnis versus one Rafidite, and you can defend the Rafidites? You're not a Rafidi, right? But you can defend their position the same way Jordan Peterson did.
And one by one, they come and question him and interrogate him. And one of these atheists gets there and asks Jordan Peterson straight, "Are you Christian? Do you believe in God?" And Jordan Peterson doesn't answer. He just deflects. He says, "Well, what do you mean by believe? what do you mean by Christian?"
That's literally what you're doing. That's literally what you're doing.
That's exactly what Farid does.
No, that's what you are doing. That's literally what you are doing. When people tell you like, is istighatha kufr? You say like, but what do you mean with istighatha? There are different kinds of istighatha. Not all istighatha is kufr. Yeah, istighatha it can be 95% kufr, 99% kufr, but is it 100% kufr?
So you can do that for a while. You can play that game for a while, and your most hardcore fans are not going to think the better of it. But after a while, it becomes obvious that you're avoiding. Like you can't actually engage in substance because you refuse to take a position. You refuse to take a stand. So, and the hypocrisy of someone like Farid or these other Wahhabis is that they demand this from everyone else. They aqidah test everyone else. And if you refuse to answer, or if you say that, actually, guys, my focus is not these secondary and tertiary aqidah matters. My focus is on atheism, liberalism, feminism. They don't accept that answer. They say, no, you're hiding because you're a grifter. You're trying to trick your audience into thinking that you're someone that you're not. That is what Farid and his buddies have been saying were saying initially when I tried to avoid this whole stink. They demand that you answer. So now when we demand that they Wahhabis they can't debate and you gives. Yeah, these people Wahhabis they can't debate, and you saw the portion of the documentary that this comes from the very beginning. Ibn Abdul Wahhab and his students were curb stomped in debates. Like they go against a more knowledgeable person, and they get curb stomped. And we're talking about in this debate, in this proposed debate, I'm not claiming I'm an alim or a scholar. I'm just claiming I'm a casual. I'm a casual.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah that you don't claim that at least.
And they won't even debate me, let alone an actual scholar. They can't debate an actual scholar because they get curb stomped, so they have to avoid it, and they have to make excuses of why they won't debate. The main excuse that they always use is that, oh, debating is deviance. It's actually bid'ah to debate people. Really? Munadara is bid'ah? Didn't we see, many debates in Islamic history from the Salaf, from the Sahaba even?
Yeah, but they debated like Muslim groups, right? And they didn't debate like random people. They debated like the heads of the deviant beliefs, right? They didn't debate like random Jahmis. Okay, they debated like Jahm ibn Safwan himself. Same thing with like with the Mutazilis, Ahmed ibn Hanbal. Like he didn't debate some random Mutazili on the street. He debated like the palace scholars that were Mutazilites, right?
Even the Sahaba were debating the Khawarij. What did the Khawarij do? They stopped debating because they kept getting curb stomped.
No, that's not true. There was only one debate, and like it wasn't really a debate. They said their beliefs and what they like believed, so it was like more of a conversation. And the Sahaba they gave them response, and the Khawarij they didn't have an answer. So like 1/3 went to like Iraq. They later on turned to like they became Shiites, but in any case, well, like 1/3 went to Iraq, 1/3 left, and 1/3 joined the Sahaba. So there were no more debates after that. Like those that still believed that they were upon the truth, they left and they continued fighting, and the ones that understood that they were wrong, like left the Khawarij camp, right? So there were no more debates because why would they debate? They had like all the questions answered, and I would say like Farid and like Jake and all of these like Adnan Rashid and all of these brothers, they answered like many of your questions and your doubts, right? All your best like your best arguments, they answered them like either in like video form or like on Twitter or like live talking to you, right? As Adnan Rashid did. And what was your best answer? Like, no, I still believe this. Like these emotional arguments. Like you can't come up with like any real argument. The same thing with your like Wahhabi documentary. There was no like real argument from Quran and Sunnah why this is wrong. It's more like don't you understand that they think that they are Muslims? Can't you understand that? Don't you know that the people are sad? Okay, when you call them mushrik, they're sad. They don't want to get challenged. Okay, when you get challenged on your beliefs, that's bad. Okay, salawat, salawat. uh, yeah, so like you didn't say, in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran you can do this, or you didn't say in this hadith the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says you can do this. Like your entirety of your argument is they don't know that they're doing shirk. Like that's your entire argument. Like first, I don't. You said not everything they did is shirk. Okay, like okay, I can agree partially to that, but then you said they don't know that they're doing shirk, and thus they cannot be kuffar. But yeah, let's not get into it. But in short, like even the Christians, they don't believe that they're doing shirk, right? They believe that they are following Isa alayhi salam. So are they Muslims? I mean, come on, bro.
He kept getting annihilated in these debates. So now the modern day Khawarij, the Wahhabis, they also follow the same sunnah of avoiding debate.
No, that's not true. There have been like many debates. Like not all of them are like kept track of, right? But there's no like Khawarij today. Why? Because there's nobody to do khuruj from. Okay.
Okay, so let's look at some super chats. Could you clarify exactly what you mean by saying,
Bro, you can't see? I'm gonna have to switch it.
Jake believes scholars should be killed, or Jake endorses deviant takfirism? Yeah, I mean, if you agree with Ibn Abdul Wahhab, then you agree with deviant takfirism. And Jake has come out very loudly in defense of Ibn Abdul Wahhab and calls him Shaykh al-Islam. So that's point number one. Point number
So Jake believes what? So Jake is a takfiri now.
two is Jake made mass takfir of Ash'aris and Maturidis. And I tweeted, see, Jake has come out and stated that he believes that Ash'aris and Maturidis are kafir mushriks who should be executed. They should be executed once the excuse for ignorance doesn't apply. Meaning after you've explained to an Ash'ari that Allah literally is seated on the throne and Allah is literally above the throne and Allah literally speaks with sounds. Once you've explained that and the Ash'ari disagrees or rejects that, then he should be killed. He should be executed because he's a murtad. So that tweet, Jake quote tweets it and says, this is not the Wahhabi position. This is the normative traditional position of the Hanbali school, the Hanbali Athari school.
Wait, is he gonna disagree with this? I mean, we saw there are several verses where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that he rose above the throne. So if you deny this, you're denying the Quran. You understand this. This is literally like the Shiites. They believe like the Quran has been changed. They believe the Quran has been changed. And Haqiqatjou is like agreeing with this. Like, yeah, you can have this belief that the Quran is changed. It doesn't make you a kafir. Like, Audu billah. This is disgusting.
School. And he, of course, calls himself a Hanbali Athari. So that's mass takfir of Ash'aris and Maturidis.
No, I mean, what? Like I have said several times now, like the only Ash'aris I know are like people that claim to be Ash'ari in real life. But if you say to them like these positions of the Ash'ari, like you say, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says he's above the throne, but Ash'ari say he's not. Do you believe this? They'll say no, because Allah is right. Okay, do you believe that Allah loves? They'll say yes. Ash'ari say Allah doesn't love, etc., etc., etc. Right? So many people that claim to be Ash'aris, they're not really Ash'aris. They're talking about like after, if you talk to a person and you clarify, okay, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says he's above the throne, and he says, yeah, but I think maybe like that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala changed his mind or something like that. Like he's not above the throne right now. He's like nowhere, whatever their belief is. He's a murtad. He's a murtad. He has denied the Quran. He has denied the nusus, the clear text.
I don't have the tweet in front of me, but you can look. I posted it, and it's in the documentary. You can see it in the documentary as well. And now he's gone back. Now Jake has gone back and said he was speaking. Actually, Jake was doing a discussion with an Ash'ari imam, and it's interesting how Jake takes a completely different tone of voice when he's speaking to someone who is more knowledgeable than him, an Ash'ari. Very respectful. Oh, what happened, Jake? Oh, what happened to all that fire and zeal? You're so angry when you're talking to yourself on the camera. You have so much passion against these Ash'aris, these deviants, these kuffar, which you've called them in the past, and even called for their execution. But when you're suddenly sitting with an Ash'ari, oh, so respectful, so generous. And then he says in the course of this discussion, this podcast, he says, I believe that Ash'aris are our brothers. They're our Muslim brothers. I think that they're deviant. They have some deviant views. Yeah, actually, I don't know if he said that they're deviants. I have to go back and watch it. But I think he just even downgraded it from they're not necessarily deviant. They have
I mean, even I, when I started reading about Asharism, like their positions, which some believe in that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is he's like everywhere in essence, not in knowledge, like in essence, he is everywhere. This is like the, Ibn Arabi stuff, the Hulu stuff, the pantheism stuff. I thought that every Ashari believed this, and then I found out that no, that's not the truth. They might deny that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is like literally above the throne. They'll say he's above the throne, but above creation. Audu billah, I don't even know what this means, right? I don't think they themselves know what this means, but they don't believe that. Not all Asharis believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is everywhere in essence, right? That he's inside of the creation in that way. Now what like so I used to say like the Asharis, yeah, they were probably like kuffar, right? Because of this, because I had this misconception. Now I don't know if Jake has a misconception or not. I don't think so. Like he has been very like clear about his beliefs. I think this is just a case of Haqiqatjou lying, which isn't like, yeah, it's kind of obvious, right? Haqiqatjou is lying. But I wouldn't like blame if Jake had like changed his position, changed his mind, if he did like mass takfir of the Ash'aris, because you can have this conception like they are Ahlul Bidah. They're kind of their way of thinking will like eventually lead to this like shirk and kufr. I changed my mind on the Ash'aris. I used to takfir them, all of them. Now I think it's more like a case by case basis, right? You can be an Ash'ari and a Muslim. You can be an Ash'ari and a Muslim, like a deviant Muslim, right? But if you say like, oh, I'm an Ash'ari, like I wouldn't like at first say, okay, oh, you're a pious Muslim brother. First I realize, okay, so you are from Ahlul Bidah. Okay, how much Bidah do you believe in? So like, would I marry my daughter to some Ash'ari? He says like, I'm an Ash'ari. I wouldn't marry my daughter to him unless like I could clarify with him, okay, what is your belief? And even then, I won't risk it because he might go deeper into the Bidah, right? So I will obviously like try to like make him realize, okay, you cannot have these beliefs because they're contradictory to the Quran, etc., 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 right? In any case, so yeah, if Jake changed his mind, I wouldn't blame him. I too changed my mind on the Asharis, but I don't think that was his position at all, that all Asharis are Murtadeen, like Kufar, whatever. I think like his position is like the Asharis within the like the subgroup of Asharis that believe in these like specific points, like for instance maybe that Allah is everywhere, or that he's not above the throne, etc. These like specific points. The subgroups he make takfir on, so which is like obvious. Every Muslim has to do.
deviant views. Maybe I have to go. Don't quote me on that. We have to go check what he literally said. But he did say, no, I view them as my brother. And people are spreading this lie that I takfir the Ash'aris. It's right in your statement. Like you literally tweeted it. You literally put that out, and you were insisting on it for the past 6 months. Constantly saying, Jake is constantly saying that Daniel is on kufr. Daniel is upon kufr. Daniel is spreading his kufr and shirk. This is basically like a soft takfir. He's implying that I'm a kafir mushrik.
Bro, you're making hard takfir. You're calling people agents of the kuffar, which is hard takfir. Look at his face. You're calling people like Muslim people that are dying, defending themselves against the wild Rafida. You're saying that they are Murtadeen, they're kuffar, they're agents of the kuffar, right? So this is hard takfir. While what Jake is doing, he's doing soft takfir. He's saying, look, you're spreading shirk, you're spreading kufr. Can you please stop that? Your response should be, okay, you know what? I have realized, yeah, that is shirk, that is kufr. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive me. I need to stop doing this. No, your response isn't, yeah, I'm going to go deeper into it. I'm going to defend it even more.
Murtad. He has those kinds of words for me. And I'm an Athari. Yeah,
you're Athari, and your Athari is... Wait, I made a tweet about this. Wait. Okay, so the tweet, I made it like a day ago. It has nothing to do with this video. It has more to do like with his general claims that he makes constantly, that he's a Salafi Athari. So here's a tweet. Haqiqatjou says he's a Salafi Athari. Okay, his Salaf include Abu Jahl, Abdullah ibn Saba, and Musaylama. His Athar include local Shia rabbi Imam Ali's horse and Shaitan. So yeah, you're a Salafi Athari, just not from Salaf al Saleh.
I take the Athari position on many issues.
Yeah,
So
you do.
he's an
You take Shaitan's position on every issue, and to be honest, like there is no Salaf more Salafi than Shaitan. He's the original Salaf, created before Adam alayhi salam. So yeah, you are a true Salafi, just not from Salaf al-Saleh.
Ash'ari should be more upon kufr than me. Should be more upon kufr and shirk than me from your paradigm, from your understanding. But no, they're our brothers.
Bro, that family. Can we get a Shia rabbi up in the chat? Oh, bro, every time. It just makes me laugh.
They're our brothers. They have some deviant views, but they're our brothers, and we have to cooperate with them. So this is, the guy doesn't understand anything. That's why he refuses to debate anyone. He refuses to debate. Many Ash'aris have challenged him to debate because he talks the talk, but he can't walk the walk. He claims to be a debater, but he doesn't debate
Honestly, like Jake is very knowledgeable, mashallah.
anyone. He won't agree to debate any Ash'ari. He won't agree to debate me. That tells you all you need to know about how much Jake actually knows about these subjects.
I mean, he has debated atheists, he has debated Christians, it went well. I don't think he wants to like cause more strife and strife and issues between the, within the Muslims, because there are Ash'ari Muslims, right? So if he, what is the person gonna do to defend Ash'ari? He's gonna say, Jake, you consider all Ash'aris to be Murtadin, right? And then Jake's gonna be defensive because, yeah, some Ash'aris are Murtadin, honestly.
And he changes his view. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, again, it was just over a year ago that Jake was saying that, no, Ash'aris, Maturidis, Atharis, we're all Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. That was his position. Explicitly, he said that. And I posted the clip. Then, within just months later, no, they're upon kufr, and they're kafir, and if they don't have an excuse, they should be executed. And that's the normative position of the Hanbali school. He tweets that. A few months later, no, they're our Muslim brothers. They're our Muslim brothers.
Yeah, because there are some beliefs within the Ash'ari school that the Quran is created, etc., stuff like that. So that brings you out of Islam, right? Which is the normative position going back to Ahmad ibn Hanbal.
Others, we can join and work with them in certain circumstances. We can work with them. Cooperation. Oh wow, okay. So he changes his view on a month-to-month basis, and that's just a indication that he doesn't have a mature view or understanding. It's just he reads one thing, and then that changes his mind. He reads another thing, it changes his mind. One of his handlers says one thing, that changes his mind.
His handlers. Do you notice his language? His handlers. He wants to imply that Jake has like this CIA Mossad handler that tells him what to tweet, etc. Like this, Haqiqatjou is like schizophrenic, right? And this is also like takfir, if you don't know, because he wants to say that Jake is an agent of someone, implicitly like agent of kuffar.
It's just all up in the air. All right, that was just one super chat. John Stewart
Let's read the next one.
Says their only argument is you're a Shia agent or a Shirk apologist. They can't pull that bull on other Sunnis who refute Wahhabi sectarians. Yeah, I'm a Shia. Why? Why am I a Shia?
I don't know. You have a Shia grave behind you, bro. Yeah, why exactly are you a Shia? Haqiqatjou. Why exactly are you a Shia?
I'm an agent. Why? And then some of them just straight up takfir and say, no, you're a Majusi. You're like a fire worshiper. Like imagine if you go, and they do this, like this is what Wahhabis do to non-Arabs in general. They go to Indian Muslims or Bengali Muslims or Pakistani Muslims. Oh, you're just a Hindu. Go worship a cow. You're just a Hindu. They're Muslims. Like you're takfiring a Muslim and you're insulting them based on their ancestors. This is the most disgusting jahiliyyah. This is a pure sign of jahiliyyah, is a pure sign of racist, ignorant tribalism. That's like if I go to an Arab and I say, oh, go back to worshiping Lat and Uzza. Go back, just because he's a Muslim, but because he's an Arab, I attribute to him Lat and Uzza. That's disgusting. And this is something that the Prophet ﷺ has explicitly condemned, this type of behavior, but you see the Wahhabis engaging in this constantly. They discredit or they smear their opponents because, again, they can't deal with the substance. They have to just name call, even when it's jahil type of name calling. Muhammad, appreciate your super chat. Amazing documentary, mashallah. Rest in misery, Wahhabism. I knew about these marauders, but learned a lot more. Jazakallah khair, Daniel. Walaikum.
Rest in misery. Billah. Look how much they hate for the person that spread the Tawheed in Arabia and the entirety of the world, right? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab.
Glad you liked it. Bilal, appreciate you. It was a great watch and was highly needed. Last word, thank you for your super chat, bro. Salam, I enjoyed the documentary. Just wondering, since Wahhabi is largely a pejorative word that they themselves don't use, what's the best way to determine if someone is one rather than just ignorant? Well, if someone is ignorant, you educate them, and then you see how they respond to the education that you give them. Analogous thing that happened was with medkhalism. So a lot of people didn't know what a medkhali was. Then we put out that video on medkhalism. It became the most popular English language video on medkhalism on our channel. Go check it out, the medkhali virus. And then it was very easy to identify who a medkhali is. If you are someone who says there can be no public criticism of the rulers, okay, you're a medkhali. You're like a medkhali, and then we'll explain why this is wrong, and this is like something new that you invented in the religion. And if you still insist, then okay, you deserve the medkhali label. You're a medkhali deviant. Same with Wahhabism. You know, this is what Ibn Abdul Wahhab said. He says that he's the only one who understood La ilaha illallah. He says that this is what Tawheed is, that if you don't accept it, you're a kafir mushrik, and whoever does not also accept that you're a kafir mushrik is also a kafir mushrik. This is what Ibn Abdul
like the question if the Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab was the first one to understand Tawheed, like his claim, he would have to necessarily also believe that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was wrong. The Sahaba, they were wrong, right? Which is kufr. It's kufr akbar. And everybody that will like follow him will also be kuffar. That's basically what Haqiqatjou is saying. Now, is this the claim that the Imam made? No. He was talking about the people in the region, his sheikhs, you know, the people they're around. Nobody knew that worshipping, not nobody knew that doing istighatha was wrong. Okay, they thought that doing istighatha was all right. And that's what he meant. Everybody did istighatha, they didn't know it was bad from the people. He knew. Yeah. So that's the entirety of the claim that the Imam did.
Wahhab was teaching. So if you see someone like that, then you can say that they're Wahhabi. You can say that they Aqidah test you. They bring up these secondary and tertiary issues. That is the calling card of a Wahhabi. If they are mass takfiring Muslims, they're Wahhabi. They're Wahhabi. No, Ibn Taymiyyah, as we point out in the documentary, Ibn Taymiyyah, Imam Ahmad, they didn't mass takfir the Muslims.
So Shias are Wahhabi.
The Muslims. Even someone like Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, who took the position that if you're a ruler and you rule by other than the Sharia, that makes you a kafir. Ibn Taymiyyah takes that position. ISIS takes that position today. That's why they make mass takfir of all the Muslim rulers. But Ibn Taymiyyah didn't do takfir of the people within those lands. He didn't say that, oh, okay, well, if you're in Najd, or you're in the Hijaz, or you're in Misr, or you're in Sham, you are a kafir, mushrik, because you're under these rules.
No, that's not the belief of the early Wahhabis, right? During the time of the Imam. If this is if this actually happened, keep in mind this was from like a kafir source, like a British spy or diplomat or whatever he was, about Ibn Saud, who came like 200 years after the Imam. So it's nonsensical.
Rulers who are not implementing the Sharia. But ISIS, they do that kind of mass takfir. They do.
No, that's wrong. They don't do that kind of mass takfir. They do mass takfir in actions, right? Like if they believe that everybody was a kafir, then there will be nobody living in their lands, right? While they held power. Something that you yourself said. So I don't know why you're like contradicting yourself right now.
Do mass takfir of entire regions. And that's why they justify terrorist attacks in those countries. That's why they justify bombing masajid, bombing mosques in the Muslim world.
I mean, but like if you look at that way, then Hezbollah do the same, right? I mean, keep in mind Israel, it's like 20% of the population are Arabs. Like most of them are Sunni Muslim, right? Former Palestinians, now just called Arabs. And Israel, like Hezbollah, are like bombing randomly into like these Israeli cities where there are like Muslims. Like you have 1 in 5 chance of hitting a Muslim. And recently, last year, they like bombed the Golan Heights, the occupied Golan Heights, and they struck like children, like Arab children, playing on a rooftop or something, and they killed like 10 kids, right? So this is what Hezbollah did. And did they like retract and say we're sorry? No, they believe this is fine. Why? Because, well, first of all, they're Rafidis, right? So they believe killing Sunnis is great. And secondly, because they consider everybody within Israel to be kafir mushrik, right? They don't say it. I mean, in the way they treat them, everybody's a kafir mushrik. Or would you say that, for instance, the soldiers in the Israeli army, that they are Muslims? I mean, like the so-called Sunni Arab, Sunni Muslim Arab soldier, right? Are you gonna say that they are Muslims, or that you don't do takfir on them? I mean, come on, it's such a weird thing. But mass takfir of like the Dar, like takfir Dar, that's something from the Khawarij. ISIS don't have that. They are Gulat, but they're not Khawarij. Like they had, well, first they haven't done khuruj on anyone, right? But they haven't adapted this, as far as I know. I might be wrong. And the only group like recently that adapted it was like the insurgency in Algeria in the 90s. Don't know anybody after that, honestly. Because if they believed in like takfir Adar, they would have to like force the people to like give them the options, leave, become Muslim, etc. But they didn't do that, right? And even if they like did that, wouldn't they like consider people to be murtadeen? Then they will all be killed. They wouldn't even be allowed to leave, right? So I don't know what he's like referring to specifically to say that Takfir Adar is like the ideology of ISIS. I haven't seen it, however. But I have seen, as I said, Shiites believe that, right? I mean, you can also see like Shiite actions in Syria, like when they took towns, they like ethnically cleansed it, like killed everybody and drove everybody out. Khan Sheikhoun and like other cities around Idlib, but also like Palmyra, cities in like east in Deir Zor, when the like Shiite militias, when they took over the cities, they threw out everybody. They didn't allow anyone to return. Especially, yeah, like the biggest case is like Qusair, the first city that Hezbollah took over. The city is like a ghost town, and it was all like occupied by Hezbollah families, right? Divided it up among themselves, and this brother at killed the Serbs. It's so funny. Look at it. So this is that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad put like the gif under, so it looks like he's the one shitting on the toilet, and then he's gonna die from shitting. But yeah, let me show you this guy, Kalat Al Mudik. He has he has followed the Syrian war for a long time. I don't know how old his account is. I think he has been around since maybe 2015. Yeah, October 2015. So I mean, I would recommend following him, even though like the war is over by now. But as you can see, like this is like Qusair in 2025. Like the city is totally destroyed still. And look, there's like nothing here. Look at this. This city, it was destroyed like 12 years ago. Okay, 12 years ago. I don't know if it's a city or a town, but still. It was destroyed 12 years ago. They never rebuilt it. They ethnically cleansed it, rebuilt it for only like parts for the Shiites. They got like land there. Hezbollah, they thought they were like, they're gonna keep everything. Alhamdulillah, they've been kicked out. Yeah. So, and in any case, yeah, let's continue.
Is justified on the basis of mass takfir. These are all murtads anyway. They deserve to die anyway. That's what ISIS says. They're just implementing Ibn Abdul Wahhab's chain takfir principle, auto takfir and chain takfir principle, and that's how they do mass takfir in all of these countries. Ibn Taymiyyah wasn't doing that. Ibn Taymiyyah didn't justify that. He didn't say that, oh yeah, you can go and just randomly start slaughtering the Egyptians because they're in Dar al-Kufr, because their ruler is not implementing the Sharia. So we have a video on ISIS, by the way. Like there's an in-depth video with basically countering the ISIS claim that they're just following Orthodox Islam and that their jihad is not terrorism, it's actually justified jihad. We completely debunk that nonsense.
Yeah, but why did you have like an ISIS operative on your show writing articles for you? Muslim Skeptic Roundtable, like, I think we would forget about that. But yeah, he had a literal ISIS operative on his show. And you know what? Something I just noticed, like, do you see how green like this straw is? Puke green. Look. So I like, if you look closely, see the straw, it's green. It's similar to like the color here, but not really. And so it's a color that is similar to the color of the wall. I don't know what color it can be. Maybe like, I believe it's either blue or maybe red. No, it must be blue. It must be blue. I believe it's a blue wall behind him, and he has chroma keyed everything, because this is a green screen. Like he has changed the color of the wall to green for some reason, but it's like puke green, and he has also changed the color of the like the straw. And I didn't notice this late like earlier, but he like, I thought this was the green screen, but no, like the green screen is something else. Or maybe, maybe it is green, like, like that strong yellow green of green screens, and he has like just added some kind of like contour, right? So it's like a bit darker up here or whatever. Interesting. I have no idea what's going on here. I thought like this is the actual green screen, and he just hasn't like fixed it, like connected it properly. But no, this is like a fake green screen. So weird.
And it's also on the channel. Stuart, thank you, Ibn Abdul Wahab, for teaching the Ummah Tawheed almost like the Ummah didn't know it already. These Shakira concerts in the land of Tawheed, though. Good point. Ozzy, Kek, Salam, Daniel, very good documentary. I'll stand the test of time, inshallah. May Allah have mercy on you, bro. Ameen, barakallahu feek.
Even the ones released by Farid recently, and like I saw Jake just released a video, and they appear to be much more like they're making fun of you. Like, they're not even taking it seriously. They're making fun of you. That's how deluded you are.
Thanks for your super chat. Yim, thank you. I used to know Aqidah aspects of Wahhabism, but learned a lot from a historical perspective, going to see all citation and verify to get to know from the references you provided. Thanks. Sounds good. Yeah, that's what I encourage everyone to do. Just look up the citations, make your own videos, make your own articles, comment on this history. The documentary is like a starting point. Like, it's a starting point. It's bringing together a lot of primary source material, a lot of historical documentation, so that you can continue the fight. You can propagate this material and expand on it. We have to work together as a team. Should we takfir the Wahhabis? No, they are deviant, but they're still Muslim.
So don't
just
takfir
like the Sahaba
Wahhabis?
Didn't takfir the Khawarij. The Khawarij were not takfired by the Sahaba. They were considered to be Ahlul Bid'ah, deviant group.
What the? I have no idea what he means.
Understand this. The fitna you causing, then don't you agree Salafi is the closest purest Islam we have? And if they didn't do mass takfir and we're not violent, you would have no problem with them, their ideology? Yeah, if they didn't do takfir, and they didn't have this doctrine to show enmity to other Muslims on the basis of secondary or tertiary aqidah issues, and they didn't justify like this kind of jihad against the ummah because you're mass takfiring the ummah. If they didn't have these components, they would just be Hanbali.
Yeah, like believing that you can worship a stone is secondary or tertiary. Come on, bro.
Muslims. They would be Hanbali Muslims because they take this doctrine that, oh, if you do istighatha or you consider istighatha not to be shirk, that makes you a mushrik, and you have no excuse of ignorance, so we're going to auto-takfir you, and we're going to chain takfir you, and therefore we can mass takfir huge regions of the ummah. If they didn't have this doctrine, then it wouldn't be problematic. It wouldn't be problematic. We wouldn't have this kind of cancer that's constantly causing division. It's exactly the takfir ideology and the way that they are dividing. They're considering aqidah issues. And there was an Ibn Taymiyyah quote that I put in the documentary. I forgot exactly which chapter it was in. But Ibn Taymiyyah points this out about the Khawarij and the Mu'tazila and other groups. The deviant groups, what they do is that they make distinctions and they elevate those distinctions to the status of aqidah. So that if you don't accept their distinctions, then they throw you out of Islam. They declare that you're a kafir. That's what the Wahhabis do. And that's what makes them deviant, even according to Ibn Taymiyyah. Like Ibn Taymiyyah's standards, rather. So, yeah, I mean, that is, if we take out the takfir doctrine, that goes a long way to rehabilitating rehabilitating Wahhabis. If we take away the Takfir doctrine and we take away the idea that we have to have animosity for other Muslims just on the basis of Aqidah differences, we have to have animosity where we can't even prioritize the enemies of Islam over other Muslims because of what is ikhtilaf, what is ultimately legitimate.
Like what? Wait, this entire thing is just. I have no response to this. How can I fight this? He believes that worshipping a tree is secondary or tertiary, and we should let the people worshipping trees be and unite with them upon the religion. And so we're gonna share the same religion and fight the like Jahud. Like even if we did that, it would be like the same as what happened with Salahuddin, right? He's gonna attack the Crusaders, and in his back, he's gonna be attacked by the Rafida, right? And it will be the same thing with these people, as happened like in Iraq. The Wahhabi Muslims, like they fought the Crusaders there, right? They fought the Americans and the Polish. I think the Polish were the biggest, and then the British, etc. Like the coalition, they fought them, and who attacked them? It wasn't like the Americans, etc. I mean, they tried to, they couldn't. No, the ones that like fought and destroyed the Mujahideen in Iraq was the Shia Rafidite, right? The Rafidites, they helped Americans. They knew like the terrain much better than the Americans and the entire coalition, so they could like track down and kill and mutilate the Sunni Muslims fighting the occupation. Then who was it that took over the so-called Sunni resistance? It was the Sahwa, the Sahawat. They like unfortunately, they were paid by the Saudis. If you didn't know Haqiqatjou, so these are the good Sunnis that you're like simping for. So they're like extreme Sufis, the ones that do Istighat and all of this that you're defending. They are the Sahawat, is what they are called in Iraq. Supported, like propped up by the Saudi money and Iranians as well. So they made like peace with the Sahawat, and you saw what happened on later on. They continued killing the Muslims, and in 2013, these like tribal fighters, yeah, they were the Sahawat, right? They had enough, and now we're back to in this like same cycle again, where these like the Safawids, the Rafida, they're killing the Sunnis in Iraq still. So there's gonna be another war, and it's gonna keep on going until we get rid of these Rafidites.
Ikhtilaf.
And to be fair, everybody who is emulating them in their kufr and shirk, they need to be taken out. They need to be removed.
Salafis, are they the closest purist to Islam? Well, it depends. Like that's a debate. That's a discussion, and we can have that discussion without this kind of enmity towards other Muslims, without throwing them under the bus, without allying with the enemies of Islam over them. These are things that we can do. Unfortunately, Wahhabis won't let us do that. And Salafi, like everyone claims to be Salafi in the sense.
Bro, the Wahhabis are gatekeeping the axis of resistance.
Of following the Salaf. Like, can we just put away this kind of slogan? Like, everyone is a Salafi. Everyone claims to be a Salafi. In that they say that, well, the Salaf were Ash'aris. The Salaf were Maturidis. The Salaf were Atharis. The Salaf were Hanafis. The Salaf were Maliki.
See what he's doing? This is what I was saying he was going to do. That's why I made that tweet. Haqiqatjou, he's Salaf, it's a shaitan, okay? Yeah, you can say that your Salaf can be whoever. You can say that your Salaf is Abu Jahl, right? He's your Salaf. When we say Salaf, we say Salaf ul-Salih, right? The rightly guided predecessors. Not these, the people he's like saying, Maturid. Like, have you read his Kitab al-Tawheed? He's like, says you have to go to the graves and seek blessings. Like, it's not only like allowed, it is recommended or obligatory.
The Salaf were Hanbalis, the Salaf were Hanafis. That's what everyone claims. Every group claims to be Salafi, to be following the Salaf. What don't you understand?
Everybody claims to follow the Salaf al-Salih. Now they have differences on who is like rightly guided. The Maturidis will say the Maturidis are rightly guided, etc. Haqiqatjou doesn't seem to understand this. He believes that just because somebody came before that he was rightly guided. No, it doesn't work that way, right? Like I said, like Shaitan, technically, he's a Salaf. He's from the Salaf.
It's not like the Salafis, the self-declared Salafis, we're the only ones who care about following the Salaf. Everyone else, they don't care about following the Salaf. You're Hanafi, that means you care about following Abu Hanifa. So clearly my manhaj is superior to yours. My madhab is superior to yours. I follow the Salaf. You follow Abu Hanifa. Like that's the kind of low IQ reasoning that a lot of these people have. No, the Hanafis claim that Abu Hanifa is the best representation of the school of the Salaf. Do you not get that? Let's get to the substance. Let's
Bro,
get to
you're so feminine.
Barely need the hatred for other Muslims. That's why go on Twitter right now. Go into the comment sections right now, and you'll see they're takfiring Abu Hanifa. They're takfiring many of the great scholars. They're takfiring Imam Ghazali.
You know who hates Abu Hanifa most? Is the Shiites. Shiites hate Abu Hanifa the most, rahimullah. And I to be honest, I don't know why. I don't know why they hate him. They hate him so much. Of all the Imams, they hate Abu Hanifa the most. I have no idea why, honestly.
Suyuti, it's just nonstop attacks, not only on these great scholars of Islam, of Sunni Islam, but also other Muslims online. That's what they. It's not because they have any kind of substantive knowledge. They just know a few slogans that they repeat ad nauseum, and they can't go beyond that. They can't go beyond that. They can't get to the substance. They can't.
See,
so that's why it's important to have a documentary.
See this. Like I added this so you could read the chat, right? I mean the super chats without having to like switch in between. But when I remove it, oh, it's gone now.
To present things as simply, plainly as possible. Great work, much needed. Appreciate the super chat.
Okay, I get it now. Yeah, so I was wondering like why is his screen like cut? But yeah, that's because he's like he has set up like this like region capture to read like the super chats, but it looks so bad. He's messed up.
And your kind words. Mujahid says, you can't even have a discussion with Wahhabis unless you go past their Aqidah checkpoints. I realized a long time ago that's how they shut down debate and discussion. Yeah, they want to understand how close you are to their position, number one, and they want to know like how knowledgeable you are about the topic. And if you basically reveal that you know more about the topic than they do, then they're not going to debate you. So so if you really want to debate a Wahhabi, just pretend like you know nothing. Pretend like the whole debate about istighatha is just a brand new issue to me. I had no idea. Oh, you're right. You make a good point that the dead are not the same as the living. Wow, I didn't realize that. So pretend.
So do taqiyya. That's what you're saying. He should do taqiyya.
Like you know nothing, and then agree to a debate, agree to stream it, agree to record it.
Oh my God! So Haqiqatjou is literally doing taqiyya. he's giving advice to people how to do taqiyya. I suppose that makes him a real Sunni, right? Because he keeps claiming only Sunnis do taqiyya. So he's proved himself now.
And then just, have a field day. Al-Farisi, Jazakallah khair, bro. With the advent of this documentary, a decisive blow.
Al-Farisi? Bro, it says Al-Farsi. And the other one you also messed up. Why you can't read, bro.
Has been dealt against a largely unaddressed Wahhabi tumor. Congrats, Daniel, from your biggest supporter and proud student, Salman. Jazakallah khair, bro. Appreciate you. You're too generous, mashallah. Let's see.
Wahhabi tumor, yeah.
Why are they saying Ash'ari Maturidi rather than Hanafi, Maliki, Hanbali? Hanafi, Maliki, Hanbali are usually associated with schools of fiqh. They can sometimes refer to schools of Aqidah, like the Hanbali school of Aqidah. But whereas Ash'ari, Maturidi are not schools of fiqh, they're schools of Aqidah. So there's two separate categories. Do you claim that Jake explicitly supports killing or enslaving other Muslims, or are you inferring this from his positions on certain doctrines? Well, killing other Muslims, he did. Again, I tweeted that Jake is admitting about executing Ash'aris and Maturidis as a
like just he's admitting to executing. What? Did he really say that Jake admitted to executing Ash'aris?
Well, killing other Muslims, he did. Again, I tweeted that Jake is admitting about executing.
So Jake has admitted to executing Ash'aris. Oh my God, this is Rafidi.
Ash'aris and Maturidis as apostate.
Oh man, this is so funny.
If they don't have an excuse of ignorance. And he said this is the official position of the Hanbali school. So that's pretty explicit. Now, he's also defended and promoted Ibn Abdul Wahhab as Shaykh al-Islam. And these are the things that Shaykh al-Islam has actually said. Now, is Jake ignorant about Ibn Abdul Wahhab? Probably. He's ignorant about a lot of issues. So I don't know, but he should be forced to clarify. What do you think? You call Ibn Abdul Wahhab Shaykh al-Islam, and what do you think about what he says here? What he says here? What he says here? What he did here? What his students did here? What his followers did here? And this is gonna be a problem for Jake, Fareed, Adnan. You saw that my conversation with Adnan. Like, Adnan couldn't answer like the most basic questions.
Bro, are you misremembering now? I haven't seen the entirety, like it's like 8 hours or something. But from like the parts I've seen, yeah, he schooled you. He like made you look like a fool, man. How can you be so nonchalant? He made you like, I don't know. I'm sure that you regretted being there, right? Because he made you look like a fool.
That I put to him about Wahhabism. But they should be forced to clarify and respond, because if they had been quiet and they hadn't said the name Ibn Abdul Wahhab or promoted him, then there's no reason to question them on it. But since they have been promoting him, then they should be asked. They must be asked. They must be forced to clarify. Stop dodging. Stop running away. If they run away, that's very suspicious. That should be disqualifying for them. If they haven't been disqualified about a dozen times in the past couple of months alone. Bilal, in a black mask, says, that's what Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu did too, attacking the non-payers of zakat first. You're going to call Abu Bakr a Wahhabi too?
Yes, yes.
So now...
Yes, Bilal. Akhi, tell him. Tell him.
This is the Daeshi, ISIS type move.
What? A'udhu billah. What? Wait, did he say that Abu Bakr is a Daeshi? A'udhu billah.
That's what Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu did too, attacking the non-payers of zakat first. You're going to call Abu Bakr a Wahhabi too? So now this is the Daeshi, ISIS type move, and this is exactly what Ibn Abdul Wahhab argued as well in his works. Like, what we're doing is...
La hawla wa quwwata illa billah. So he's calling Abu Bakr radiallahu anhum a Daeshi, like a ISIS.
Exactly what...
Doesn't he sound like a Rafidi now? That's what the Rafida say. They say that the Sahaba, they were the original ISIS. That's literally a Rafidi point.
Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu did in the Hurub al-Ridda, in the apostasy wars. We're doing exactly the same thing. Really? Really? Because what Abu Bakr did is there's a group who refused to pay zakat, and they said, we only accept this pillar of Islam when the Prophet ﷺ was alive. But we don't believe in this. We don't believe in zakat, paying the zakat to the Khalifa. We don't.
Yeah, they actually had evidence, and I don't remember specifically what it was, but their evidence, it was it was strong evidence that the zakat is only to be paid to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and nobody else. How do we know that this was like strong proof? Like aside from knowing what the specific argument was, because I think they refer to the Quran. It was that the Sahaba, they were not sure. They were not sure about these people, if they were like murtadin or not, right? If they should be fought. I mean, not even if they're murtadin, they believed that they were Muslims, okay? It was only like Abu Bakr that was like adamant in that, like, yeah, these people are murtadin. They have left the religion because they have removed a part of it. And like majority of the Sahaba, I think it was a majority. They believe that they were Muslims, and they should not be fought. Like majority thought that they should not be fought, but they fought them anyway because Abu Bakr, he was the Khalifa, and he convinced them by showing proof that yeah, removing a part of the religion, it's like removing the entirety of the religion. Okay, so you cannot remove it bit by bit. The religion is perfect. I mean, these people, they had more proof for not paying the zakat than like these Arabs that the Imam fought, these Bedouins that believe that you won't be resurrected on the day of judgment. I mean, come on, like where is the proof for that? They just disbelieve. Okay, they just disbelieve. They don't pray. They don't want to pray. They don't want to pray, right? So Haqiqatjou is gonna like simp for them, but he's gonna say, oh no, these people that didn't pay the zakat, they were bad. Like they had proof the Sahaba were like not even all of the Sahaba weren't convinced that they should be fought, etc. So they had more like evidence, like they had more of an excuse of ignorance than these ignorant Arabs that Imam Ibn Abdul Wahhab fought. These Arabs that didn't want to believe, they didn't care. Okay, they wanted to worship their graves and live their life, riding donkeys and the camels or whatever, right? They don't care. And that's why they were fought.
I don't agree with this. So that's a pillar of Islam that they are rejecting.
So, so what? Maybe they were ignorant, Haqiqatjou. You don't know what's in their heart, right? Yeah, so it's such a stupid argument. It's a pillar of Islam, yeah, but so is not worshipping anything besides Allah. If anything, that is like the most high pillar of Islam, okay? That's the most important pillar.
Do you even know? I have to ask, like, if you're a Wahhabi, because maybe you know a lot more about takfiring other Muslims than you know about the pillars of Islam. Do you know one of the pillars of Islam is zakat? If you've read the Quran, have you read that the zakat is mentioned over and over again right next to salah?
But wait, if Haqiqatjou makes this argument as he's doing right now, who is he attacking? He's not attacking this guy that he says is ISIS or whatever. He's attacking the Sahaba that didn't make takfir on the apostates, right? He's making takfir on them. Sorry, he's attacking them for not making takfir. He's saying that they are ignorant of Islam. He's saying that they didn't know that zakat is a pillar of Iman, right? Pillar of Islam. Such a stupid argument. But the thing is, like, he's a Rafidi, right? So he hates the Sahaba. So such an argument, it's to be expected from him.
That the believers are those who pray and they pay zakat. So that's, you're wanting to put Ibn Abdul Wahhab's very particular categorization.
But wait, once again, you said that the believer is the one that prays and pays zakah, but you attacked the imam for making takfir on Bedouins that didn't pray. What? Why are you so contradictory?
And definition of tawheed and his view of some of these practices like istighatha, you're going to elevate that to zakat? And you're going
yeah, but it wasn't only istighatha, it was praying as well, and possibly also zakat.
To elevate Ibn Abdul Wahhab to the position of Abu Bakr? That's how deluded and delusional you Wahhabis.
What is wrong with you, bro? What's wrong with you? Obviously, he's like making a comparison using the Sirah, right? He's using the Quran, the Sunnah to make a comparison, and you are using what? Character assassination.
These really are. You don't understand.
No, you can't use the Quran and Sunnah as proof. No, you can't do it. You need to look at their heart. Maybe in their heart they're Muslim. Okay. Lanatullah alaikum. Ya Majusi.
The priorities and the position of different things. This is your lack of understanding and your lack of wisdom.
I swear to God, the more I look at Haqiqatjou, the more I believe that he might be a homosexual, like a closeted homosexual. So let's change up the background a bit. Yes, okay. So let me present to you Haqiqatjou's true colors. Look at that. Sheikh LGBT.
And by the way, like when it came to
he's the leader of the gay Qaeda. Gay Qaeda.
Abu Bakr and his decision, not all of the Sahaba agreed. Omar didn't initially agree with Abu Bakr on going to war against this group. So there was
yeah, good that you realize that. So that means that you're attacking Omar and not saying that he didn't realize that like he was ignorant that zakah was a pillar of the religion.
Even ikhtilaf. Does Ibn Abdul Wahhab accept any kind of ikhtilaf on these issues? No, he said
no, there's no ikhtilaf because there was ijma, right? It was ijma of the Sahaba afterwards. They were discussing it. There wasn't ijma before that, but there was ijma of the Sahaba afterwards, right? And the ijma is the proof, you moron.
If you disagree that we have to go to war or that we do takfir of these mushrikeen who claim to be Muslim, then you're a kafir yourself. You're a kafir murtad yourself.
Wait, what?
All of the Sahaba agreed. Omar didn't initially agree with Abu Bakr on going to war against this group. So there was even ikhtilaf. Does Ibn Abdul Wahhab accept any kind of ikhtilaf on these issues? No, he said if you disagree that we have to go to war or that we do takfir of these mushrikeen who claim to be Muslim, then you're a kafir yourself. You're a kafir murtad yourself.
So he wants to say it's chain takfir, but that's not the stance of Imam Ibn Abdul Wahhab. I don't know where he's getting this. Like the so-called chain takfir, that's only like in matters where it's like clear they're like worshipping an idol, And if you don't do takfir and people worshipping the idol, then you're an excuser of shirk, right?
JC says, a good friend and professor told me backing Hamas is a direct threat to their monarchical hegemony because they fear that such a movement will make headway in their house of cards fiefdoms. Yep.
Fiefdoms? You mean fiefdoms? Oh my god, bro. Your English is worse than mine.
That's exactly right. Any kind of Islamist movement is a threat to monarchical rule.
What does that have to do with anything? Are they like thinking about like the Saudi monarchy not wanting like to be replaced by Hamas? What?
Muslim Boogeyman, good to see you, bro. W documentary was worth the wait. Yeah, long wait, right? It was like since I announced it to when it was released, it was 6 months. And people are asking like, well, Daniel, like this was too professional. This was way too professional of a documentary. Like this is from the CIA. Like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a good. If you're gonna get Haqiqatjou brained here, yeah, that's definitely like a CIA plant, right? Who is your CIA handler? Obviously, somebody's funding you to make this documentary.
Thanks for the compliment, but really, it was just me. Like it was just me working with my team, with my research team, with my video.
Yeah, that's the question. Like, who's your research team? And do they happen to have connections with the CIA or the ERGC?
Graphics team, and it takes long because I don't have a huge team. We don't have a huge team. We have limited funds, so it takes time. If you want, that's the thing.
Yeah, you have limited funds, yet you're gonna spend 6 months on a project. 6 months. It's gonna take you to make a project. Who's paying you for those 6 months? Is nobody gonna ask the question, the obvious question? Who's paying him to work for 6 months with an entire team on a project that will lose money? Come on, bro. Somebody has to ask themselves this question.
If you want to produce something that is professional, is high quality, it'll take time. Or you can do it in a very fast turnaround time, but you have to spend a lot more money. You have to drop, 10, 20, 30K.
So we're talking about up to $30,000 of money to make this. I think it was actually even more than that, because we're talking about a span of 6 months.
Just money that we don't have. So you have to choose. Do you want to pay more, or do you want to pay what you can pay according to your budget, but it's just going to take 6 months? It's going to take a longer period of time. But as I mentioned before, I prioritize quality. I prioritize making sure it's the accurate information. Everything is presented that needs to be presented in a cohesive whole. And if it takes a little longer, that's okay. That's okay. It'll be worth it. And yeah, so anyone who says that, wow, this is a professional documentary, must have been produced by the CIA, that's a big compliment to our video editor, mashallah, our poor video editor who was working so hard for months, and he has to deal with me. Like, I'm an annoying nitpicking person. And I have, but maybe this should be changed, maybe this. And sometimes I change my, opinion.
I guess, I'm not sure, but I believe he's probably paying like some poor guy in India. Because it is known like that many of these so-called like video editors on YouTube, they are actually in India, where it's like much cheaper. So he has like this poor Dalit, poor Dalit in India, working for like table scraps. And Haqiqatjou is like whipping him all the way from America. Like this guy has to like be awake at 3 a.m. because that's when the Haqiqatjou like wakes up, right? Wakes up, goes out, like gets his cup of coffee. He's like, Dalit, it's time to cut the videos. No, the color is wrong. No, you have to add the flag of Shahada. We need to make the Shahada look bad. Yeah, I guess, like, I'm not 100% sure, but I feel that that's probably what's happened. Like, even that snail guy that Haqiqatjou debated, he turned out to have like an Indian editor, and he didn't pay him, so his channel was like defaced or something.
On something, I say, well, maybe you should include this quote here as opposed to here, and you should have this kind of graphic as opposed to another, and then I'll change my no, go back to the first one. Go back to the first one. That's annoying. That's like you're a nitpicking, annoying guy. But mashallah, my video editor, this brother, we have multiple, but there was one primary working on most of the documentary. Another video editor was working on some of the graphics and some of the visualizations. They have to deal with my annoying demands, but they're very patient with me, alhamdulillah. I mean, Allah reward them. They really worked hard, and I'm very proud of them, and I think the results speak for themselves. What do you think about the respect gained and osmosis of Wahhabism among other trends like Deobandis and other religious Sunnis? osmosis. What is osmosis? What is that referring to? Yeah, I mean, you have other religious groups. I don't think Wahhabis are Sunni.
Bro, you don't know what osmosis is? It's like spilling out and like mixing. You don't know the word osmosis. It's talking about the mixing of Wahhabism with the Ahmadis and like other Sunnis. I don't know what specific he's trying to say.
Sunnis, but the difference is Wahhabism has so much political power behind it. Like you have Wahhabism is funded by the petrodollar. That's the difference. Deobandis don't have that kind of money. Other groups like Tablighi Jamaat, they don't have that type of money. Even like Azhar doesn't have that type of money. Azhar has a long reputation. They have that legacy, but they don't have the kind of petrodollar. So Wahhabism would be nowhere without petrodollar. It would have been in the dustbin of history in the 19th century. It wouldn't have made it through the 20th century, let alone today. So yeah, there's a lot of respect gained because people don't know better. Like there's a propaganda campaign to whitewash and make Wahhabism look like this Sunni movement, but it's actually replacing Sunnism. You're replacing Sunni.
Yeah, people become Wahhabis because of the petrodollars. There's like this conspiracy theory in Bosnia, like so-called Sunnis, right? They say that everybody who's a Wahhabi, you know, the women that wear niqab, or even like a girl that becomes like you know, religious and she starts like wearing hijab, they say it's like the Wahhabis. The Wahhabis are paying you to wear hijab. This like so during like 2000, I don't remember, like 2010s, like early 2010s, there was this theory or this like conspiracy theory rather, that said that you got like 1,000 mark, like you know, the Bosnian money mark, which is like 500 euro, right? Approximately 500 euro. And like at that time, it was like more than most people's salaries, like monthly salary. And they said you got 1,000 mark to become a Wahhabi. So you got like 1,000 mark every month. All you had to do was like let your beard grow, wear like those short pants that go below the knee but above the ankles, right? And either like if you're a woman, wear a hijab, start praying, and or niqab even, right? If you wore niqab, you got maybe extra. I don't know what the like exact conspiracy theory was. So I would ask people who believe this. I would be like, where can I get like signed up, right? I also want this money. Okay, why should I go like get a job if I can become a Wahhabi and like get paid? So uh, people would like say this, right? And I would also like tell them, yeah, do you want to get signed up? I know a guy. He will pay you. And guess what? They knew it was fake, right? They knew that it was fake, but it's like this hate for Islam that they have, which is the reason they keep like sharing this. So this like theory that there's like petrodollars behind Wahhabism, this is absolute BS. Trust me, if there was like Wahhabism, so-called Wahhabism, would be much more like prevalent than it is today, right? Sure, like there are. I'm 100% sure that there are like money. There's money behind some of these so-called scholars who keep giving like government issued fatwas and stuff like that, like Arabi al-Madkhali, etc. But to say that like people become Wahhabis because of money, I mean, come on, this is like the typical anti-Islamic like conspiracy theories that like floated around in Bosnia like almost 15 years ago.
Sunnism with Kharijism. That's very different. Like beyond the politics, that's substantively different than Deobandism, Tablighi Jamaat, you know, Azhari positions, etc. Okay, I'm gonna go through these a little bit faster. You say Wahhabism harmed Islam, but didn't Ibn Abdul Wahhab revive pure Tawheed and fight grave worship based on Quran and Sunnah? Isn't that true revival?
Yeah, well, like the Imam, like even if you disagree with him, he stopped people from worshiping graves, and you yourself said that's bad. So, well, like, what's the negative exactly? Yeah, he was bad, but you know, he's gone, etc. But he had a positive impact. Okay, I mean, even you should be able to like agree with this, unless you're just making taqiyya and you're hiding your true beliefs.
Oh, bro, just watch the documentary. These are slogans. You're just repeating slogans. You're repeating the propaganda. Go read what they actually like. What is actually said.
Bro, it was your own words. You said it.
When did the concept of not criticizing the ruler come, even though it's a different reality? One is a khilafah or Khalifa, which is mentioned in the hadith, and today it's man-made secular laws, and we can't say anything about how they rule. There is no hadith that says that it's haram to criticize the ruler. There's literally no hadith that says this. And the Madkhali position is not that it's just haram to criticize the ruler. It's deviance. If you criticize the ruler, you are outside of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah. You're a deviant. And if the ruler says that you should be executed, then the ruler has the right to do so. That's why someone like Daniel has to be executed. This is what Madkhalis have called for my killing for the past 2.5 years. So there's no hadith.
That's maybe something I can agree with the Madkhalis on.
There's no hadith basis for this. The Salaf and the Sahaba were criticizing the Khulafa at their time openly, by the way, and the Salatin, the Sultans of their time, they're openly criticizing them, the Salaf. Okay, all of this is documented. Go watch our video on the Madkhali virus, and it will present you all of the evidences. This kind of concept of not criticizing the ruler came in the 1990s. This is when Madkhalism emerged with Rabi' bin Hadi al-Madkhali, and the Saudi state, Saudi Arabia, decided to open up its country to U.S. bases, military bases, in order to go to war with Iraq in the Gulf War.
Yeah, and who did they support? Who did they support? They supported the Rafida, right? Iran was like happy, really happy when the Gulf War started. I mean, like first Gulf War and the second Gulf War, right? They were really happy to get like Iraq out of the way.
So Muslims are being slaughtered, are being killed by the Americans, and it's being approved of and rubber stamped by Saudi, the Saudi monarchy. So plenty of Muslims around the world are criticizing Saudi. And then lo and behold, the religious establishment.
Yeah, whatever.
To debate.
Let's see some other super chats.
Why do you...
Wait, what did he say on this short one?
That's not how Amr bil Ma'ruf wa Nahy anil Munkar is done. I'm not sure what this is referring to. Why do you block, mute, yet challenge to debate? I don't know what that's referring to. I haven't blocked your Wahhabi leaders. I haven't blocked.
Yeah, but you blocked me. Am I not a Wahhabi leader?
And I invited them to debate, and they refuse. They run away. If you're talking about like spammers in the chat, yeah, they get. I want a clean chat, so our moderators are doing a good job. What are your thoughts on the Najd hadith? During the documentary, I give my thoughts. What is your aqidah, bro?
Wait. Did I miss a burp?
I haven't blocked your Wahhabi leaders. I haven't blocked them. I've invited them to debate, and they refuse. They run away. If you're talking about like spammers in the chat, yeah, they get. I want a clean chat, so our moderators are doing a good job. What are your thoughts on the Najd?
Yeah, that's definitely a burp. You can't fool me, man. That's a burp, 100%. Disgusting.
Hadith. During the documentary, I give my thoughts. What is your aqidah, bro? Do you love black people? Yes, I do. To be fair to them, you're like the final boss when it comes to debates, lol. It's very nice of you to say.
Yeah, so these are just like orbiters, Haqiqatjou lickers.
Abu Arsalan, appreciate your super chat. Angel, really appreciate your big super chat. It's very generous of you. So the Saudis aren't helping the Palestinians, not only because of money and power from the West, but because they believe they're disbelievers, polytheists. What about the other Gulf states? What are their reasons? Are they also on the Wahhabi bandwagon? Jazakallah. You're getting it backwards.
Oh, nasty. That's another one. That's another one. The question is like, okay, if the Saudis aren't helping, like I agree, they should be sending weapons, not like burial shrouds, right? But if they aren't helping, like, what is Iran doing then? Okay, how is Iran helping the Palestinians?
It's the theology follows the politics.
Oh, disgusting! Another one, bro. They're coming in quick succession now. Is he gonna puke? Maybe.
The politics is what is driving the animosity towards Palestinians. Wahhabis have this kind of animosity towards Palestinians because their rulers are normalizing with Israel. The Gulf states are normalizing with Israel. They are deepening their ties economically and politically with the Zionist state. Therefore, they have to just theologically justify that. And they justify it with Wahhabism. They justify it with the doctrine of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So first is the politics, then comes the theology. Same in World War I. Saudi was taking a deal with the British. The British were literally paying Abdulaziz ibn Saud 5,000 pounds a month, plus a 20,000 pound loan, plus weapons, plus all of these other benefits.
Yeah,
and
but I mean,
that was what Abdulaziz wanted. He wanted the money.
I mean, like the loan and the like I said in the video, like he could repay the loan in like a couple of months, right, with the money he got. So what was the point of the loan even?
He wanted the weapons. He wanted to be recognized by the British. So then his palace scholars, the Wahhabi palace scholars, made the fatwa to justify that alliance with the British as opposed to the Ottomans. So Ibn Sahman wrote his fatwa that the Muslims should side with the British because the British are Ahlul Kitab and the Ottomans are mushriks. They're mushrik, murtads, and they're worse than Ahlul Kitab.
But you're doing the same thing. You want us to ally with with Arafida, right? Who are like the same. Like the best you can say about them is that they're Ahlul Kitab, right?
Kitab. The politics comes first, then comes the theology, the Wahhabi deviant theology. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Since YouTube takes a large share of the super chat money, is there a way to donate bigger amounts without YouTube taking 30%? Yeah, there's a link. You can contribute on MuslimSkeptic.com. Go to MuslimSkeptic.com. There's a donation or contribution tab, and you can. That uses payment processors too, but they don't take as much as YouTube.
Every cent that you donate to Haqiqatjou will be like 1 cent that will be used for spreading misguidance and kufr and shirk. And all of this you will be held accountable for. So, like, be careful who you spend your money on.
And the link to that is in the description. Palestina Viva, you're funny, brother Daniel. SubhanAllah, may Allah guide us and unite us all Muslims. Amin is Genius of Islam, episode 4 next. Yeah, we're working on it. But again, like, you see the standards of quality that we have. So be patient, inshallah, and it'll be worth the wait, inshallah.
I'm guessing it now. Haqiqatjou's like this Genius of Islam episode 4, it's gonna contain a lot of like against Khawarij, right? It will be like justification for a grey worship, etc.
The monarchs in the Gulf they worship have Hindu temples such as Bahrain and UAE. LOL. I wonder what MBW would say. Do you mean MBS?
Yeah, they have Hindu temples and they allow them, which is, it's kufr. But there are Hindu temples in Iran as well. So what about that? What about that? Hinduism in Iran. 40,000 Hindus. So in 5 years, the population increased by 100%. That's insane. Yeah, so there's, wait, did I mention it? Yes, there is the Bandar Abbas Vishnu temple. So there's a temple in southern Bandar Abbas, so it's like there, like the Hormuz Strait, right? So yeah, there are Hindu temples in Iran as well. Are you gonna condemn them? Obviously, Hindu temples in the Arabian Peninsula is much worse because there's hadith about that. But still, are you gonna say it's something good to have like Hindu temples in Iran? I mean, it's hypocritical at least, right?
Berjayakir, recite Ayatul Kursi so that Allah will send a guardian to protect us from any evildoers. Yes, always recite Ayatul Kursi after your 5 prayers and also before bed. Daniel, have you seen the new book by Yasser Qadi, Understand Salafism? He mentions Bin Abdul Wahab in the book. I haven't read it. I haven't read the book.
Yeah, you haven't read it, right? But you plagiarized the entirety of the criticism against Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahab from Yasser Qadi.
So I don't have an opinion on it.
Keep in mind, Yasser Qadi and Haqiqatjou, they were like buddies. They used to write like articles together where they worked at. So they used to share the same Aqidah.
What do you think about doing a documentary specifically about the betrayal of the Saudis, taking the kuffar as allies and the consequences? Also, how about doing fundraisers for future projects? Yeah, inshallah, we will continue talking about this Wahhabi issue in further videos and live streams.
So that's the entirety of his like channel now. Is only like criticizing Wahhabis, right?
And then fundraisers, we will have fundraisers for our think tank that's coming up, and for Muslim Skeptic. I mean, Muslim Skeptic, I'm glad that a lot of people are asking about how they can help out and contribute. If you appreciate these kinds of in-depth documentaries, they require a lot of research. They require a lot of time to have a professional quality. It's not cheap. So if you are able to contribute just $5 a month, $10 a month, be a recurring contributor. Just go to the donation page and agree to a monthly donation, $5, $10 or more. That really helps. That really helps, because if 100 people do it, if more people do it, that allows us to continue our operations in an uninterrupted fashion and continue with high level of production quality. So if you appreciate this kind of work, then please support us and mail.
Maybe if you ran your business as a non-profit, you wouldn't have to pay like 50% in taxes or something, right? But obviously you won't do that, because then you will have to show who your contributors are and how much money you're taking yourself.
May Allah reward you for that. Did the 4 Imams in School of Thought not have the same aqidah? Minor differences, I assume. Salam and love from Munich. Yeah, they had the same aqidah. Yeah, I'll say that.
Yeah. That's funny. That's funny. How about the people that you keep citing, like for worshipping graves, like the Rafidites? Do they have the same Aqidah? Hmm? Do they have the same Aqidah as Ahl Sunnah as the Muslims? No.
They had the same aqidah on 90% or 95% of issues. They were the same. And the other 5 or 10% where they differed, that's not like significant enough for us to debate it or get into it unless you want to specifically study that for your own edification, for your own benefit. Go ahead and read those books. After you study the basics of Islam, then go and delve into that. But don't use that 5 or 10% difference to come out and cause fitna, cause division, cause confusion with the Muslim masses. I'm not saying that you would do that, brother, but that's what the Wahhabis do. GG, Daniel, take a holiday, not Saudi, LOL. Yeah, I need a vacation. Please turn on captions and dubbing available in all languages. The majority of Muslims don't understand English. Is Sheikh Hassan al-Hakim a Wahhabi? Thanks. Is that like a option within YouTube or what? Dubbing available in all language? Captions maybe. I'll check the settings, but I'm not sure. I'll try to make it available. Assalamu alaikum, brother. I don't have any questions. LOL. What's
He didn't answer the question about Asim al-Hakim being a Wahhabi. He skipped that. How much did the person pay? He paid $5 Canadian. Okay, like that's like what, €1 or something. Yeah, but funny that he skipped Asim al-Hakim question.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. I don't have any questions. LOL. What's your favorite color? I like all the colors of the rainbow.
That's funny that you mentioned it. I just happened to have it ready. Haqiqatjou.
Now Wahhabis will accuse me of promoting LGBT if I
Well, bro, you did it to
say
yourself.
that.
You did it to
I
yourself.
like it, yeah. A nice dark blue is a beautiful color. A nice dark green.
Oh,
I like
we
those
have
colors.
it here.
They're soothing.
We have it here.
Thank you for the doc.
Oh man, that's funny.
Abu Sulaiman. I am Quran only, but I like your stand on Palestine, fight for freedom, and I like your expose of Wahhabis. Okay, Quran only. That's deviant, brother. Try to.
So, oh my god, so Haqiqatjou is like collecting Quranists around him as well. That's funny.
That reject.
SAR. Which country? Is this like the Syrian Arab Republic or something? Oh, it's Saudi Riyal. Damn. So there's like Quranists in Saudi Arabia. Oh man, this is looking bad.
Rejecting hadith is a disaster.
Why? Why Haqiqatjou? The hadith. Don't you know that Imam Bukhari, he took hadith from Khawarij? Don't you know that? Yeah, Jahil.
Basir says, in your talk with the Taliban guy, he justified attack on Pakistan by TTP, and you didn't punch him back.
Wait, did he skip? No, it was that same guy. In your talk with the Taliban guy, he justified attack on Pakistan with TTP, and you didn't punch him back.
Back on it. Isn't revolt against Muslim country haram?
Yeah.
He didn't justify it. He didn't justify attack on Pakistan. He said like that's the internal affairs of Pakistan, and he took a very non-committal approach. So there wasn't.
So it's fine to kill Muslims. So it's fine to kill Muslims. It's fine to like not care about killing Muslims. Like you consider Pakistan to be a Muslim country, right? The people there, even though they're like 30% Shiites, you consider like all of them to be Muslims. The Barlevis, the Shiites, and the normal human beings called Sunnis. Consider them all to be Muslims, right? So aren't you like gonna accuse that Taliban guy of being a Khariji? I mean, he said, oh, I don't care about like Muslims being killed, right? Like he considers these TTP guys Khawarij, and if you don't know, like TTP, they're so extreme. I mean, they're so extreme you can't even imagine it. ISIS has like started gaining traction in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa or whatever it's called, like the Pashtun Valley, right? In the Khyber province in Pakistan. Like ISIS started getting traction because the people were so sick of like how cruel the TTP were, like the Tariq Taliban Pakistan. Okay, Tariq Taliban Pakistan. The people were so angry because these TTP guys, like they attack schools. Okay, they attack schools. They kill children. They don't care. Like they send suicide bombers into schools. And there's like has all kinds of like what do you call it, like justifications for that, like, oh, it's a school run by the military. Okay, I mean, like, bro, it's not like every child in the school is gonna grow out to become a soldier, right? I mean, they had one of those attacks in 2014. I don't know. I haven't seen like did Haqiqatjou call out the Taliban guy for this. And there's been like many of such. Yeah, the Peshawar school attack. 6 gunmen affiliated with Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan. They killed 149, including 102 school children. And Haqiqatjou is gonna say, yeah, like, oh, we don't like care about the internal matters of Pakistan. Like, these guys are so extreme that people are opting for the like moderate ISIS. Okay, do you get it? People are opting for ISIS because ISIS is more moderate than them. That's insane. Like, ISIS, they would never do this. Like, send suicide bombers into schools, right? Send suicide bombers into schools because the school is run by the military. Like, it's not the children's fault. Like, you have to send your children to school. The school is run by the military. What can you do? This is like how you turn the Muslim Ummah against Islam. So stupid, Haqiqatjou. Like, man, this is not. This is like we're talking about children being forced to go to school, being killed because they're in the wrong school. That's basically it. Yeah, and Haqiqatjou like platformed somebody that said, "Yeah, this is fine," and he didn't push back.
Wasn't much
Oh
to push
man!
back on.
Wait, he said it. I mean, I didn't hear the entire sentence, but he said what I said. Listen.
He took a very non-committal approach, so there wasn't much to push back on.
Allah hawla wa quwwata illa billah. Yeah, there is. The guy who said he doesn't care about children getting bombed and slaughtered, like beheaded with knives in school. That's what he said, and you said, yeah, okay, fine, bro. You're a literal terrorist. You are a literal terrorist, man. Disgusting.
And I obviously don't think that the Muslims of Pakistan should be attacked.
Yeah, you don't think they should be attacked, but you didn't attack the guy that said it's okay.
Anyone.
Come on, you're just doing takia. And look at his smirk. Look at his smirk. Look at his lips.
By anyone.
Look at his lips. By anyone. Look at his lips. He thinks he's so funny. He thinks like he has like, you know, he has answered this tough question and he's gotten away with it.
Let's see. Dawa Archive. Do you follow Saudi's global pre-predicted calendar and moon sighting, or quote-unquote moon sighting, or local moon sighting and calendar? I did. Actually, I shared a lot of material on the Saudi moon sighting and how they're able to see the moon when it's physically impossible to do so. So no, I don't follow Saudi. Local moon sighting is good. Local, and then their global moon sighting, they have their argument. They have an argument for that. But just following Saudi, like, it's a bad move. Respect your courage and effort. Proud of you. Appreciate it, bro. Trooper says, I look forward to watching this documentary and sharing it with those ignorant about Wahhabism being the root cause of extremist terrorism that Western governments rely on to demonize all of Islam.
Kika just allowed a person spout terrorism against innocent Pakistani children, and he didn't stop him.
The problem is not like terrorism. Like, that is a problem, but it's a symptom of a deeper problem. That's why, like, if you don't really understand the deeper issue, you look at Wahhabis, or you look at Daeshi, ISIS types, you look at Madkhalis, you look at these Salafi sectarians, and you think they're all different. Like, oh, these are all different groups, especially since they're always attacking and takfiring each other. Like, they are takfiring and refuting each other.
Yeah, don't forget to add Assad and Hezbollah into the Wahhabi group, because that way you can justify and say that it was Wahhabis that killed 500,000 Syrians. Disgusting piece of shit.
But if you understand where they're getting their ideas from, then you realize that no, they're just different branches of the same tree, or they're different. They're sprouting from the same root, and that's Ibn Abdul Wahhab's takfirism and his ignorance of ikhtilaf and aqidah.
Yeah, it's bad if you takfir somebody before you kill them. You should just kill them the way that you know, the Shiites do, right? Without explicit takfir, because they do taqiyya.
These bootlickers love to criticize Muslims by calling them innovator, mushriks, etc., but never criticize the Gulf monarchs for having Hindu temples, which is actual all temples in your own countries, your own. But you can't call out the shirk temples in your own countries, your own Gulf countries. Gulf monarchs for having Hindu temples, which is actual shirk. Yeah, it's a big contradiction. Supposedly, you care about shirk so much that you have to denounce all of the Sunni Muslims, but you can't call out the shirk temples in your own.
You can call out
your own goal.
you can't call out the shirk temples in your own Gulf countries. Are you gonna call out the Bandar Abbas Vishnu temple? Are you? There are some rooms for students, the corridors, and some rooms are painted with the images of Krishna. Oh, Haqiqatjou.
All countries. Okay, so let's see. How long is this? Almost 2 hours. There were a bunch of comments from the documentary that I wanted to share. Maybe I'll do that. So these are comments under the documentary. The way Daniel translates the Shahada in the beginning will get him backlash already. That was a comment just 40 minutes posted after the documentary, and then the prediction came true. You had constant Wahhabi comments on, oh, you don't even know the Shahada, you don't even know what the Shahada means, takfiring me on the basis of mistranslating the Shahada, there's no God except Allah. Oh, this is Abu Jahl believed in this. So stupid.
That's not how you translated it, right? I don't remember which mistake you did, but you did like a like elementary mistake. Yeah, I can't remember what it was specifically that he made a mistake on, but I remember it was something like he didn't negate, right? He didn't negate that there was no other gods besides Allah, something like that.
This was a good prediction. I'm an Athari layperson, and I'm looking forward to watching this documentary in its entirety. I believe that it's much needed. I am far from being a student of Shari knowledge, but I will exert greater effort to learn.
Notice that this is like the YouTube app, so Haqiqatjou was like, I don't know, like sitting on the toilet, watching his like reading the replies to his documentary, searching some that like agreed with him, so he can show it here.
To learn the works of the Imams of the Salaf and the luminaries of the Khalaf, such as Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, in order to make sure that I'm not easily deceived by misguided sects or scholars today. May Allah guide us, grant us beneficial knowledge, and keep us firm upon the truth, to what earns us Allah's pleasure and averts us from His wrath. Ameen. So this is a big group of people that the Wahhabi documentary is supposed to reach. They're Athari, they're Salafi, but they need to be red-pilled on Wahhabism. So when I see...
Yes, we need to be red-pilled on Wahhabism. We have to make takfir on the feminists. We have to make takfir on the gays. But we need to accept the grey worshippers. We need to accept the Imam worshippers. Because if you don't, you're a Khariji, Takfiri, Wahhabi, okay? So you need to be red-pilled, you need to come into the fold, you need to make takfir on the feminists, you need to make takfir on the gays, right? They're the real enemies. Talking about Tawheed, talking about Aqidah, talking about the unity of God, etc. This is absolutely haram, okay? This is not from Islam. No, Islam is talking about feminism and homosexuality. That is Islam.
Comments like this is like mission accomplished.
Audu billah.
Yeah, Zindiq. The meaning La ilaha illallah is not there is no God but Allah. There were mushrikeen of Quraysh upon La ilaha illallah. Because they also accepted that there is no God but Allah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said in my response, not response, honestly, it was like a review or what did I call it? Reaction, right? The mushrikeen of Quraysh, like this guy says, or he says, then were the, okay, so is this a question or there were? I'm not sure, but their beliefs, they were not like, they were not monolithic in their beliefs. They differed on what they believed, but some of them believe that the gods, quote unquote, are like just good person, like people who were created. So they don't have like the ultimate power, which is like the what this person is trying to say. Which is like, yeah, that's true. Like La ilaha illallah. There's no gods but God. But then there's like these beings that we can worship, and they, you know, they give us rizq and barakah, whatever.
So imagine, he's saying that there are mushrikeen of Quraysh that are upon La ilaha illallah. And this is how stupid they are. Like what he means to say is that they were upon the belief that there is no Rabb except Allah. That's what the mushrikeen were upon. They believed that there's only one Rabb, only one Lord. They had Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, but they did.
Like I said, it depends, because even like the people of Quraysh, some of them agree that the so-called gods like Lat, Uzza, etc., that they were just good people that they worshipped. And you know, like I said, they're not monolithic. It's a pagan religion. They don't have a book that like tells them what they should believe. So they were like you know, different ways of seeing this. There were some that said these are gods equal to Allah, but just that Allah is above them, you know, in power, and Allah has like the ultimate power, etc. I don't know if any of them like believed in like the ultimate pantheism stuff, that like all gods are equals, etc. I don't think so.
shirk in Tawheed al-Uluhiyya because they had other gods, ilah. They were worshipping other gods instead of directing all their worship to the one Rabb, the one creator. So he's completely messing this up. Like the Wahhabi propaganda has been so disastrous and so stupid that you make a statement like this, which is, you know, this is an ignorant person, but this is a kind of kufr statement that the mushrikeen were upon la ilaha illallah.
Bro, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? No, like I said, some were in like on the belief that like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he's the ultimate God. Okay, there are other gods, but they like we worship them for their because they bring us closer to Allah, etc. You know how it goes, right? It's the same as with the Sufis. And what Haqiqatjou is saying is like it's technically correct. Like they had Tawheed Rububiyyah, right? They believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was like the Rabb, the Lord of everything. But at the same time, you can say that he is like his ultimate God, right? So in essence, there is no other God but him because he can destroy all the other gods, etc. Remove them. So yeah.
So he's confused about actually his own, like the Wahhabi position itself. And you could say even Ibn Taymiyyah's position. Ibn Taymiyyah also had this position, but he just didn't apply the mass takfir that the Wahhabis did. But the idea is that la ilaha illallah, ilah. But this is like, as the documentary shows, there's many ayat of the Quran that refute the idea that God, the ilah, is purely an object of worship and is not sharing in lordship, is not sharing in rububiyyah. Because clearly the Quraysh, they did view their gods as having certain powers.
Yeah, powers with the permission of Allah. Exactly as the Sufis.
The ability to bring victory, the ability to give wealth, rizq. They did have that. That's the big reason that they're worshipped.
Bro, you have just like switched it up now. Now you're against the grave worshippers because this is what grave worshippers say, that the graves will give you risk, they will give you children, etc. Come on.
Those gods. So I'm not, you know, and Ibn Taymiyyah's view on this division on Tawheed al-Uluhiyya and Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, fine. There's not a problem with that distinction in and of itself. The problem is when you say that the mushrikeen.
Man, you can make lots of like distinctions. Like I mentioned in my reaction, you can also say Tawheed al-Hakimiyya, right? Hypothetical, right? That if all the religions in the world like disappear except for Islam and Unitarian Christianity, like talking about Tawheed al-Rububiyyah will not like be important, right? It will be like more about talking about Tawheed like Nusus, you know, the clear text. The Christians, they don't have clear text, we have clear text, right? Their text is not from God, etc. Stuff like that, okay? Why? Because the Christians will also agree that there is only one God. Like they will agree in the you know Rububiyyah of Allah, like he's that there's only one God. He's the Lord of everything. He's the most exalted, etc. They will agree with all of this, so there will be like no point about talking about this, and we're like also assuming there are no like you know, these deviant groups within Islam like the Asharis, etc. Shia. So we are only talking about like pure monotheism, pure Islam, and like Unitarian Christianity. We will not talk about these aspects, obviously, right? They're not important for Muslims, because then if the Muslims will then say, that look, the Christians and us, like we are the same, right? We share the same Tawheed. No, we don't, right? Because we believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed the Quran afterwards, and the Christians also awaited the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You cannot like invent Tawheed. Like the way Muslims see it, there's like all the aspects of Allah and like creation, etc. They're all part of Tawheed, like seeing it correctly, right?
Of the Quraysh, they had Tawheed al-Rububiyyah. That's the questionable claim, and many ulama of history have questioned that. And the documentary like presents some of this information, but it can be elaborated on even beyond that. The mushrik Quraysh were upon la ilaha illallah. Yeah. Another brilliant Wahhabi. This is a lot more damning to Ibn Abdul Wahhab theology than I initially anticipated. A meow theology. The meow. Maybe that's why Fareed posts cat gifts. It's the meow theology. May Allah bless you, Akhi Daniel. I think a lot of us had this notion of just evil rulers that are keeping the Ummah down and oppressed. It's not just the evil rulers, but it's the oppressive system of takfiri, khawarijism behind them, i.e. the true face of Wahhabism. That's powering that engine that needs to be shattered and destroyed. Knowing, identifying, and drawing the number one suspect anchor, that stealing the true ummatic potential is a key step to reviving a.
Bro, so they're pushing like for an like ultimate civil war with like they're pushing for the Wahhabi genocide, right? This is what it appears like. The only ones keeping the Ummah down, right? It's not the white man. It's the Wahhabi layman, apparently, right? The Wahhabi laymen are keeping the Ummah down, so we have to genocide the Wahhabi laymen so we can free ourselves.
Caliphate based on prophetic teaching. Good assessment. I agree. Daniel, honesty must be with honesty. I admit takfiring you approximately 43 times last week. Please accept my apologies.
You should have continued takfiring him. Made a big mistake.
It's like a full-time job, 43 times. That's like 6 times a day. Like morning, he's takfiring me more than he's doing.
Do you take this seriously? Do you think this guy actually like counted the amount of takfiring he did on you? And why would you like just do it once? If you hadn't repented, like it still remains.
His 5 prayers. Got to make sure to takfir Daniel, not once, not twice, 6 times per day, at minimum. So
yeah,
anyway, please accept my apologies. Yeah, no problem, Akhi, no problem. Growing up as Bengali, seeing all the mystical Sufi traditions I was raised with, as someone that ignorantly has a nuanced understanding of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, this video was eye-opening to me. I'll still absolutely consider myself Salafi, Athari, based on what you was taught, but I will likely never associate myself with Ibn Abdul Wahhab again. I still am ignorant as a human, so I won't get...
No, he didn't say Ibn Abdul Wahhab. You're reading this wrongly, bro. He said, I'll never associate myself with Wahhab again. Who is Wahhab? Who is Wahhab that he will not associate himself with again? Wahhab is an Arabic word meaning bestower, meaning the bestower is one of the attributes of God in Islam. So this guy will never associate himself with Allah again. I don't know what he's saying, like he's not going to do shirk with Allah, or that he's not going to worship Allah. I'm not really sure what he's trying to say, but these are the kind of Daniel Haqiqatjou followers, and he's not the first one. Like I mentioned, like in the reaction, I talked with this like Rafidi that was pretending to be a Bosnian, right? And he was like, Mr. Wahhab, Mr. Wahhab, Lanatullah alaikum ya kafir. Wahhab is the name of Allah. So when you say Mr. Wahhab, you're talking about Allah, you jahil. And like most of your Haqiqatjou followers, Juhal, all of them, right? He says he will not associate himself with Wahhab again. A'udhu billah.
Give any doubt with anyone until I'm confident of my own knowledge, but currently I can't help myself. But look at Ibn Abdul Wahhab as someone having the horns of Shaitan.
No, I can't help myself but look at Wahhab as someone having the horns of Shaitan. A'udhu billah. A'udhu billah. So he's saying that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has the horns of Shaitan. A'udhu billah.
On this video might be the top 5 most significant videos.
And the fact that Haqiqatjou is even showing this with these obvious like errors, like bro, your followers are literally like this associating themselves from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? And you're like showing this, like you should be ashamed to show this, that this is the level of your followers, right? The knowledge level of your followers.
I've seen in my life. Alhamdulillah. So another Athari Salafi gotten red pilled. And that's, that's plenty. If you are going to stop propagating these false Wahhabi views, you're going to pause and say, I need to learn more. I need to maybe go to different sources of knowledge. All my sources of knowledge have been these Wahhabis, and they're coming from Medina. They're like going to Islamic University in Medina. They're coming out with this Wahhabi ideology. Maybe I need to go study with some other shuyukh. Maybe I need to go deeply into another school of thought. Do that. Go and study with other Sunni scholars. And then, you'll mature. You'll understand the depth beyond just the slogans. You'll actually get into substance. And that will just make you a more knowledgeable Muslim, and inshallah, it'll draw you closer to Allah.
Yeah, it will draw you closer to the graves, to the Rafidi graves.
Allah, and it'll draw you closer to the Muslim Ummah as a whole, with its diversity, with its ikhtilaf. So it's win-win-win. Don't limit yourself to these Wahhabi slogans that are ultimately meaningless. This reminds me of my first confrontation with Wahhabis in Australia. To be honest, metaphorically speaking, I got ambushed at the time, but this documentary made it clear why they were so insistent of calling my country of origin as grave worshippers. So, mass takfir. Wahhabis, that's what they do. Your entire country.
Oh man, disgusting. Did you see that? He burped again.
Is a country of... So, mass takfir.
Oh bro, he was about to puke there. Definitely about to puke. Let's put it at 8.
Wahhabis, that's what they do. Your entire country is a country of grave worshippers, mushriks. And we're going to saddle you with that. We're going to saddle you. You have to prove to us that you're not one of those grave worshippers. So look at the tactics that the Wahhabis use. And people have noted this many times. Like, look at any new convert, especially if it's a white convert. They get swarmed by Wahhabis. Wahhabis are swarming them, telling them, oh, but be careful, brother. Be careful of the grave worshippers. Be careful of these Sufis.
What, shouldn't it tell the reavers, like, be careful about the grave worshippers, like, don't associate with the grave worshippers? Come on. Well, why should they not be warning people against the grave worshipping?
Right?
Are you saying that grave worshipping is good? I mean, you said it is shirk yourself.
Be careful of these Ash'aris. Be careful of these Deobandis. No, you have to study with the right scholars. These are the right scholars that you have to study with. Avoid these people. Boycott these people. Oh, I saw you associating with this Sufi, or you're going to this masjid. This is a masjid of grave worshippers, so you better not go there again. And they just bully and they harass. This is
Yes, alhamdulillah. This is something that even like madkhalis are good at. So like rather be a madkhali than a grave worshipper, right?
is what a lot of new converts face, and it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. You're teaching them.
Let the reverts go and worship the graves, you Wahhabi terrorist. Don't mess with the reverts. The reverts, they need to go worship the graves of Abdul Qadir al-Jilani.
Wahhabism instead of Islam. So many such stories.
They need to go and eat the mud of Karbala. They need to eat the mud of Karbala. The reverts, they need to go to Karbala and eat the mud and worship the grave of Hussein.
Many such cases. Then there's this Wahhabi on Twitter. You've probably never heard of him, but I thought this was amusing. He was posting earlier, the next big project's coming up on my channel, how to read Ibn Taymiyyah's books. Oh, okay. How to read them in the correct way, you know, the Wahhabi way of reading Ibn Taymiyyah's books. We have to, that's the big project that he's working on. But then the Wahhabi documentary comes out. Change of plan. I will instead be crafting a response to Daniel's recent released documentary. Any and all other big projects will be taking a backseat for now. All hands on deck, panic mode, sound the alarm. This is a crisis. This is a crisis.
Not really a crisis, but people want to take shots at you, right? You're discussing Majusi. So obviously he's going to want to take shots at you, right? You're easy pickings.
Everything else, put it on hold. We don't got time. We don't got time to teach people how to read Ibn Taymiyyah's books properly. Like, that's the big project. That's a big project. Just isn't that interesting? Like, you are you have a social media platform, you do research, you spend time, and you're putting out material. And the big project, your big project, how to correctly read Ibn Taymiyyah's books. Like, that's really, wow, that's really what the Ummah needs right now. Your knowledge is benefiting so many. We really need to know exactly how to read his books. Okay, fine. Like, maybe you're more academically inclined and you have a smaller academic audience and you do academic work. Okay.
Like, bro, you're the one to like attack people for you know, I don't know what his exact work is. Probably like how to interpret some sayings of Ibn Taymiyyah, right? To understand like the concepts and what was happening at the time and why some things were written, right? Because you know it has to do with the works written were to represent the era, right? To like fix doubts, like remove doubts from people and remove like a lot of like shirk that was being going on as well during that time, grave worshipping, etc. So yeah, like this is a good project, you know. How can you even criticize it? You're mocking it, like making fun of it, because it's like you don't understand the concept behind it. But at the same time, like, you don't read books, right? If you read books, you would use like actually like Islamic books to fight your opponents, right? Instead, you use like these Westerner, like Orientalist books when fighting in like Islamic battles, right? You want to show how like Ibn Saud is like a kafir or a spy, right? Whatever you want to like imply. But you're using like an Orientalist book for that. Why can't you show like from Quran and Sunnah or from like Islamic scholars? Like, where is your proof? You didn't prove anything about istighatha, like this form of istighatha being all right from Ibn Taymiyyah, etc. You only like prove that you can't takfir them. So it's like, it's still wrong. It's just like you can't takfir them. And like even using the word proof, you didn't prove anything. You took like quotes out of context. But you didn't like show that it was okay or it was commendable or it was good or whatever. You just showed that you had to delay takfir. That's all you managed to like to show, right? You have to delay the takfir. Yeah. So, and even that was like misapplied. But whatever. Who are you to attack people for reading books and writing about books? You haven't read a single Islamic book in your life, bro.
Okay, fine. Then stick to that. But then, oh, Daniel is criticizing Ibn Abdul Wahhab, and Wahhab is, oh, everything else on hold, everything else is on a back seat. All the critical priorities we had, the most important projects that we had, put that on hold. There's a crisis. This really shows you the corrupt mentality of these
What
people.
was that, another burp?
This really shows you the corrupt.
Yep, that's a burp. 100% a burp. I think like I missed a couple because I was like fast forwarding, but yeah, like still that's a lot of burps in 2.5 hours.
Mentality of these people. Then of course these comments, you blood halal. You blood halal.
Based. What does it say? Mautsam. Mautsam. Okay. Weird name. Not sure if it's like. It must be Russian, I suppose. Mautsam.
Some, I don't know what language this is for this username, but yeah, death threats. They're really proving how wrong I am about Wahhabism by issuing death threats. Now, there's multiple death threats. Takfir, you zindiq, you kafir, mushrik. Oh yeah, you're really proving me wrong. You're really proving that Wahhabism isn't a takfiri khariji ideology, a deviance. You're really proving that with your you blood halal comment.
I don't think they made takfir on you for like attacking the imam. I think they made takfir on you for justifying shirk and saying that shirk is halal.
With an axe emoji, with an axe emoji. So they're a parody of themselves. I myself am a Salafist Wahhabi regular listener of Faris al-Hamadi. Rabbi Faris, thank you for opening my eyes. I need to rethink my position. Alhamdulillah, brother. You might be a little.
I think many of these posts are like fake, right? They're like made by Sufis, where they say like they're Attaris, right? They're Salafi Attari, etc. So people who are like Salafi Attari will read this and be like, oh wow, so was it like eye-opening? I didn't see anything eye-opening, but if these other people, maybe I'm stupid, I didn't realize that it's eye-opening. Maybe I need to like rethink and maybe accept Haqiqatjou's position, etc.
A little bit late to realizing the reality of Rabbi Faris, but better late than never. Better late than never is what I say. This is a nice comment. Tears ran down my eyes while I was watching this documentary, and step by step, the brainwashing was being undone. I need to do more research, but I feel like finally I'm awake. I haven't spoken to my father in 2 years because I accused him of being a deviant based on what I have been learning from Wahhabi sources. I was so sure I was on the right path. I thought Ottoman treason against Islam was the reason of our downfall, but I did not know Wahhabis are the direct reason for our downfall. Ya Allah, forgive me for the pain I have caused my family. Thank you so much, man.
Bro. Like what? In what way is your father a deviant? Like if he's worshiping graves, kissing graves, etc. Yeah, he's a deviant. He's a mushrik. He needs to stay away from your father.
So this is a very touching comment, and it's a very common story. Like you have, that's what Wahhabism does. It causes division. It causes animosity for other Muslims, for your own family. Did you know that you can disagree with someone and you can even consider him to be a deviant without having this kind of war against him, this kind of animosity and enmity and aggression? Did you know that?
Yeah, so if your father is worshiping graves or whoever in your family, you can still accept them, you know, be Muslim. You know, he's a deviant Muslim. He worships Allah only on Fridays, but he worships graves all the other days of the week. He's still a Muslim. He's a Friday Muslim, okay? You can't make takfir on him, okay? Maybe, you know, he repented. When he prays, he repented, right? Every time he prays, he repents, so he's a Muslim.
If you're a Wahhabi, you wouldn't have known that. Because that's what Ibn Abdul Wahhab taught. So many such cases, families broken up, destroyed, because you can't have proper relations, respecting your family, respecting your father. This is a disaster. Your parent, you respect, love, and serve your parents, even if they're not Muslim, even if they're kafir. You respect them, you take care of them, you serve them. That's what Islam teaches. And we see that in the example of Ibrahim alayhi salam in the Quran with his father who's literally making idols. But if you follow Wahhabism, no, this is wrong. You have to show enmity.
Bro, what? Like, the point of the story with Ibrahim is that he made bara from his father and like his people entirely.
You have to takfir, you have to boycott other Muslims, including your own father, including your own mother.
Yeah, shut up. Let's go to the next
That,
comment.
yeah, of course, we're going to be reciprocating. They're harsh. They're doing takfir. Okay, we'll reciprocate. We'll reciprocate. The liberals, they are attacking conservative Islam. They're saying that the conservative Muslims are extremists. They're saying that Orthodox Sunnism. I'm not Wahhabi, but I think Daniel is one of the 30 Dajjals. The way this guy is dividing Muslims when his goal was unity. First, Madkhalis, quote unquote, now Wahhabis, quote unquote. Later, he will criticize Salafis, calling to a new kind of Islam where Shia and his family won't go to hell.
Exactly.
Oh, these people are sick.
Sick in what way? Like, let's be honest here. Your mother, she's a Christian, right? That's the rumor. She's a Christian. Can you confirm that she at least died as a Shia? And if she died as a Shia, you know, we all know what the verdict is, okay? Your daddy, Ali Reza Haqiqatjou, come on. He's not only like a Shia. He's like a secular Shia. He's like an atheist Shia, right? I mean, come on. Who are
So
you playing?
if you call out and you criticize the Wahhabis for their takfiri Khariji ideology, then you're causing division. That's like the biggest 5D chess move that these Wahhabis have pulled. Like, oh, Daniel claims that he wants unity and allyship and alliance, but then he criticizes us. He's a hypocrite. Yeah, I'm criticizing you for being enemies of the Ummah, for causing division and fitan in the Ummah.
Bro, does every of your sentence need to end with like a right? That like I don't know what the word is for it. Like a virgin, right?
Yeah, I'm criticizing you for being enemies of the Ummah, for causing division and fitan in the Ummah. That's like someone saying, like, I'm gonna come and slit your throat. I'm gonna come and kill you. Someone says that, and then you go and pick up a baseball bat and you say, or a weapon, and you say, no, I'm not gonna let you kill me. I'm not gonna let you slit my throat. And then the other person's like, oh, okay, so now you're against, or now you're for violence. You picked up a baseball bat. That's very violent, you hypocrite.
Yeah, that's a straw man, right? Is he gonna end with another like the feminine?
I'm trying to cut your
Oh, he didn't. Okay, I was mistaken.
throat, and you want to defend yourself with a baseball bat? What a hypocrite you are. That's hypocrisy.
Ah, there we go. Look, man, you're obviously like we're gonna attack you for your disgusting beliefs, right? That you can worship other like beings besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Obviously, gonna get attacked for that. You can defend yourself as much as you want, but you're the aggressor. You started by claiming that shirk is halal, right? You can do shirk with Allah. You yourself agree that it's shirk, right? You say that istighata can be shirk in many cases. That's literally your word. So, I mean, come on.
Wahhabi 1 is on correct manhaj. No need to debate with Murtadeen. You only deserve death. Learn English, bro. Learn English if you're gonna write comments in English.
Like the only language you can speak is English. Like as far as I know, your Persian sucks and your Arabic is like non-existent. The only thing you can do is like cuss in Arabic. I mean that's the extent of your Arabic knowledge. When you talk with that Ismaili guy, who you now also should like consider as Muslim, right? I mean, he's a Quranist Ismaili, something like that. You mentioned like this Quranist that was on your side. He said, "Oh, that's deviant." Yeah, so he's a deviant Muslim. So that Javed guy is not a kafir anymore. He's a deviant Muslim. Come on. Oh dear God. Yeah. So like this person, this nomad guy, he maybe like speaks 5 languages, right? And the English is like the language of least concern for him. He doesn't care about it. And here you are like criticizing. Learn English if you're gonna criticize me. Nah, bro. You grew up in America. You grew up in Texas. Obviously, you're gonna talk English, right? If you couldn't talk English properly, that would be horrific. Dear God.
So another death threat. Okay, so these are
Alhamdulillah.
some fun comments, fun commentary from our friendly neighborhood Wahhabis. that's what the Ummah has had to deal with.
Right.
It's constant death threats.
Yes, of course. Not like the Syrians being bombed for like 13 years or whatever. 13, 14 years. That was like they like what they had to deal with, right? Was not as great as you being, getting the death rates, the death threats via Twitter, right? I mean, the only thing you have to do is like not go to Twitter, and you won't get any death threats, right? Um, yeah. So the like the torment of the Muslims in the world, like you don't care about that, honestly, right? Because you care more about getting like these nasty comments online. That's what really like disturbs you. Dear God.
All right, guys. Appreciate the super chats.
He's not gonna cut it yet. He's gonna go for another 20 minutes.
Ridwan says lots of people in West Africa follow the Tijaniya tariqa. I have never seen anyone do tawaf or sujud to graves there. The lies are just too much. Yeah, it's just caricatures. Like
The Tijaniya, they have like lots of innovations. Like I'm not gonna get into it, but they are like extreme Sufis, right?
there are people who do these innovative practices with graves, but is this really like
Ah, that's a burp. Come on, that's a definitive burp. Like he almost puked there. 10 burps.
Like, what percentage of Muslims are doing this?
Like, does it matter what percentage are doing it? Like, the ones that are doing it are murtadin, right? That's all you need to say. Dear God, just say whoever does this, he's a kafir, okay? But you're gonna say no, he's a Muslim. Only a few percent of people do it. Blah blah blah. It's like BS. Who cares?
Maybe can count on my hand in my whole life Muslims who have actually done something like this.
No, it's very very prominent. Shiites do it a lot. They do like tawaf around graves in Karbala.
5 people max. What percentage of Muslims are actually doing this? The only reason it becomes a huge problem is because of the chain takfir principle. Because
what? So it's not a problem by people doing it. That's not the problem. The problem is people making takfir on the actions and the people doing it. That's the problem. The problem isn't people doing tawaf around the graves because there's so few. The problem is you making takfir on them.
Because it's not only if you've actually done any kind of grave worship practices or grave veneration, let's say, but also if you don't automatically takfir anyone who does it, then you are also a kafir. So that's how the numbers are inflated. That's like Ben Shapiro's approach, or the Zionist approach to ISIS. They say that, well, we know that not every Muslim is a part of ISIS. It's only a small percentage. But a large percentage of Muslims believe in the Sharia, which is what...
Wait, if that's how you're gonna paint it, or are you gonna say that the entirety of the, like, all the Sunnis are ISIS now?
ISIS also believes in. So that means that all these Muslims, the majority, are basically following the ideology of ISIS.
Yeah, this is the door that you opened, right? This is the door that you opened. You opened this door by. That's what I was criticizing in my reaction, my 5-part reaction to the Wahhabi documentary, so-called documentary. You're opening the door for the kuffar to, like, call everybody ISIS, right? The way you're, like, so broadly like framing it. Like even Shiites, Ahmadis, etc., they're going to be called ISIS by the kuffar, right?
ISIS, therefore, they're legitimate targets for war, for killing, or whatever, surveillance, countering violent extremism. That's the whole basis for CVE policies, prevent, is that kind of expansive approach.
Like, you're part of the CV, like, prevent, etc. You're part of that now.
Even if you explicitly reject ISIS, you still believe in the Sharia, which is what ISIS believes in. So the Wahhabis have a similar type of mentality. The actual percentage of people that would be doing grave veneration is very, very small. You might, like this brother has said, he hasn't seen anyone actually do it in West Africa, or maybe you're in India or Pakistan or Central Asia, wherever, Southeast Asia. You haven't actually seen anyone do it. But
like, the thing is, you misunderstand the principles of takfir. You're not meant to, like, takfir, like, say, oh, there's one person that does this in this country, then therefore everybody's a kafir. That's not how it works. You make takfir of the action, okay? You make the general takfir of an action. You say whoever does this, he's a kafir. Okay. You can make takfir on a group because there's a group that is known to be doing it. Like, maybe there is one Salafi doing tawaf. You don't make takfir of all the people that claim to be Salafis because of that. But if you know that in general, like, lots of Sufis, like, bow to grace. I'm talking like extreme Sufis, like a subsect of Sufis that is known, like some kind of Naqshbandi order or whatever, I don't know. And they're known to, like, have this this kind of kufri belief. Then you do general takfir of that group, right? Otherwise, you just do takfir of the action. And then there's obviously also, like, making muayyan. Like, if you see somebody doing it, you make takfir on him, obviously, right? You don't. If you see somebody doing tawaf around the grave, or somebody saying, "Oh my master, help me, oh my master," etc., to a grave, he's a kafir. If somebody says, Abu Lahab, give Allah, give Jannah to Abu Lahab, etc., he's a kafir. Like, you make takfir on the cases. You do not make takfir where there is, like, no, it's not applicable. But the way Haqiqatjou makes it, he wants to say that if somebody does it, then you make takfir on everybody, even people that don't do it. No, that's not how it works, unless they themselves ascribe to it, right? Like, I would say Shiites, okay, Shia in general, they are kafir, okay. That doesn't mean that every Shia is a kafir, okay. I would say that the group, if somebody says he's a Shia, I would ask him, okay, do you pray to the imams? The thing is, like, they'll do taqiyya anyway, right? So you cannot find out. But imagine that he wasn't doing taqiyya. You ask him, do you pray to imams? No. Do you do tawaf to graves? No. Do you pray to Zahra? No. Etc. etc. All these questions. Okay, he's a Muslim then. But it is his own fault for associating himself with kufr. He might be ignorant, whatever, right? But he is the one associating himself with the kufr. If somebody says, I'm a Christian, Are you gonna say, no, you can't make takfir on him? You have to find out like first if he's a Muslim or not. No, you're gonna assume he's a kafir. I mean, even Haqiqatjou does this, or has he like stopped doing this? Does he consider every Jew and a Christian a Muslim now? And you only make takfir if they believe in Trinity or like son of Ezra or whatever the Jews believe in. Like, so yeah, like. Weird ideology. He has totally misunderstood the concept of takfir.
The Wahhabis say that no, the problem is that these people who do grave veneration, they have the same aqidah as the Ash'aris and the Maturidis. Therefore, they're all part of the problem.
No, that's I have never seen this. This is something that Haqiqat just invented. I have never seen this in my life. Okay, to say that it's like something that sorry, to say that somebody shares something with someone else and therefore he's a kafir, but the thing they share is not kufr. I have never seen this. So this is entirely in like Haqiqatjou's imagination. I have never seen this kind of takfir in my life, where somebody says, okay, all people X are kuffar because they share ideology Y with group Z, unless that ideology is kufr. But if it's not, then no foul, right? Such a weird statement. I have never seen this in my life. So he's making like a boogeyman out of thin air.
And that's why this is all Darul Kufr. That's why these are all deviants. They need to study Kitab al-Tawheed.
No, I mean, like, if something is, if a land is Darul Kufr or Darul Islam, it depends on the laws, okay? It depends on the laws governing. It can be like every person in the land is a kafir, okay? Except for the state. The state is Muslim. They rule by Sharia. That makes it Darul Islam. So that's how it works.
And we should boycott them and have enmity towards them until they accept Kitab al-Tawheed and Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Abdul Wahhab.
Well, what specifically do you disagree with, like in Kitab al-Tawheed? Is it like grave veneration? Is it like what specifically do you disagree with, right? The way he's like pushing this towards like more and more towards making it like halal to do all kinds of shirk with Allah, like a'udhu billah.
Have a look at Sheikh Nuruddin and Jake's recent video on Islam Answers. Jake seems to claim he doesn't takfir Ash'aris. Sheikh Nuruddin is a gem, but Jake was not sincere in this discussion with him. Yeah, I commented on this already. Like, Jake walked back. He claimed that he didn't takfir Ash'aris. Where could you ever get the idea that I takfir Ash'aris? Maybe it's your explicit words, your explicit written words. That's where we got the idea. So he kind of walks back. He whitewashes his own history, very recent history. Thank you, Isa. Alhamdulillah, what an excellent video. Appreciate it. Ahmed, appreciate it. I became more careful with takfir after reading.
I mean, we talked about this. Jake didn't do takfir on all Ash'aris. He did takfir on like, as far as I understood from his videos, on like specific positions that some Ash'aris hold, not all Ash'aris, obviously.
Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Brother Daniel, can you make a list of Wahhabi scholars, imams, da'i, social media personalities, etc., so that the Muslims and non-Muslims can benefit? I would hate to see new converts like Sneeko, Sunny, Faz, Bobby's perspective, etc. Jazakallah. Yeah, like I said, you have a...
No, he's mentioning Bobby's perspective. Alhamdulillah, from what I've seen, Bobby's perspective, he's not on this dalala, right? Obviously, he's still new in the religion, kinda. He's still studying, right? So give him some time. I think he's been Muslim for like maybe 2 years now, maybe less than that, maybe a year. So give him some time, inshallah. He'll see the truth. Like I said, the issue is like from his background, he's from the Balkans, and everybody, like almost everybody there is a Sufi, right? So obviously he's gonna like gravitate more towards that. Even though I think he's like in Thailand now or something, but I mean, he's gonna stick to what's in the region, I suppose. What he knows about Islam from what he has seen it, even though he hated it when he was younger. But inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will guide him on the straight path away from this grave veneration and all of this that Haqiqatjou promotes.
A lot of Wahhabis who swarm the new converts, and that happened with Sneeko, that happened with Andrew Tate. Immediately.
Bro, Andrew Tate, Andrew Tate's not even a Muslim, bro. You have been defending him for years now. He said, worship me, I am God, etc. He still does his prostitution thing, whatever, and gambling, etc. And you're still supporting him, saying, oh, mashallah, my Muslim brother, mashallah. He's not gonna give you money. Maybe he is. Maybe he's like bankrolling you. I don't know. But I guess he's not doing it. But you can never know, right?
Immediately, Rabbi Ferris goes.
And Sneeko, I mean, I don't know about Sneeko. He has been like, I don't follow these streamers and whatnot, even these like personalities. I have no idea what Andrew Tate says or does. Okay, I don't care about him. Sneako also, I saw like he calling to people to vote for Trump, etc. Obviously, democracy, it's kufr. Okay, he's ignorant. I think he's still ignorant about that. But I saw like he regretted that Trump won. So inshallah, he will open his eyes to the fact about democracy.
To Andrew Tate.
And I'm speaking like strictly about legislative democracy. Okay, not all democracy is shirk.
And start taking photo ops. Like this is their whole strategy. So I mean, a list. I give you the tool so that you can recognize it yourself. The most immediate.
We have Wahhabi kill lists now. Haqiqatjou is writing Wahhabi kill lists.
Indication is if they praise Ibn Abdul Wahhab, and if they have a problem with the Wahhabi documentary, then that's another sign.
Like I mentioned earlier, many of these reverts, they hate the Sufi crap. Okay, they hate the Sufi crap. They hate the grey veneration. They hate the Shia. Like almost no revert becomes a Shia. Okay, except if he's like has disease in his heart. He wants to like join Islam for some other reason than it being the truth, right? He's maybe like I don't know. He becomes Muslim for a girl, and the girl is a Shia. Okay, okay, you know what that means. So yeah, I saw like one guy who was like a Catholic became a Shia. I was confused that he had to keep on beating himself because the Catholics they also have this thing where they beat themselves, right? Like self-flagellation, and he was confused. Like he became Muslim, thought he could stop that. And they were like, no, you have to keep beating yourself, but now don't beat yourself on the back. You have to hit yourself on the head. You gotta get the authentic Rafidi brain damage, right?
How come you're such an expert but still can't speak Arabic?
Ah, that's a good question.
I can't speak Arabic? Interesting.
Yeah, you can speak Arabic. We saw it when you talk with that guy. You call him Jafed, right? He's a Fed. Let's see here.
Really like this. In fact, what the European colonialists did, this is the guy who helped spread Wahhabism around long-standing Saudi Arabia and encouraged the spread of Wahhabi Salafi Islam, the brand of your Wahhabism, which was funded. The guy was literally funded. The entire Wahhabi movement was funded by the British. They were on a stipend. So if you want to say anything about against modernism,
this is interesting. So I forgot entirely about this part of the debate. So Javad, this Murtad, who is like a Muslim now by Haqiqatjou's definitions, he attacks Haqiqatjou for being a Wahhabi.
Your Wahhabism, which was funded, the guy was literally funded. The entire Wahhabi movement was funded by the British. They were on a stipend. So if you want to say anything about against modernism, what about your Aqidah that you follow? You follow Salafi Wahhabism. You've said it before. You're an Athari, and you want to now claim, oh, that's literally, you had to take the Salafi Shahada in front of these other people, which is pretty hilarious. But that's really who you are.
Pick it over to Daniel.
Yeah, I'm not a Wahhabi. A lot of these Wahhabis absolutely denounce me. A lot of these Madkhali Wahhabis, they completely denounce me. So this is like nonsense. I've never said that I'm Wahhabi. Athari is a theological school. Everyone saw you butcher it in our previous debate, and you got like refuted by 10 different Hanbalis and Atharis about that. The term Wigger is a racial slur against.
Yeah, he doesn't attack Wahhabism here. He doesn't denounce Wahhabism. So he liked Wahhabis at this point, right? He's tried to use them. It was first later on when he found out that he could get more money by attacking Wahhabis that he started attacking them.
Yeah, shake your eyes like, how many rakat in Surah Al-Fatiha? What is the Arabic word for debate? What is the Arabic word for debate? Can you tell me that since you're an Arabic master? What's the Arabic word for debate?
The funny thing is that Haqiqatjou is like attacking Jawad for not knowing Arabic, and Haqiqatjou doesn't like show him how good he is at Arabic, right? Like how good Haqiqatjou is, because he also doesn't know Arabic. So we have two Ajamis here, both Murtadin, debating who knows Arabic the least.
What is the Arabic
You-
word
you-
for debate?
you-
What's the second word of Ayatul Kursi? Go ahead
Dude,
and tell me.
we are
What's the second word
in
of
jadal,
what is the
okay?
second? What is no jadal
gonna
is not the
jump
word.
into
What is
Yeah, it
the
is.
Arabic
Yeah.
word for
Okay.
debate?
So
you're
not here.
It's also a meme.
you don't
What is it?
Okay.
We're gonna jump into the Q.
Yes, what's a bit two Murtadeen debating who knows Arabic the least.
I
Daniel,
hate to do this,
well,
guys.
Daniel,
you
We
did
have
not
to-
even know. You
Yeah, here's Haqiqatjou like going to Google Translate and then try to pronounce the words.
did
We
not
must.
even know.
Arabic, you
I hate
ignoramus.
Okay.
to do this, to you
Learn
guys,
Arabic.
but I've got to meet both of you, and I hate to do that. I know that you want to respond, Javad, during the Q.
There is one part where Haqiqatjou like he shows his Arabic by like cussing, like cusses that even children know, unfortunately.
Arabic, enunciate. You don't
Yeah,
know
I'm-
Ayatul Kursi.
I'm
so
sorry, I'm a witter.
enunciate.
Oh my god.
Arabic. I speak it with an accent. I mostly focus on reading Arabic. I have better Arabic than Daniel. He might have better pronunciation than me as far
Gotta
as
go to
reciting
the
the Quran,
next
but the
one.
Quran is not a toy.
I hate to do
Okay.
this, but this one
Oh dear god. This is insane, honestly.
says you both have decent talking points, but for the love of goodness, both your Arabic pronunciations are horrible. Wow. So uptight. Say let's
Arabic pronunciation is not a sign of the truth. What is actually understanding the Arabic.
I wonder at what part they spoke Arabic, because that's the funny part. I can't find it. I'm not gonna watch entire like debate for that.
You
Then
begged me
Daniel showing his feminine mannerisms. Let's see. Like this is something that I have pointed out many times now. Let's see his feminine mannerisms.
unethical behavior, your cowardly behavior. So you begged me to delay the
Yeah, did you see that? The way he's like looking up in the sky.
debate. Oh, and then coincidentally, you announced that you're leaving MPAC.
Yeah, look the way he moves his body, man. That's very feminine. That's very gay. Good for Haqiqatjou for coming out. Coming out of the closet, that is. I mean, I think that like both made obviously fools out of themselves, but Haqiqatjou was this was the first debate where I was like, oh, like obviously Haqiqatjou is a hypocrite, right? It's so obvious now. I didn't care about his personal life and whatnot. Like I took his claims for what they were. When was this? 2023. I knew that even by this point that he was like a major hypocrite, right? But now it was like shown to the entire world how hypocritical he was. I mean, the entire thing with his wife. Firstly, like, why would you even show your wife on your YouTube channel? Like, no matter if she has any cab or whatever, like you're just degrading her. But let's see.
Profile pic that I'm the one who blurted out. And Daniel, if he can't.
Is he gonna show it? So
just gonna wait for people to find the chat. And
so
then
he
we'll-
showed like a picture of Daniel Haqiqatjou's wife and children.
Hijabi again, she wasn't playing cosplay like your wife. So like you can't.
Yeah, that's funny. Like he attacked a woman, like a feminist, right, for being a hijabi and not a niqabi, and then his wife is a hijabi, right?
Family photos because I don't talk about my family. I don't post my wife wears niqab on all channels, and she
On all channels, but not in real life. She's cosplaying. You stupid pig.
Does she
is
wear it in
not-
real life? Does she wear
That's a good question, Mr. Quranist Murtad.
it in real life everywhere?
I must.
Does she wear it in real life everywhere? Yes or no?
Let me finish my answer.
Bro, just say yes or no. You can say yes, she wears it majority of time. So what? Or no, she doesn't wear it majority of time. So what? Such a weird thing. Firstly, to bring your wife on, and secondly, to like, I mean, he's not bringing her. He's like parading her. Like she's in all of his like institutions and things, writing, etc., whatever. So and his wife has like the worst obsec ever. Like she uploaded picture of herself and her kids on a public Instagram, like not a private one for like family and friends, but a public one so anybody can see it. It's such a stupid woman, right? Such a stupid woman. Where did he show the pictures? Like
Go
it
ahead.
was somewhere in the beginning, because this guy had like, this was the second debate, right? They had one, so this is part two, and he like ripped Haqiqatjou, like ripped him a new one, right? Because he like looked up his past, you know, what he like all the mistakes he did. Obviously, he had a team behind this Javad Hashimi guy. He had a team behind the entirety of like making this this backstory of Haqiqatjou, right? This lore, collecting it all. I mean, a lot of it was on Twitter, and there's like a website, but still, like it takes some real hate, like blood boiling hate to find it all collected.
Doxing. This is not doxing. These are the lies against him. All right. Everybody says he's a liar, even the people who have completely different.
Yeah, here's the woman that Haqiqatjou made takfir on, the hijabi, right? The feminist hijabi. Like I don't know what her beliefs are even, but like you're not a murtada because you have like wrong interpretation of the like the rights of women. That doesn't make you murtada.
Different religious views than I do. They all say this Daniel guy is a deviant liar. Even the Jewish people, so even Jewish people have said that he's a pathological liar. And the receipts are, again, in the slides that Daniel's too scared to show. Daniel's pattern of deception and dishonesty is well known. He calls me Jafed. He said, in the last debate, he said, you are on the payroll of an organization, MPAC, that is getting funding directly from the Department of Homeland Security. This is an outright and blatant lie and slander, which I could actually sue him for. I worked from MPAC from October 2022 to June 2023. During this time, MPAC received a grand total of $0 of federal funding.
Yeah, this doesn't matter. They could have paid you in other ways. I'm not saying the Haqiqatjou is true, but like the lies, like you know,
lies that he says, and he's used the CVE lie against all these other people, including Don.
If you have a speaker, you put a with that. Yes. Thanks
so
for your votes.
This is Haqiqatjou's rebuttal now. I don't want to watch the entirety of this.
Profile pic that I'm the one who blurted out, and Daniel, if he can't control his wife by his own standards, that would be he would call such a man a youth, right? So like this is who Daniel is. He's actually just a.
Yeah, I can't find the part with. Oh wait, it's here. Was it in the first debate?
Organization of personality he attacks. That's part of his grift. And MPAC is just the latest in this latest barrage. Although I recently, Daniel and him, well, it's a bunch of anonymous no.
Wait, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, it's missing like 2 hours of the debate, right? So they must have cut it out.
But we have no idea who these. Ola is part and parcel of this grift. She's the one who runs Alasna Institute, and we'll get into her in a bit. But Daniel wants to put MPAC on trial, but everybody should take a look. Slavery and child marriage, well over was spread by violence. You always talk about slavery and mentioning that, yup, you're all homophobe or you're the Muslim. Here, husband capture her as a sex slave, relocate her to your home, and then rape her. This bothered even fundamentalists like Fareed, who pushed back against this, and then here you are arguing with him, trying.
Oh wait, so before they started arguing about if Haqiqatjou, like about worshiping grace and all of that crap, they were arguing about if should be allowed to like have forceful intercourse with your slaves or women or whatever this is. No, it's slaves. Okay.
Trying to defend rape. Here's your clip that went viral about how you can have sex with a child, a 5-year-old or a 4-year-old. This clip went viral. I mean, if this is, you're the Fed, you're the agent provocateur who's spreading this kind of ideas. In fact, ex-Muslims love you. Here's an ex-Muslim Reddit thread that's thanking you. Thank you, Daniel. I love that you're spreading this information. Good job. Here's another ex-Muslim Reddit thread defending you, that you're just confirming what we've been saying all along is what they say. Here's an ex-Muslim hard exposure. It's
funny like watching this and then seeing how Haqiqatjou went woke, right? He went woke.
And here's another one saying that actually Daniel does a better job than AP in turning people away from Islam. Here's all in our debate. There was somebody who said, I'd watch Robert Spencer saying that at which costs some content creator $12 per year. And then there was this fraud of a book where he just literally pressed print on his blog articles, compiled them and slapped them all together. And he never even told his audience that that's what he did.
Wait, so the entirety of the book was just his blog. People bought his blog. لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. So it was a literal scam.
As one reviewer said, this was a scam, a disgusting cash grab. In fact, he's so good at monetizing himself that he's featured on Alpha Muslim as an example of somebody who did a really good job, a Muslim content creator about making money. It's funny that Daniel has these accountability reports on his Muslim Skeptic site where he looks into the finances. For example, he's looking at the finances of Yaqeen Institute. But Daniel, you should release the financial records for both Muslim Skeptic and Al-Lasna Institute. You should be held publicly accountable, right? Why is Al-Lasna, your unaccredited homeschooling program, run as a for-profit business? And you might even be violating the law. So
that's a good point.
we can actually track your grift, and that's why I wanted to see the finances, but we can track it actually. From 2015 to the present, you've shifted dramatically, becoming more and more extreme. Why is that? It's because of the money, obviously. In fact, recently you became famous for attacking Navigating Differences, a document that came out by some American Muslim imams on the issue of LGBTQ, and you criticized them on
Let's go to a park with his wife.
calling them. So here's in 20, now you're attacking. You need to 20 years. This his watch list is considered writing for Muslim Skeptic. He's a known vile name. Worse than that, Daniel actually cites Sheikh Haytham Saifuddin, who's writing for Muslim Skeptic. He's a known Islamic extremist that Daniel is promoting. Here he's thanking him as Sheikh. Even Muhammad Hijab says, why are you promoting this radical extremist? Muhammad Hijab of all people. This guy is connected to Sheikh Ahmed Musa Jibril, who wrote the introduction to his book. Who's Musa Jibril? He's a convicted felon on FBI's watch list. Is considered Anwar al-Awlaki's successor. He's
Based.
well known in the global jihadist scene.
So Haqiqatjou, he has like a path, right? He could go the based route, or he could go the soy boy beta worshipping grace route, and unfortunately he chose the wrong path, right?
He approvingly speaks of ISIS as spokesperson, and one of the 2017 London attackers was said to be radicalized by his videos. Not only that, being used to justify Daniel is killing Shias, the same view that him.
Wait. Haqiqatjou defended Zarqawi?
And this is the same guy that's being used to justify killing Shias, the same view that Daniel.
There's also spoken of Shias as unbelievers, like Sheikh Suleiman al-Alwan.
By the way, might be sympathetic to. We'll talk about that. But Sheikh al-Alwan lauded ISIS's operations, at least when they were confined to Iraq. And one of Sheikh al-Alwan's students was a 9/11 hijacker. And he's the brother-in-law to the leader of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. This is the guy that Daniel is defending and promoting. Then there's Sheikh al-Tarifi, who is also sympathetic to Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Daniel follows him. But not only that, he quotes them. Here he is promoting his material again, and there's Sheikh al-Muhaysini, who Daniel is also promoting, who's an ISIS and Al-Qaeda sympathizer. Here's Muhaysini sending off a young boy, strapping him with bombs, and telling him to go blow himself up. Remember that verbiage when Daniel's going to use that? Well, that's here he is promoting a guy who does that kind of thing. So when Daniel started all of these ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Taliban it's not Muslim versus Muslim. It's now Muslim versus hijabi feminist. And I was not showing any pictures.
Let's see. Haqiqatjou blurred it. Damn. They blurred his wife. Why Haqiqatjou? She goes out like that in public.
Cosplays and wears a niqab, even though she's not a niqab in real life. I'm not showing any pictures of your wife. I blurred out your wife. Meanwhile, you're the one.
See, family pictures. Wow.
Yeah, but I blurred them.
Okay,
She's the one who's. This is a public profile. The one.
See, family
pictures.
How did Haqiqatjou manage to do it? This must be like YouTube editing tools, because this was streamed live, right? Interesting.
Pictures. Wow.
Yeah, but I blurred them.
Okay,
She's the
no
one
more.
who's. This is a public profile.
So that's her name, Ola Aljivanari, and Daniel R. Jew. Why is it R? It's Reza, right? So it's Daniel Jew. Is this his real name, Jew? That's why they call him Jew. Jew, whose parents are Iranian, wrote and pronounced the proposal in Arabic. Well, the moment may have been awkward for everyone involved. Yeah, that's truly awkward. Yeah, so that's his wife there. Where's the part where he speaks Arabic?
You the verse. Can you actually read the Arabic? Recite it. Go ahead. What?
For
Not only have I studied the Arabic language for the last 10 years, I actually lead Jummah khutbahs. So yes, I do read the Quran. Not only have I
العربية
told you if you want to speak in
Okay,
Arabic, you can have
here's Haqiqatjou speaking Arabic.
the rest of the conversation in Arabic. I
Naam,
do.
yalla.
Yalla, yalla. Nam, nam, yalla. I mean, these are two words that like you're born with. Everybody understands these words. I'm not an Arab. I understand these words.
Okay,
يلا
you're muted,
نتكلم
buddy.
باللغة العربية.
لغتي Arab. Bro, his pronunciation. Let's hear it again.
The conversation in
Okay.
Arabic. I
نعم،
do.
يلا.
Okay,
يلا
you're muted,
نتكلم
buddy.
باللغة العربية.
نتكلم لغتي العربية. What?
So, you know, I'm not your monkey, and I'm not going to just recite on command. And the reason why is very simple. Number one is I'm not your monkey, and number two is if you even have one slight mistake in pronunciation,
That's funny. So that's the point. There's one point where he also like says like, some dirty
not
words
only
to
have
him.
I studied the Arabic language,
Surat
you didn't
al-Fatiha.
even.
What is
you
Ayatul
didn't-
Arabic
you-
master? Go ahead
Dude,
and tell the
jump
word.
in,
What
yeah,
is
it is.
the Arabic
Yeah.
word?
Go to the
Daniel,
Q&A. I hate to do it, guys.
You did not even know.
Great, Haqiqatjou. You know another word. Yeah,
Playing your game.
you know 10 words now. In 2008, you supposedly proposed to your wife in Arabic, and this is like 15 years later, and you still are hardly able to pronounce them.
right,
Yeah,
I'm not
you
your
can't
monkey.
because you can't recite.
Alright,
You don't even know
I
the
can-
Arabic word for
Yeah,
debate.
I
You're a
give-
clown.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I
You're just a
gave it to you.
poser. You
Juggle.
don't know
This
Arabic.
one,
Bro, this is so cringe. Okay, let's go back to this.
Any book recommendations on purifying?
Wait, he didn't answer that? Let's see. He didn't answer
How come
that.
you're such an expert but still can't speak Arabic? I can't speak Arabic?
So this is 2 years since this debate, and he still can't speak Arabic. He's not gonna like show off or something like how hard is it to say a sentence like a sentence in proper like Fusha Arabic.
Any book
He just goes to the next. He just goes to the next question. How much did the guy pay? He paid $5, and Haqiqatjou just made fun of him. Well, that's don't give money to Haqiqatjou. You're gonna regret it.
recommendations on purifying the heart?
Yeah, don't ask Haqiqatjou about that.
But it's not sufficient to just read it by
Like you're literally asking a hypocrite how to purify your heart. I mean, come on, bro. Use your brain.
Wallah, brother, one of the best documentaries, mashallah, appreciate it. Thoughts about Muslim Brotherhood. Again, like, there are critiques of Ikhwan, and they do have, like, some deviant views.
They have the deviant view of viewing the Rafida as Murtadin. That's just too much.
But what they're driving towards is Islamic sovereignty, Muslims to be sovereign, them, and we help them so that they're better. Like, that's the approach. We don't just say, oh, these are kuffar.
Let's skip that. He like the Muslim Brotherhood, the Ikhwaniyun, that they're like the same group that the Saudis fought because they were too extreme, and Haqiqatjou is like defending them. The point is like the Ikhwanis, yeah, they have like they changed. They view like that you should be like it's halal. Like everything is halal if it has some maslaha. Okay, it has some benefit for Islam. You can do whatever you want, and this is not how it's done.
To meow and equating him to his followers. Terrorists also quote Ibn Taymiyyah for their views. You're doing a lot of injustices to meow and equating him to his followers who developed Asl. I don't get the logic of this. So I didn't criticize people for quoting meow. I was criticizing meow directly according to his own words. So what's the equivalence here? And Ibn Taymiyyah didn't have these kinds of mastic theory views of meow.
You're so pathetic. Bro, this is like I'm laughing not because it's funny. I'm laughing out of hate. Okay, hate and like disbelief. Okay, like what? Like, how can you act this way? It's not like he's not a comedic genius, right? He's just contradictory. He's just a Rafidi LARPing as a Sunni, right?
To be fair, is there a possible reconciliation between Meow's definition of shirk and calling upon jinns and angels, i.e. that only types of istighath are shirk, only those that are to seek nearness?
Haqiqatjou said himself, some istighath is shirk, so let's say what his answer here is.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of gymnastics that Wahhabis are now engaged in because they weren't aware that there was this contradiction between Ibn Abdul Wahhab and Ibn Taymiyyah and Imam Ahmad. Ibn Abdul Wahhab was not aware that Ibn Taymiyyah allowed calling to jinn and calling to angels, and Imam Ahmad allowed this. They weren't aware of that. So
he didn't allow it, okay? He followed a hadith that was I don't know if it was like munkar or garib or whatever, but he thought it was a sahih hadith, and it wasn't graded by him. It was like somebody else that graded it. I don't remember the exact details, but it was you know what? Maybe I have it in the document. This document is only about like mostly about the Ottomans. It's not gonna answer the question about the angels. Yeah, so you'll have to look it up. But he thought it was a Sahih Hadith. That's why he did it. Yeah, there's nothing in the document about calling upon angels and all of that. But just take my word for it and look it up. The Imam, he thought it was a Sahih Hadith. It wasn't, and he stopped doing it. And somebody asked me like for the proof that he repented, because that's what I said last time. He repented. Look, I just said it that he repented because somebody shared the proof. It was in Arabic a long time ago when people like these Khawarij types of guys, like these Gulat, like these ISIS types, they made takfir on Imam Ahmad because of this, because he called upon the angel, and then somebody like showed proof from like the library shamila.ws that he repented from it, or like, and stopped doing it, and now maybe that was like a lie. I don't know. Maybe that was true. I don't know. In any case, you can like summarize that he stopped doing it. So the correct word was maybe like maybe the correct word wasn't like repented. Maybe the correct word is like just he stopped doing it. So he did it once. There's a hadith, he did it once and never again. So obviously he recanted. Maybe that's the proper word. He recanted. Sorry if my like English is messing up the concepts here.
he wasn't aware of that. So Ibn Abdul Wahhab says, no, this is shirk akbar. Clear-cut shirk akbar, no quality engagement. Ibn Abdul Wahhab also agrees with this. Oh, really? Show me the proof. Show me the proof where Ibn Abdul Wahhab says that in certain conditions you can call to the jinn. Show me one quote like that and I'll retract.
Yo, what? Why would you call for the jinn? Why would you ever call for a jinn? You can speak to a jinn. Obviously, you can speak to a jinn. This is not something that is like prohibited. You can speak to a jinn if a jinn is there. But calling for a jinn to give you a risk, give you something, right? This at best it's shirk asghar, right? If you say like to the jinn, go and steal some knowledge, so I can see in the future, right? As there is in the Quran and Hadith, sorry, in the Hadith, right? So at best it's like shirk asghar, right? And even that is maybe it's not shirk asghar, maybe it's just magic, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Show me one quote.
But if you see a snake in your house, which can be a jinn, you can speak to it, tell it to leave 3 times. If it doesn't, then you can kill it, etc. But you should not kill it because you see it in your house.
Ibn Abdul Wahhab says,
it can
yes,
be a jinn.
You can call to the jinn for your needs as long as that jinn is present in front of you.
Alhamdulillah. That's shirk, bro. That's shirk, right? Like most of the times, that's gonna be shirk.
Show me that quote, and then I will, modify my views and issue a clarification.
In any case, like as human beings, we should not have any contact with the jinn,
or issue a correction. But there isn't such a quote. So, and this is a clear contradiction. According to Ibn Abdul Wahhab standards, Ibn Taymiyyah and Imam Ahmad were kafir mushriks. There's no way. Are you seeking to have the correct word worn down? It's 2.5 hours. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all of your
I have probably skipped too much. Like the burp counter is probably like double what I have written, but I skipped so much of his like
chats
talking that I probably missed the burping as well. Alhamdulillah. I don't want to hear him burp. Like from all the speakers I have seen, Haqiqatjou is the only one that like has no shame burping on camera. And like not even trying to hide it, right? But just openly just burping into the microphone.
Meow hobbies. Anything good about Meow? Well,
That's a burp. Speaking of the devil, right? Also, one thing I noticed with his teeth, if you like look closely, you see that his front teeth are much whiter than the side teeth. That's because he has used those like whitening strips. It's very obvious. He's used those whitening strips, and they like made his front teeth very white, but like his sides are like yellow, like piss.
after you reckon
Oh wait, so we got two. We got 2 for 1. We got 2 burps at once. Damn. Must be all that Ula, Ola, Khalid food, right?
reconcile or come to terms with the fact that he's massacred
Wait, he got 3. Bro, he was about to puke there, I swear.
Muslims. He is ordering the assassination of muftis and scholars in Mecca. And
You
after
disgusting
you fully,
pig.
grappled with all of these killings and looting and raiding of Miao, then maybe you'll get some time to reflect on whether he had some good qualities.
He stopped people from doing shirk. Isn't that a good quality? No, not to a shirk apologist like yourself.
No. All right, guys. Appreciate all of you in the super chat. Again, if you haven't watched the documentary, make sure to go and watch it, comment on it. Feel free to clip it. Feel free to spread it. Feel free to send it to family and friends. You can also expect to see the full transcript, which will be about a 75-page PDF. It's going to be published this week, inshallah. You can download it and get all the Arabic quotes, get all the information that is presented in the documentary. But yeah, let's just keep spreading the documentary. It's already gone viral. People are talking about it, alhamdulillah. And I think it'll be a good reference point for Muslims in the future who they hear about Wahhabis, they hear about Ibn Abdul Wahhab, they hear about Kitab al-Tawheed, but they don't know what it's all about, what it's really about. You can just send them to this documentary for them to get like a full-blown treatment. Because it's 3.5 hours. That's longer than some of these online webinars, like courses that people sell. This is a free course, essentially. A free course on Wahhabism, covers history, covers Aqidah, covers the intellectual evolution. So I hope you appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you who have watched and contributed. If you found this material beneficial, consider contributing to Muslim Skeptic. That
No,
inshallah, we'll have episodes of Haqiqatjou coming up this week. We will see.
Yeah, so that's it. That's Haqiqatjou. That's all about all for now, right? All about Haqiqatjou. Nothing like substantial. He was mainly like did this entire live stream to collect super chats, right? I mean that's what this live stream was about, collecting super chats. Only in the beginning did he like just the entirety of like the documentary like in a very short form, and then he answered questions. So yeah, there's like nothing here. But one thing like Haqiqatjou, man, you need to like look for some like some indigestion medicine, right? Is that what it's called? Dyspepsia or upset stomach is a condition characterized by discomfort in the upper abdomen, often accompanied by symptoms like pain, bloating. Yeah, that's Haqiqatjou. And feeling of fullness after eating. It can be caused by various factors, including overeating certain foods. I think that's he's overeating, definitely. But what kind of medicine can you recommend, Haqiqatjou? And the indigestion medicine. What is that? The pink Pepsi Bismol? Is it called Pepsi Bismol? The thing from the like that Adam Sandler movie. Pepto Bismol. Yeah, there it is. Pepto Bismol. Well, I should make a game. I should make a game with Haqiqatjou, like collecting Pepto Bismol, right? You have to collect the Pepto Bismol tablet or something. That would be a fun game. But yeah, the title was correct. Gotta say that the title was definitely correct. Nothing of substance, but very disgusting. And thank you, Haqiqatjou, for putting a literal green screen behind you. That made the entirety of this
problem. Just
this video much more fun. And you can see like even if I remove the effects, see his fingers. See this effect. This is proof that like he has a literal green screen. See this, like this shadow, his hairy arms. See here, like it's all blurry. Yeah, so he has a green screen. but it's like a blue screen, or it's a green screen that he has like changed the color behind for, but he changed it to green. So whatever, doesn't matter to us. Anyway, thank you for watching, and yeah, if you liked this video, it's very long, as most of my videos. Consider subscribing so you get more videos like this. Let's not like only focus on like the intellectual arguments, because these people, they don't deserve intellectual arguments. Okay, we need to laugh at them, we need to make fun of them, we need to like, you know, put them down a bit. Okay, we need to like make them realize that they are nothing more than disgusting slobs. Uneducated, disgusting slobs. So yeah, thank you for watching, and again, if you liked it, consider subscribing, liking it, disliking, give me a comment if you think I should change something, or if you have a question, and I'll see you in the next one. Assalamu alaikum.